We have Mary Milburn on the stage to sing the Indian National Anthem.
Prime Minister Modi, what an honor it is to be here this evening to sing the Indian National Anthem for your official state arrival visit. An honor to be here. Neil.
We would now like to welcome young Riya Pawar. She's 16 years old and crowned Miss India Teen New Jersey, and she will be performing the American National Anthem. Please remain standing.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Thank you.
नमस्ते। आप लोगों ने इस हॉल में एक प्रकार से भारत का फुल मैप बना दिया है। हिंदुस्तान के हर कोने के लोग यहां नजर आ रहे हैं। आप यहां दूर दूर से आए हैं। ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे मिनी इंडिया उमड़ा है। अमेरिका में एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की इतनी सुंदर तस्वीर दिखाने के लिए मैं आप सबको हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। साथियों, यहां अमेरिका में मुझे जितना प्यार, जितना स्नेह मिल रहा है वो वाकई अद्भुत है। और इसका श्रेय यहां अमेरिका में आपकी मेहनत, आपके व्यवहार, अमेरिका के विकास में आपके योगदान को जाता है। मैं अमेरिका में रहने वाली मां भारती की हर संतान का अभिनंदन करता हूं। मैं प्रेसिडेंट बाइडेन का भी आभारी हूं। बीते 3 दिनों में लगातार हम साथ रहे। बहुत सारे विषयों पर हमारी खुल करके बातचीत हुई और मैं अनुभव से कहता हूं, वे एक सुलझे हुए अनुभवी नेता है। भारत अमेरिका पार्टनरशिप को एक नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाने वाले व्यक्तिगत रूप से उनका बहुत प्रयास रहा है और मैं सार्वजनिक रूप से उनके इस प्रयासों की सराहना करता हूं। साथियों, इन 3 दिनों में भारत और अमेरिका के पारस्परिक रिश्तों की एक नई और गौरवशाली यात्रा प्रारंभ हुई है। ये नई यात्रा ग्लोबल स्ट्रेटेजिक इश्यूज पर हमारे कन्वर्जेंस की है। ये नई यात्रा मेक इन इंडिया, मेक फॉर द वर्ल्ड, उसको लेकर हमारे कोऑपरेशन की है। टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में हमारा आपसी सहयोग हो या फिर इंडस्ट्रियल सप्लाई चेन में बढ़ता तालमेल, दोनों देश एक बेहतर भविष्य की ओर मजबूत कदम उठा रहे हैं। जनरल इलेक्ट्रिक कंपनी का भारत में फाइटर प्लेन के इंजन बनाने का फैसला भारत के डिफेंस सेक्टर के लिए ये मील का पत्थर साबित होगा। ये समझौता करके अमेरिका सिर्फ टेक्नोलॉजी ही शेयर नहीं करेगा, बल्कि म्यूचुअल ट्रस्ट को भी शेयर करेगा। डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल कोऑपरेशन रोडमैप से दोनों देशों के बीच पार्टनरशिप और गहरी होने वाली है। मैं इस यात्रा के दौरान माइक्रॉन, गूगल, एप्लाइड मटेरियल जैसी दिग्गज कंपनियों ने भी भारत में बड़े इन्वेस्टमेंट की घोषणा की है। माइक्रॉन द्वारा सेमीकंडक्टर सेक्टर में $2.5 बिलियन का इन्वेस्टमेंट भारत को वर्ल्ड सेमीकंडक्टर चेन से जोड़ने वाला है। एप्लाइड मटेरियल्स द्वारा भारत में सेमीकंडक्टर इक्विपमेंट के लिए $400 मिलियन का निवेश भारत में सेमीकंडक्टर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का इकोसिस्टम बनाने में मदद करेगा। और गूगल भी अब भारत में अपना ग्लोबल फिनटेक सेंटर खोलने जा रहा है। बोइंग ने भी भारत में $100 मिलियन के निवेश का ऐलान किया है। एमआरओ फैसिलिटी हो, पायलट्स की ट्रेनिंग का प्रोग्राम हो, बोइंग कंपनी इस दिशा में भी अपना सहयोग बढ़ाएगी। ये सारे समझौते, ये सारी घोषणाएं भारत में इन्वेस्टमेंट के साथ साथ जॉब क्रिएशन, रोजगार, हाई टेक्नोलॉजी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और इनोवेशन को बढ़ावा देगी। साथियों, भारत अमेरिका ने जो आर्टेमिस अकॉर्ड साइन किया है, वो अंतरिक्ष में बहुत सारी संभावनाओं के द्वार खोलने जा रहा है। नासा का आर्टेमिस प्रोग्राम मून से लेकर मंगल तक के मिशन के लिए अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा है। इस प्रोग्राम से भारत जुड़ेगा तो दोनों ही देशों को फायदा होगा। नासा के साथ मिलकर स्पेस में भारतीय एस्ट्रोनॉट भेजने को लेकर भी बात आगे बढ़ी है। इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन में भेजने के लिए नासा द्वारा भारतीय एस्ट्रोनॉट्स को एडवांस ट्रेनिंग भी दी जाएगी। और इसलिए ही मैंने कल कहा, स्काई इज नॉट द लिमिट। साथियों, ये सारे समझौते, ये एग्रीमेंट्स सिर्फ कुछ नीतियों को आगे बढ़ाना मात्र नहीं है। ये भारत अमेरिका के करोड़ों लोगों के भाग्य को नई ऊंचाई देने का काम हुआ है। Together, we are not just forming policies and agreements. We are shaping lives, dreams, and destinies. साथियों, आप में से बहुत सारे लोग यहां बरसों से अमेरिका में रह रहे हैं। यहां आप अपने जीवन में, अपनी दिनचर्या में व्यस्त रहते हैं, लेकिन मैं ये भी जानता हूं कि आपका मन, आपका दिल भारत में भी लगा रहता है। और इसलिए आपकी सहूलियत ये भी भारत की प्राथमिकता है। आपकी जरूरतों को देखते हुए भारत इस साल सिएटल में एक नया कॉन्सुलेट खोलने जा रहा है। इतना ही नहीं, इसके अलावा भी अमेरिका के 2 और शहरों में भारतीय कॉन्सुलेट खोले जाएंगे। अब मैं जानता हूं आपकी चिट्ठियां शुरू हो जाएगी, हमारे यहां हो, हमारे यहां हो। देखिए शुरू हो गया। आप लोग पक्का कर लीजिए। और एक बात अच्छा ये भी है कि अब अहमदाबाद और बेंगलुरु में भी अमेरिका के नए कॉन्सुलेट खुलने जा रहे हैं। साथियों, आप में से बहुत से लोगों की H-1B वीजा के रिन्यू को लेकर भी लंबे अरसे से एक डिमांड थी। अब ये निर्णय लिया गया है कि H-1B वीजा को रिन्यू करने के लिए आपको अमेरिका से बाहर नहीं जाना पड़ेगा। Thank you. अमेरिका में रहते हुए ही अब ये वीजा रिन्यू हो जाएगा। इसके लिए इस साल एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया जाएगा। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे आईटी प्रोफेशनल्स को भी होने वाला है। इस फैसले के जो भी अनुभव होंगे उसे देखते हुए यही व्यवस्था भविष्य में एल कैटेगरी वीजा के लिए भी हो सकती है। साथियों, आप भारत की हर उपलब्धि से खुश होते हैं, उसे सेलिब्रेट करते हैं। आप गर्व करते हैं जब दुनिया के इतने सारे देश यूएन हेडक्वार्टर पर योग दिवस के लिए जुटते हैं। आप गर्व करते हैं जब यहां के सुपरमार्केट में मेड इन इंडिया प्रोडक्ट दिखता है। आप गर्व करते हैं जब भारत के टैलेंट को दुनिया की बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियों को नेतृत्व देते देखते हैं। और आप गर्व करते हैं जब नाटू नाटू की धुन पर पूरी दुनिया थिरकने लगती है। और आज आप ये भी देखकर गर्व से भरे हुए हैं कैसे भारत का सामर्थ्य आज पूरे विश्व के विकास को दिशा दे रहा है। आज भारत दुनिया के उन देशों में से एक है जहां अर्थव्यवस्था इतनी तेजी से आगे बढ़ रही है। पूरी दुनिया की नजर आपके भारत पर है। आप भी सोच रहे होंगे आखिर ये कैसे हो रहा है। ये किसने किया है? साथियों, ये मैंने नहीं किया है, ये मोदी ने नहीं किया है। भारत में हो रही इस प्रगति का सबसे बड़ा कारण है भारत का आत्मविश्वास। एक 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों का आत्मविश्वास। सैकड़ों वर्षों की गुलामी ने ये आत्मविश्वास हमसे छीन लिया था। थैंक यू, थैंक यू। आज जो नया भारत हमारे सामने है उसमें वो आत्मविश्वास लौट आया है। ये वो भारत है जिसे अपना रास्ता पता है, दिशा पता है। ये वो भारत है जिसे अपने निर्णयों, अपने संकल्पों पर कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं है। ये वो भारत है जो अपने पोटेंशियल को परफॉर्मेंस में बदल रहा है। साथियों, आज नए भारत की नई ग्रोथ स्टोरी हमारे सैकड़ों टियर 2, टियर 3 शहरों में लिखी जा रही है। छोटे छोटे शहरों में संभव है कि आप भी, कई साथी शायद ऐसे ही छोटे स्थान से, ऐसे ही छोटे शहर से यहां आए होंगे। वहां का बदलता हुआ रूप आपको पता चलता होगा। आज जब आप अपने परिजनों को फोन करते हैं तो उनके पास बदलाव का कोई न कोई उदाहरण बताने के लिए वो बड़े उत्सुक होते हैं। नए नए बन रहे एक्सप्रेसवे, नई सेमी हाई स्पीड ट्रेन, एक से बढ़कर एक एयरपोर्ट, भारत आज अपने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर जितना इन्वेस्ट कर रहा है उतना पहले कभी नहीं हुआ। साथियों, भारत में पिछले वर्षों में जिस तरह डिजिटल क्रांति आई है वो तो अभूतपूर्व है। हो सकता है अब आप अपने गांव की किसी दुकान में जाए और वहां के आपके सामने बारकोड का बोर्ड हो सकता है आप कैश दें लेकिन दुकानदार कहे कि भैया मोबाइल फोन पर कोई डिजिटल पेमेंट ऐप नहीं है क्या? ये बदला हुआ भारत आपको हैरान कर देगा। आज भारत में कोई भी व्यक्ति कहीं से भी कभी भी 24/7 बैंकिंग कर सकता है। संडे हो या मंडे, बैंकिंग लेन देन पर इससे कोई फर्क नहीं होता। भारत में आ रहे ऐसे बदलावों को मैं इसके कितने उदाहरण आपको दे सकता हूं। समय कम पड़ जाएगा लेकिन भारत की उपलब्धियां कम नहीं पड़ेगी। साथियों, भारत मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी है। और अमेरिका आधुनिक लोकतंत्र का चैंपियन है। आज दुनिया इन दो महान लोकतंत्रों की साझेदारी को और सशक्त हुए देख रही है। अमेरिका हमारा सबसे बड़ा ट्रेडिंग पार्टनर है और एक्सपोर्ट डेस्टिनेशन है, लेकिन अभी हमारी पार्टनरशिप का असली पोटेंशियल सामने आना बाकी है। इस पोटेंशियल को आगे बढ़ाने में आप सबकी बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। आप सभी ने यहां बहुत नाम कमाया है। आपने अमेरिका के विकास में बहुत बड़ा योगदान दिया है। अब जब भारत ने आजादी के अमृत काल में विकसित भारत के निर्माण का संकल्प लिया है, तब आपसे अपेक्षा और अधिक बढ़ जाती है। ये भारत में अधिक से अधिक निवेश का सही अवसर है। मेरा आग्रह है कि आप भारत के एमएसएमईज और स्टार्टअप्स के साथ संभावनाओं को आगे बढ़ाएं। हमारे यंग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को प्रोत्साहित करें। भारत की ग्रोथ में आपकी स्किल, आपकी टेक्नोलॉजी और आपके एक्सपर्टाइज बहुत काम आएगी। आपको पता है, भारत में एक नई आधुनिक नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी लागू की गई है। आप में से अनेक साथी अमेरिकन यूनिवर्सिटीज में महत्वपूर्ण पदों पर है, रिसर्चर्स और एकेडमिशियंस हैं। आप अपने अल्मा मैटर्स और दूसरे भारतीय एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन के साथ जुड़ेंगे तो उसका बहुत अच्छा प्रभाव होगा। वैसे आपके प्रयासों के बीच मैं आपको दो और बातें बताना भी चाहता हूं और जिनको सुनकर के आपको जरूर अच्छा लगेगा। पहली तो ये कि भारत में गूगल्स का एआई रिसर्च सेंटर 100 से ज्यादा भारतीय भाषाओं पर काम करेगा। इससे भारत में ऐसे बच्चों को पढ़ने में, काम करने में आसानी होगी जिनकी मातृभाषा अंग्रेजी नहीं है। और दूसरी ये कि भारत सरकार की मदद से यहां यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ ह्यूस्टन में तमिल स्टडीज चेयर की स्थापना की जाएगी। इस चेयर से तमिल संस्कृति और दुनिया की सबसे प्राचीन तमिल भाषा का प्रभाव बढ़ाने में और मदद मिलेगी। और मेरी आप सबसे रिक्वेस्ट है, जब कभी भाषा की चर्चा निकले तो सीना तान करके दुनिया को कहना कि दुनिया की, मानव जात की सबसे पुरानी भाषा तमिल भाषा है और वो हमारी भाषा है। ये गर्व से कहना चाहिए, दुनिया की सबसे पहली पुरानी भाषा होने का गर्व हमारे पास है। साथियों, मुझे इस बात की भी खुशी है कि अमेरिकी सरकार ने भारत की 100 से ज्यादा एंटिक्विटीज, पुरानी मूर्तियां, चीजें जो हमारे यहां से चोरी हुई थी ना, से अधिक उसे लौटाने का फैसला लिया है। ये पुरातन वस्तुएं बरसों पहले कुछ सही रास्ते से आई होगी, कुछ गलत रास्ते से आई होगी, अलग अलग तरीकों से अंतर्राष्ट्रीय बाजार में पहुंच गई थी। इन ऐतिहासिक वस्तुओं को लौटाने के लिए मैं अमेरिकी सरकार का विशेष रूप से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। किसी दूसरे देश की भावनाओं का ये सम्मान, उसके लोगों की भावनाओं का ये सम्मान दोनों ही देशों के रिश्तों को और मजबूती देते हैं। मैं जब पिछली बार अमेरिका आया था तब भी भारत को बहुत सी पुरानी ऐतिहासिक वस्तुएं लौटाई गई थी। और आजकल दुनिया में मैं जहां भी जाता हूं ना, तो उनको लगता है ये सही व्यक्ति है। इसको सुपुर्द करो, सही जगह पे पहुंचेगी। ये दिखाता है कि भारत अमेरिका के बीच रिश्ता सिर्फ व्यापारिक ही नहीं बल्कि भावनात्मक रूप से भी मजबूत हो रहा है। साथियों, भारत और अमेरिका की पार्टनरशिप 21वीं सदी की दुनिया को फिर से बेहतर बनाने के लिए है। इस पार्टनरशिप में आप सभी की भूमिका बहुत बड़ी है और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि इस भूमिका को निभाने में आप कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़ेंगे। आपका ये भरोसा, आपका विश्वास मेरे दिल में पहले भी था, आज भी है, कल भी रहने वाला है। आप सब दूर दूर से आए, आप सबको मिलने का मुझे अवसर मिला और यहीं से सीधा एयरपोर्ट जा रहा हूं। तो जैसा भोजन के बाद आखिर में मीठी डिश होती है, ऐसी स्वीट डिश को खा करके मैं निकल रहा हूं। आप सब स्वस्थ रहें, समृद्ध रहें, इसी भावना के साथ आप सबका बहुत बहुत आभार, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
All right, that was Prime Minister Modi's yet another spirited speech as he addresses the Indian diaspora, in every way crediting them for the kind of efforts they've put to build the country, and of course the love and affection that they have for their home country. He thanks them for so much, while also listing out the kind of potential that India has, what India has done so far, on just how the kind of progress that India has seen over the years, specifically addressing the visa issue. He spoke about the H1B2 visa. H1B visa, the skilled workers visa, they do not have to anymore leave America to renew it. They can do it while staying in America itself. That's a huge move that would benefit a whole load of the population. Nearly 3 lakhs, 3 lakh H1B holders usually go from India every year. So that's a huge population there. Apart from that, he spoke about the consulates, a number of them that will be opened up, one in Bengaluru and Ahmedabad. That's also what he addressed. Speaking of the relations between India and the United States to improve significantly. He's spoken about the kind of ties between the two nations and Indian culture and ethos, the people of the Indian diaspora, taking that globally. He has credited them for building India's image outside of the country. So a mutual admiration that it was. The Indian diaspora, of course, crazy affection that they have shown for Prime Minister Modi, with cheers and chants for him, and the Prime Minister fittingly giving that affection back, returning the same love in the sense of praising them for all that they've done to achieve their American dream. That's Prime Minister Modi's last address and final one as he now takes off to Egypt, where he's going to be meeting with the head of state in Egypt and touring. He will be visiting a mosque that's been refurbished by the Bora community from Gujarat. So a lot on the agenda still. But Prime Minister Modi's energy levels top notch. One really must notice how for the last 4 days, there really nothing like a jet lag that's hit him at all. Despite the 12-hour time difference from India to the United States, Modi has been super energetic, enthusiastic, spirited in every talk and meeting that he's carried for the last 4 days. Geeta Mohan joining us live right there at the Ronald Reagan Center. Geeta, tell us more. Prime Minister Modi, yet another spirited talk. Well, you know, it's just hard for me to fathom the kind of energy that he has. We've been pulling off an all-nighter, been live the whole through the night, and that energy levels are dipping. But that man, he just manages to, you know, surprise us every time. The kind of energy he has while addressing the crowds as well. He said that in fact, says that he's catching a flight now, and this was really the best goodbye he could have possibly got.
Right.
Well, that's right. Like we were saying, Nabila, he saves the best for last. And that's what he said when he said that after a meal, one has a dessert. And this event was dessert for him. So that's the Indian community over here. It's very interesting, Nabila. They were not inside the auditorium, but every time he said something very significant, they all got up and were chanting Modi, Modi, and were saying Modi had the mumkin hai. Modi magic?
Yes, ma'am. Modi magic. Absolutely. You can see it, what he had done.
Okay, and what do you make of his speech? He made some very important points.
There are a few points that is very important, belongs to us too, and we are happy because of that points.
He spoke about visas, and that certainly hit home. Visas, the immigration policy, the fact that they can get the visa stamped here and don't have to travel back. A lot of important policy decisions that he actually spoke about.
You know what? I waited 8 years to go back home because of the same stamping issues. This is a big thing. I don't have issues now, but then, that's a big thing for us to know that our people, down there who are following the H-1B pattern are going to be, stamping here.
Absolutely. That certainly is a huge thing. Not many people would understand who do not deal with or have not had to travel to India, to America or work in America, or 8 years just to get their green card processed, or the visa stamped if you're working over here with the work permits. So significant statement, significant development when it comes to the working working community, the people who are working over here, Indians who come to work over here. Huge development, but I see some excited faces, the younger ones. How did you like Prime Minister's speech?
It was very good.
The exact name of the app in the app
I like
store
this
is
speech.
the Narendra Modi.
What about you? A lot of important statements about India, about America, and about people who are working over here.
Yeah, so the best thing we heard was the consulate in Ahmedabad.
See, again.
That's where we are from.
All right.
And the new consulate opening in Seattle. So it will help a lot of people. Plus the changes in the H-1B rules, that is a big welcome for the Indian community.
A change in H-1B rules, see, these are things that hit home for them. These are significant announcements that he's made, but not just H-1B visa. Increasing number of consulates in India and in America will certainly help them, because right now they actually have to travel to the city where a consulate or the embassy really is to get their interviews done. Nothing happens without that in-person interview, and that will change for many who will now be able to do it in Seattle, and for Indians who can now do it in Ahmedabad. So for a Gujarati or somebody hailing from Gujarat, it's a huge development.
I'm from Gujarat.
Okay.
I would like to add one more point regarding AI, artificial intelligence. Modi has given us a very different definition of AI, American, Indian, right? In context of that, I would like to add one more symbol or slogan. Shastri ji had given Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan. Modi ji has given Jai Vigyan. Aaj ka zamana hai. After AI definition, I would like to add one more slogan, Jai Sangyan.
Okay.
Jai Sangyan is like it's a time of knowledge.
Okay.
We have to spread the knowledge. And thank you.
Time to spread knowledge. But Prime Minister Narendra Modi is okay. We'll just come to a few more people over here. What did you make of the speech?
I mean, he's doing everything for our country, good and well. I mean, he's the best Prime Minister.
Okay.
And that's what I can say. I mean,
A lot of them have moved. Sir,
Yes. What you say?
what did you make of Prime Minister's speech?
The Prime Minister's speech is not only motivation for us, but it's also motivation for the Indo-American relationship. That's what it stands for.
Okay.
And that's what we are here for.
Okay. They were quite enthusiastic. We saw you all cheer. Now the room has quietened, but I'd want you to show the enthusiasm that you were showing when Prime Minister Modi made some important statements. What was the level of excitement and why were you that excited? What was the biggest takeaway for you?
Biggest takeaway was that even if he's being far from us, he feels all our pain point. And all the things he says, it looks like he's touching us. Everything he sees, it feels like he's so close to us.
Okay. And you, sir?
So one of the unique things about Mr. Modi is like, the way he connects with people. The simple things that he talks about, those are our every day-to-day, pain points. So that's one of the things that actually enables everybody to connect with him at a personal level. So that's very unique about him, and I think that's a very important quality that helps him lead the world. The other thing that he mentioned was, the mindset about the slave mindset, right? We have been under that for like couple of centuries, and we have just started to come out of it. And the way we are actually going to lead, that's actually true. We are going to lead as Indians wherever we stay. There's a very strong, cohesion about how we're going to lead the world.
Right. Also, stolen artifacts. The fact that they're all coming back, quite a few of the stolen artifacts have come back, in itself is a significant move by various countries, ensuring that what is India's goes back to India.
Yeah, so this is absolutely phenomenal. I mean, I've never heard anybody doing that, returning artifacts, hundreds of them. It's only possible because Modi can do it. And it is not only that, as Modi ji said, it is the relationship. It's because of the trust that America, right, the warm relationship between America and India, it's going to grow more and more. This is a new chapter in our history, at least from a business perspective, from a relationship point of view. So we are going to see something new. I wish the Western media, the American media was here. Unfortunately, they are not there, but it is a message to them that they should cover this because it's not only for India, it's combined for America because things are changing now. So,
right.
Yeah.
What do you have to say, ma'am?
I'm here from Silicon Valley, and I'm a venture capitalist in life sciences, biotech, medtech. It was phenomenal to see how Modi ji said there's a new disruption of AI, and the AI is America, India, not only just artificial intelligence. And he summed it up by including women, including innovation, including immigration, economic entrepreneurship, and making sure that from tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, everybody is impacted. The best part is that he really cares. It comes through in spades. He cares about every Indian, whether they are living in India or myself as an American citizen. We love the fact that there's a home always in India for us, because he cares wherever he is.
He almost said that he saved the best for last, and that this was a dessert.
This was the dessert. I mean, just those little things, they really changed the whole complexion rather than feeling we were the last. So I did attend several. I went to the joint session. I went to the White House. All of the different aspects that I could attend. And it was phenomenal. I was also did yoga with Modi ji in New York.
You actually traveled. What about you, sir? Anything that was a big takeaway for you?
I attended yesterday's joint Congress session as well, and you could see that the receptiveness of Modi ji, not just as a world leader, but he was very well welcomed in USA as well by both sides, Democrats and Republicans. That's a big phenomenon. It's hardly they get together with the bipartisan support, but you could see that Modi ji has that kind of, I would say, charisma and groundwork as a true world leader. He believes in peace, and he has worked, and he's been accepted by everyone.
He also does a very important thing in these diaspora events, Nabila, which is sums up what transpired in the country that he's traveling. Over here, in his speech, he spoke about the very important deals, whether it's the jet engine deal, whether it's the technology and defense cooperation. For that matter, the most important aspect in space collaboration he spoke about was the Artemis Accord. So he mentions all those achievements that he could sum up for the audience when it comes to India-US relations and his visit particularly this time around. So that's something that he does, but he also gives a world view of how India is perceived now by America and how America is perceived by India and the Indian administration. So a lot of positivity when it comes to the ties. And there was a lot of humor also that he added. But like most of them were saying, and if I could ask Kirpal to join me along, a lot of the human aspects for people over here, the pain points that they keep talking about was the visa issue. Here dinner has been served, so yes, a lot of people have started having the dinner, but the pain points have been visas. If I could come to you, ma'am, how did you like Prime Minister Modi's speech? What was the most important thing according to you?
I enjoyed his speech, even though I don't speak Hindi as fluently as
What do you speak? Gujarati?
Telugu.
Telugu? Oh, you're from Andhra.
Yep. But I could get the message, the intensity, and the commitment he has for the growth of India. It's unparalleled. I am so impressed, and I've always been a Modi fan, but this has just strengthened my, all my affection and love and support for him.
He also adds a lot of humor to the conversation. He makes it conversational, which is why every now and again, when he adds something that makes a light comment about something, you see the audience inside was certainly standing up and chanting Modi, Modi. But the audience outside also was doing it, although they all knew that Prime Minister Modi was not actually seeing them or could see them. But is there any important takeaway from the speech?
So I've been following him for quite some time. I was at Kennedy Center before this event as well. So a lot of takeaways, especially he focused a lot on aviation and defense industry. And one thing that kind of struck my chord is where he said for Indian Americans like us, and for my children, because I'm very focused on not only my generation, my children's generation, next generation as well. He said he set the ground right for all of us. Now if it is up to us to kind of reap the benefits and also continue to sow. And I think that is something that I'll take it back to my children and say, hey, you have like somebody like a father figure or grandfather figure that has set everything right for you. We couldn't say that to 20 years back when we came to United States. So you really have to move this forward.
There is a forward movement and momentum that we've seen of the Indo-US ties for a while now. It's not new, but the trajectory certainly has become has taken a different leap altogether when it comes to the pace and the speed in which we're seeing the growth in ties. How did you find the speech? What was your biggest takeaway?
So the biggest takeaway is he has instilled a new level of confidence in Indian businessmen, the Indian academicians, the Indian students, the Indian engineering people here, that they all need to now connect with a different motivation and inspiration back to the motherland. And this new kind of aura that he has created of Indo-America partnership that has to be leveraged by all of us to strengthen not only the ties but for the economic development, for the social development and for the education development on both sides.
Well, that's again, Nabila, quite true. The fact that Prime Minister Narendra Modi engaged a whole lot of people from various sectors, various fields and various expertise when it comes to focusing on in a particular area. He met with academicians, he met with scientists, Nobel laureates, astrophysicists in New York. Over here with business honchos, business tycoons. The business roundtable that he had included Indian businessmen like Mukesh Ambani. And the conversation, again, like the gentleman over here said, was clearly to ensure that there is a boost in confidence for the businessmen to look at and look to India, even if they're considering investing in India. So a very important aspect when it comes to confidence building. What about you?
Yeah, madam, see, we have some of the problems for centuries. For example, Ram Mandir, it's solved, and the major problem in US being H1B, it's been pending for over, I would say, 30 years. See, the greatest quality of any leader is he has done everything, and every Indian is thankful for him rest of our life, but he has given back that credit to each American Indian. That is the quality and a true trait of a leader. When it is a successful venture, he has given back that credit to all Indians, all 1.4 billion Indians and all 4 million Indians. And when something is going wrong or bad, he takes the responsibility.
That was the theme over here. The overriding theme over here was the contribution of Indian Americans in building America and the American society. While they talk about shared values, both the countries, the leaders, and shared culture, the values and culture have been very, very different. But because of the growing Indian community's presence in America, there is a shared aspect of how Indian culture and Indian values have become a part of the American society as well. So a lot of people over here who got up to hail Prime Minister Modi. What was your biggest takeaway from the speech?
Well, it's a new era for the relationship between India and the United States now, right? So we've had prime ministers come and go, but what Modi ji has done in the last 9 years, it's a strategic partnership. It's a completely different type of relationship where U.S. respects India as an equal partner and wants to collaborate, wants to partner with the two largest democracies. It's a big shift in U.S. thinking about India as well.
So, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has given also a world view, broadened it, zoomed out, and spoke about how India on the global map now looks different, and how countries view it also is very different. From this very stage, he said goodbye, and he left for Egypt. It's not like he's going home directly. There is another very important visit, and that is to Egypt. That also will carry a lot of weight and importance. India engaging North Africa, the Muslim world, and ensuring that Egypt, also inviting Egypt as a special guest at the G20, ensuring that Egypt, which is a very important country in that region, also is engaged with. President Sisi was the chief guest at the Republic Day function, and now we will be seeing the second leg of the two-nation tour of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But coming back to America and the major deliverables over here, looking at people, looking at how the entire visit has been viewed, it is indeed historic. A state visit, a very important visit at that when it comes to India and America. This is in the last year of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's second tenure and the last year of President Biden's first tenure. Both will be looking at elections, and they're all prepared. Looking at their own constituency, they would have wanted a successful visit of Prime Minister Modi, and it really happened because this was a visit that had a lot of deliverables, especially in the defense cooperation sector. The thrust was not just technology sharing and the fact that there's going to be complete trust when it comes to technology transfer. It's also about how India has pushed for and asked America to ensure that if they're buying from India or if they're looking at it, if they're selling to India, then when they're manufacturing, they should source from India. If they're manufacturing out of America and they're looking to sell stuff to India, then they should look at manufacturing in India. And that joint cooperation comes about with the GE F414 jet engine deal with HAL. So the B2B, B2Gs continue, but the G2G level has certainly gone really up when it comes to not just the deals, not just the strategic and the economic aspect, but also the personal aspect. We've not seen a president of the United States of America always go out of the way to meet an Indian premier on every occasion. In the past few occasions, outside of the state visit, where President Biden did go out of the way with a private dinner, the Indian community in throngs on the south lawns of White House, and not like it has not happened in the past. During Manmohan Singh's time also, there was an Indian community event, but certainly not in the scale, the mass and scale of the event was unmatched. And of course, then the finer touches. First Lady looking into what the spread is going to be, taking into account the fact that International Military Year was announced by India, that was part of the menu. The performances at White House included Indian American students from Pennsylvania University. They call themselves Penn Masala, taking from Penn Masala. So those were nuances in terms of personal ties, and that really reflects and translates into how people over here react. Let's go across. Before I toss back, let's go across. Just before you leave, I know you're almost done and you're calling it a night. Come on. What was your biggest takeaway from the speech that you heard?
No, it was very inspirational. I think this is kind of a pivotal moment for U.S.-India relations, and being an Indian American, it makes us very proud, just to see the two countries coming together and India coming so forward. I think India has a potential to be a superpower, just like the U.S. or any other country.
So I think, I totally agree with her, but being second generation from our parents from India and giving a lot of opportunity, just seeing that continued alliance and the commitment of that happening as well, like supporting women and how much like they're doing for in India now, like in supporting like technology and just really the infrastructure to create more financial strength. So I'm very happy with whatever I heard. Thank you.
Right. Just one more question. Prime Minister Modi, when he came last time around, and when he's traveled abroad, he's always asked the Indian community outside, Indian Americans outside, to convince your own friends over here to travel to India, explore India, see India. Have you done that with your friends since you're second generation here?
So my wife and I, last time we went was just about
a few
6 months ago.
Yeah.
4 months ago.
Right. We went to Ajanta, Ellora. Every time we go, we see something new, and it's such a beautiful.
Do you take American friends along? So you also are part of...
Yeah, I mean, sometimes many of our American friends have been, if there's a wedding, sometimes American friends will come along too, so.
Maybe for the summit, the G20 summit's going to be there, that we'll try to go back, so that'll be exciting. But we go all the time, and we try to encourage our friends as well, because there's a lot to see there.
Okay, so do you want to say something?
Yes, I'm a chairman of the Peripheral World Media. And
what is it that you? What was the biggest takeaway from the speech of the Prime Minister?
I think the speech of the Prime Minister says that there is a lot of understanding between President Biden or U.S. administration and Indian administration, and out of that, two highlights are: one is GE going to start manufacturing the engines, GE engine, fighter jet engine into the India. And that will give us India not only manufacturing facility, jobs, but in case of the war with the China, then we can use that fighter plane without...
I get it. Everybody over here now has started understanding the nuances of strategic importance of manufacturing in India, and that's why they say if ever China does something, then we should be prepared, and this is working towards that preparedness.
All right. What a fantastic 4-day state visit it's been. Thank you very much, Geeta. Of course, India Today has been really bringing our viewers every aspect of this very important strategic state visit of Prime Minister Modi to the United States. This is the first that he's been invited to. In every way, this was iconic, unprecedented, and has now established greater ties with the United States. When it comes to trade, bilateral talks in every sense, this was one of the most important meets in recent times. I'm going to cut across finally as I leave you here with Prime Minister Modi's very spirited speech that he gave right towards the end to the Indian diaspora, where he spoke about India's growth journey and where we could see it in the years to come.
Namaste. आप लोगों ने इस हॉल में एक प्रकार से भारत का फुल मैप बना दिया है। हिंदुस्तान के हर कोने के लोग यहां नजर आ रहे हैं। आप यहां दूर दूर से आए हैं। ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे मिनी इंडिया उमड़ा है। अमेरिका में एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की इतनी सुंदर तस्वीर दिखाने के लिए मैं आप सबको हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। साथियों, यहां अमेरिका में मुझे जितना प्यार, जितना स्नेह मिल रहा है वो वाकई अद्भुत है। और इसका श्रेय यहां अमेरिका में आपकी मेहनत, आपके व्यवहार, अमेरिका के विकास में आपके योगदान को जाता है। मैं अमेरिका में रहने वाली मां भारती की हर संतान का अभिनंदन करता हूं। मैं प्रेसिडेंट बाइडेन का भी आभारी हूं। बीते 3 दिनों में लगातार हम साथ रहे। बहुत सारे विषयों पर हमारी खुल करके बातचीत हुई और मैं अनुभव से कहता हूं, वे एक सुलझे हुए अनुभवी नेता है। भारत अमेरिका पार्टनरशिप को एक नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाने वाले व्यक्तिगत रूप से उनका बहुत प्रयास रहा है और मैं सार्वजनिक रूप से उनके इस प्रयासों की सराहना करता हूं। साथियों, इन 3 दिनों में भारत और अमेरिका के पारस्परिक रिश्तों की एक नई और गौरवशाली यात्रा प्रारंभ हुई है। ये नई यात्रा ग्लोबल स्ट्रैटेजिक इश्यूज पर हमारे कन्वर्जेंस की है। ये नई यात्रा मेक इन इंडिया, मेक फॉर द वर्ल्ड, उसको लेकर हमारे कोऑपरेशन की है। टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में हमारा आपे दोनों देश एक बेहतर भविष्य की ओर मजबूत कदम उठा रहे हैं। जनरल इलेक्ट्रिक कंपनी का भारत में फाइटर प्लेन के इंजन बनाने का फैसला भारत के डिफेंस सेक्टर के लिए ये मील का पत्थर साबित होगा। ये समझौता करके अमेरिका सिर्फ टेक्नोलॉजी ही शेयर नहीं करेगा, बल्कि म्यूचुअल ट्रस्ट को भी शेयर करेगा। डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल कोऑपरेशन रोडमैप से दोनों देशों के बीच पार्टनरशिप और गहरी होने वाली है। मैं इस यात्रा के दौरान माइक्रॉन, गूगल, एप्लाइड मटेरियल जैसी दिग्गज कंपनियों ने भी भारत में बड़े इन्वेस्टमेंट की घोषणा की है। माइक्रॉन द्वारा सेमीकंडक्टर सेक्टर में $2.5 बिलियन का इन्वेस्टमेंट भारत को वर्ल्ड सेमीकंडक्टर चेन से जोड़ने वाला है। एप्लाइड मटेरियल्स द्वारा भारत में सेमीकंडक्टर इक्विपमेंट के लिए $400 मिलियन का निवेश अब भारत में अपना ग्लोबल फिनटेक सेंटर खोलने जा रहा है। बोइंग ने भी भारत में $100 मिलियन के निवेश का ऐलान किया है। एमआरओ फैसिलिटी हो, पायलट्स की ट्रेनिंग का प्रोग्राम हो, बोइंग कंपनी इस दिशा में भी अपना सहयोग बढ़ाएगी। ये सारे समझौते, ये सारी घोषणाएं भारत में इन्वेस्टमेंट के साथ साथ जॉब क्रिएशन, रोजगार, हाई टेक्नोलॉजी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और इनोवेशन को बढ़ावा देगी। साथियों, भारत अमेरिका ने जो आर्टेमिस अकॉर्ड साइन किया है, वो अंतरिक्ष में बहुत सारी संभावनाओं के द्वार खोलने जा रहा है। नासा का आर्टेमिस प्रोग्राम मून से लेकर मंगल तक के मिशन के लिए अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा है। इस प्रोग्राम से भारत जुड़ेगा तो दोनों ही देशों को फायदा होगा। नासा के साथ मिलकर स्पेस में भारतीय एस्ट्रोनॉट भेजने को लेकर भी बात आगे बढ़ी है। इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन में भेजने के लिए नासा द्वारा भारतीय एस्ट्रोनॉट्स को एडवांस ट्रेनिंग भी दी जाएगी। और इसलिए ही मैंने कल कहा, स्काई इज नॉट द लिमिट। साथियों, ये सारे समझौते, ये एग्रीमेंट्स सिर्फ कुछ नीतियों को आगे बढ़ाना मात्र नहीं है, ये भारत अमेरिका के करोड़ों लोगों के भाग्य को नई ऊंचाई देने का काम हुआ है। टुगेदर we are not just forming policies and agreements. We are shaping lives, dreams, and destinies. साथियों, आप में से बहुत सारे लोग यहां बरसों से अमेरिका में रह रहे हैं। यहां आप अपने जीवन में, अपनी दिनचर्या में व्यस्त रहते हैं, लेकिन मैं ये भी जानता हूं कि आपका मन, आपका दिल भारत में भी लगा रहता है। और इसलिए आपकी सहूलियत ये भी भारत की प्राथमिकता है। आपकी जरूरतों को देखते हुए भारत इस साल सिएटल में एक नया कॉन्सुलेट खोलने जा रहा है। इतना ही नहीं, इसके अलावा भी अमेरिका के 2 और शहरों में भारतीय कॉन्सुलेट खोले जाएंगे। मैं जानता हूं आपकी चिट्ठियां शुरू हो जाएगी, हमारे यहां हो, हमारे यहां हो। देखिए, शुरू हो गया। आप लोग पक्का कर लीजिए। और एक बात अच्छा ये भी है कि अब अहमदाबाद और बेंगलुरु में भी अमेरिका के नए कॉन्सुलेट खुलने जा रहे हैं। साथियों, आप में से बहुत से लोगों की H-1B वीजा के रिन्यू को लेकर भी लंबे अरसे से एक डिमांड थी। अब ये निर्णय लिया गया है कि H-1B वीजा को रिन्यू करने के लिए आपको अमेरिका से बाहर नहीं जाना पड़ेगा। Thank you. अमेरिका में रहते हुए ही अब ये वीजा रिन्यू हो जाएगा। इसके लिए इस साल एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया जाएगा। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे आईटी प्रोफेशनल्स को भी होने वाला है। इस फैसले के जो भी अनुभव होंगे उसे देखते हुए यही व्यवस्था भविष्य में एल कैटेगरी वीजा के लिए भी हो सकती है। साथियों, आप भारत की हर उपलब्धि से खुश होते हैं, उसे सेलिब्रेट करते हैं। आप गर्व करते हैं जब दुनिया के इतने सारे देश यूएन हेडक्वार्टर पर योग दिवस के लिए जुटते हैं। आप गर्व करते हैं जब यहां के सुपरमार्केट्स में मेड इन इंडिया प्रोडक्ट दिखता है। आप गर्व करते हैं जब भारत के टैलेंट को दुनिया की बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियों को नेतृत्व देते देखते हैं। और आप गर्व करते हैं जब नाटू नाटू की धुन पर पूरी दुनिया थिरकने लगती है। और आज आप ये भी देखकर गर्व से भरे हुए हैं कैसे भारत का सामर्थ्य आज पूरे विश्व के विकास को दिशा दे रहा है। आज भारत दुनिया के उन देशों में से एक है जहां अर्थव्यवस्था इतनी तेजी से आगे बढ़ रही है। पूरी दुनिया की नजर आपके भारत पर है। आप भी सोच रहे होंगे आखिर ये कैसे हो रहा है। ये किसने किया है? साथियों, ये मैंने नहीं किया है, ये मोदी ने नहीं किया है। भारत में हो रही इस प्रगति का सबसे बड़ा कारण है भारत का आत्मविश्वास। एक 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों का आत्मविश्वास, सैकड़ों वर्षों की गुलामी ने ये आत्मविश्वास हमसे छीन लिया था। थैंक यू। आज जो नया भारत हमारे सामने है, उसमें वो आत्मविश्वास लौट आया है। ये वो भारत है जिसे अपना रास्ता पता है, दिशा पता है। ये वो भारत है जिसे अपने निर्णयों, अपने संकल्पों पर कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं है। ये वो भारत है जो अपने पोटेंशियल को परफॉर्मेंस में बदल रहा है। साथियों, आज नए भारत की नई ग्रोथ स्टोरी हमारे सैकड़ों टियर 2, टियर 3 शहरों में लिखी जा रही है। छोटे छोटे शहरों में संभव है कि आप भी, कई साथी शायद ऐसे ही छोटे स्थान से, ऐसे ही छोटे शहर से यहां आए होंगे। वहां का बदलता हुआ रूप आपको पता चलता होगा। आज जब आप अपने परिजनों को फोन करते हैं तो उनके पास बदलाव का कोई न कोई उदाहरण बताने के लिए वो बड़े उत्सुक होते हैं। नए नए बन रहे एक्सप्रेसवे, नई सेमी हाई स्पीड ट्रेन, एक से बढ़कर एक एयरपोर्ट। भारत आज अपने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर जितना इन्वेस्ट कर रहा है उतना पहले कभी नहीं हुआ। साथियों, भारत में पिछले वर्षों में जिस तरह डिजिटल क्रांति आई है वो तो अभूतपूर्व है। हो सकता है अब आप अपने गांव की किसी दुकान में जाए और वहां के आपके सामने बारकोड का बोर्ड हो सकता है आप कैश दें, लेकिन दुकानदार कहे कि भैया मोबाइल फोन पर कोई डिजिटल पेमेंट ऐप नहीं है क्या? ये बदला हुआ भारत आपको हैरान कर देगा। आज भारत में कोई भी व्यक्ति कहीं से भी कभी भी 24/7 बैंकिंग कर सकता है। संडे हो या मंडे, बैंकिंग लेन देन पर इससे कोई फर्क नहीं होता। भारत में आ रहे ऐसे बदलावों को मैं इसके कितने उदाहरण आपको दे सकता हूं। समय कम पड़ जाएगा, लेकिन भारत की उपलब्धियां कम नहीं पड़ेगी। साथियों, भारत मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी है। और अमेरिका आधुनिक लोकतंत्र का चैंपियन है। आज दुनिया इन दो महान लोकतंत्रों की साझेदारी को और सशक्त हुए देख रही है। अमेरिका हमारा सबसे बड़ा ट्रेडिंग पार्टनर है और एक्सपोर्ट डेस्टिनेशन है, लेकिन अभी हमारी पार्टनरशिप का असली पोटेंशियल सामने आना बाकी है। इस पोटेंशियल को आगे बढ़ाने में आप सबकी बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। आप सभी ने यहां बहुत नाम कमाया है। आपने अमेरिका के विकास में बहुत बड़ा योगदान दिया है। अब जब भारत ने आजादी के अमृत काल में विकसित भारत के निर्माण का संकल्प लिया है, तब आपसे अपेक्षा और अधिक बढ़ जाती है। ये भारत में अधिक से अधिक निवेश का सही अवसर है। मेरा आग्रह है कि आप भारत के एमएसएमईज और स्टार्टअप्स के साथ संभावनाओं को आगे बढ़ाएं। हमारे यंग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को प्रोत्साहित करें। भारत की ग्रोथ में आपकी स्किल, आपकी टेक्नोलॉजी और आपके एक्सपर्टाइज बहुत काम आएगी। आपको पता है, भारत में एक नई आधुनिक नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी लागू की गई है। आप में से अनेक साथी अमेरिकन यूनिवर्सिटीज में महत्वपूर्ण पदों पर है। रिसर्चर्स और एकेडमिशियंस हैं। आप अपने अल्मा मेटर्स और दूसरे भारतीय एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन के साथ जुड़ेंगे तो उसका बहुत अच्छा प्रभाव होगा। वैसे आपके प्रयासों के बीच मैं आपको दो और बातें बताना भी चाहता हूं और जिनको सुनकर के आपको जरूर अच्छा लगेगा। पहली तो ये कि भारत में गूगल्स का एआई रिसर्च सेंटर 100 से ज्यादा भारतीय भाषाओं पर काम करेगा। इससे भारत में ऐसे बच्चों को पढ़ने में, काम करने में आसानी होगी जिनकी मातृभाषा अंग्रेजी नहीं है। और दूसरी ये कि भारत सरकार की मदद से यहां यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ ह्यूस्टन में तमिल स्टडीज चेयर की स्थापना की जाएगी। इस चेयर से तमिल संस्कृति और दुनिया की सबसे प्राचीन तमिल भाषा का प्रभाव बढ़ाने में और मदद मिलेगी। और मेरी आप सबसे रिक्वेस्ट है, जब कभी भाषा की चर्चा निकले तो सीना तान करके दुनिया को कहना कि दुनिया की, मानव जात की सबसे पुरानी भाषा तमिल भाषा है और वो हमारी भाषा है। ये गर्व से कहना चाहिए, दुनिया की सबसे पहली पुरानी भाषा होने का गर्व हमारे पास है। साथियों, मुझे इस बात की भी खुशी है कि अमेरिकी सरकार ने भारत की 100 से ज्यादा एंटिक्विटीज, पुरानी मूर्तियां, चीजें जो हमारे यहां से चोरी हुई थी ना, सौ से अधिक उसे लौटाने का फैसला लिया है। ये पुरातन वस्तुएं बरसों पहले कुछ सही रास्ते से आई होगी, कुछ गलत रास्ते से आई होगी, अलग अलग तरीकों से अंतर्राष्ट्रीय बाजार में पहुंच गई थी। इन ऐतिहासिक वस्तुओं को लौटाने के लिए मैं अमेरिकी सरकार का विशेष रूप से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। किसी दूसरे देश की भावनाओं का सम्मान, उसके लोगों की भावनाओं का सम्मान दोनों ही देशों के रिश्तों को और मजबूती देते हैं। मैं जब पिछली बार अमेरिका आया था तब भी भारत को बहुत सी पुरानी ऐतिहासिक वस्तुएं लौटाई गई थी। और आजकल दुनिया में मैं जहां भी जाता हूं ना, तो उनको लगता है ये सही व्यक्ति है। इसको सुपुर्द करो, सही जगह पे पहुंचेगी। ये दिखाता है कि भारत अमेरिका के बीच रिश्ता सिर्फ व्यापारिक ही नहीं बल्कि भावनात्मक रूप से भी मजबूत हो रहा है। साथियों, भारत और अमेरिका की पार्टनरशिप 21वीं सदी की दुनिया को फिर से बेहतर बनाने के लिए है। इस पार्टनरशिप में आप सभी की भूमिका बहुत बड़ी है और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि इस भूमिका को निभाने में आप कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़ेंगे। आपका ये भरोसा, आपका विश्वास मेरे दिल में पहले भी था, आज भी है, कल भी रहने वाला है। आप सब दूर दूर से आए, आप सबको मिलने का मुझे अवसर मिला और यहीं से सीधा एयरपोर्ट जा रहा हूं। तो जैसा भोजन के बाद आखिर में मीठी डिश होती है, ऐसी स्वीट डिश को खा करके मैं निकल रहा हूं। आप सब स्वस्थ रहें, समृद्ध रहें, इसी भावना के साथ आप सबका बहुत बहुत आभार।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today Newsmo.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
You are watching India Today.
Hello, very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Murdani. Let's get started with the headlines in this edition first this early Saturday morning. Prime Minister Modi's mega Diaspora Connect in Washington, D.C. says India is shaping world's vikas, hails India-US ties.
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की.
US President Biden's special gift for Modi, a t-shirt with his quotes on AI. The print reads, "Future is AI, America and India." US Vice President Kamala Harris, State Secretary Antony Blinken host state luncheon for Prime Minister Modi. This after Biden's hosted a dinner for the Prime Minister. Prime Minister Modi meets CEOs on final day of the US visit. The meeting marked by pledges of deeper US-India cooperation on areas including space, artificial intelligence and quantum computing. We have some news just coming in this morning. After action-packed visit to the US, the Prime Minister is now leaving for Egypt. He's going to Cairo. The Prime Minister is all set to visit the 11th century Al-Hakim Mosque here during his two-day visit to Egypt. Beginning on Saturday, the Prime Minister's visit to the mosque is scheduled as the first event of the last day of his two-day program in Egypt's sprawling capital of Cairo. The Prime Minister will spend nearly half an hour at the Al-Hakim Mosque, a historic and prominent mosque in Cairo, named after Al-Hakim al-Bi Amra Allah, the 16th Fatimid Caliph. The Prime Minister is going to be in Egypt for 2 days now. He in fact has departed for Egypt. These are pictures coming in right now of the Prime Minister leaving for Cairo in these visuals. Well, after an action-packed visit to America, the Prime Minister is leaving for Egypt. He's all set to visit the 11th century Al-Hakim Mosque here during his two-day visit. In fact, Egypt has also spoken about the fact that the Prime Minister's visit is indeed going to be a game changer for bilateral ties. Besides the co-production of military equipment, this is what really is on the agenda. The two sides to discuss Egypt's offer of a dedicated slot for India within the Suez Canal economic zone. Also, the Prime Minister's visit to Egypt is really being seen as a game changer for bilateral ties, with the two sides expected to put in place arrangements to ramp up cooperation in areas ranging from security to trade and investment. This is what the Egyptian ambassador has said. Besides the co-production of military equipment, the two sides will discuss Egypt's offer of a dedicated slot for India within the Suez Canal economic zone. Indian investments in green hydrogen and tourism are other areas with great potential, is what has been said by Egypt.
Yeah, just some of our favorite photos for the last few days. So it's
The Prime Minister's mosque visit in Egypt also sending a message to Indian Muslims there, particularly Dawoodi Bohra Muslims, seen to be as supporters of the Prime Minister. And the Prime Minister, of course, has had a very warm relationship with the Dawoodi Bohras for many years. He is visiting the Imam Al-Hakim Biamra Allah Mosque, which is a nearly 1,000-year-old structure in the heart of the Egyptian capital of Cairo. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi on your screens right now, leaving for Egypt after his very eventful two-day visit to the US. The Prime Minister is going to be in Egypt for 2 days. And this has been welcomed by authorities in Egypt, talking about the fact that this indeed is going to be a landmark step vis-a-vis the bilateral ties that India shares with Egypt. Also speaking about the fact that greater Indian presence in the Suez region is welcome. The Prime Minister is all set to reach Cairo today. He is now departed for Cairo. He is going to be in Egypt for the next 2 days. A series of engagements in New York and Washington that the Prime Minister just concluded, and will have a series of engagements in Egypt as well. He is visiting Egypt upon the invitation of President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi. The visit holds immense significance that it marks Modi's first trip to Egypt ever and serves as the first official bilateral visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Egypt since 1997. Well, there have been intermittent visits in the past as well, but this one is particularly important because this is a state official bilateral visit. Particularly the visits in the past were multilateral visits. The Prime Minister's visit to Egypt also follows President el-Sisi's visit to India as a chief guest on Republic Day, signifying wholly the strengthening of bilateral ties and the mutual desire to enhance cooperation between the two nations. First, there is going to be a ceremonial welcome at the airport today, after which a brief interaction with the Egyptian Prime Minister, a roundtable with the Egyptian Prime Minister, interaction with the Indian community, meeting with the Grand Mufti of Egypt, and interaction with Egyptian thought leaders. Tomorrow, which is a Sunday, there is going to be a visit to the Al-Hakim Mosque, visit of the Heliopolis War Memorial, welcome of Prime Minister by the Egyptian President, and this is going to happen at the Presidential Palace, one-to-one meeting between the leaders, extended level talks, signing of strategic partnership documents or MOUs, press statements, and then of course conferring of the Order of the Nile. A lunch is going to be hosted by the Egyptian President. Tomorrow, sometime in the evening, the Prime Minister returns back home. An action-packed visit to America, the Prime Minister is headed for Cairo right now. He's going to Egypt. Let's now take a look at the top highlights from the Prime Minister's last day in the Washington, D.C. U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris and Secretary of State Antony Blinken hosted a luncheon for the Prime Minister at the State Department. Samosa, khichdi, mango halwa and masala chai were among the other delicacies at the White House. U.S. President Joe Biden gifted a special T-shirt to the Prime Minister with the Prime Minister's quote on AI. Early during his speech at the U.S. Congress, the Prime Minister quoted AI as momentous America-India ties. Prime Prime Minister Narendra Modi met top business leaders including CEOs of Boeing, Amazon and Google. Also tech honcho Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google. Modi's meeting with Boeing CEO Dave Calhoun comes on the heels of Air India signing orders of over 200 jets earlier this week from Boeing. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in his address to young entrepreneurs at the Kennedy Center in Washington, hailed the technology handshake as a direct message to companies and businesses of both the countries. Award-winning international singer Mary Milvin performed the national anthem of India at the Ronald Reagan building in Washington, D.C. On the final leg of the U.S. visit as a state guest, the Indian Prime Minister addressed the Indian community at the Ronald Reagan building in Washington, D.C. His much-anticipated address began with international singer Mary Milvin rendering India's national anthem. The Prime Minister also announced that Indian origin members will not have to leave the U.S. for an H-1B visa from now. He also announced that the United States will open new consulates in Bengaluru and Ahmedabad. Lauding the several deals during his maiden state visit, the Prime Minister announced that India-US ties had embarked on a glorious new journey by converging on global strategic issues, technology transfer, manufacturing cooperation and much more. Chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai and Vande Mataram reverberated inside the building.
आप में से बहुत से लोगों की H-1B वीजा के रिन्यू को लेकर भी लंबे अरसे से एक डिमांड थी। अब ये निर्णय लिया गया है कि H-1B वीजा को रिन्यू करने के लिए आपको अमेरिका से बाहर नहीं जाना पड़ेगा। Thank you. अमेरिका में रहते हुए ही अब ये वीजा रिन्यू हो जाएगा। इसके लिए इस साल एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया जाएगा। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे आईटी प्रोफेशनल्स को भी होने वाला है। इस फैसले के जो भी अनुभव होंगे उसे देखते हुए यही व्यवस्था भविष्य में एल कैटेगरी वीजा के लिए भी हो सकती है। आप में से बहुत सारे लोग यहां बरसों से अमेरिका में रह रहे हैं। यहां आप अपने जीवन में, अपनी दिनचर्या में व्यस्त रहते हैं, लेकिन मैं ये भी जानता हूं कि आपका मन, आपका दिल भारत में भी लगा रहता है। और इसलिए आपकी सहूलियत ये भी भारत की प्राथमिकता है। आपकी जरूरतों को देखते हुए भारत इस साल सिएटल में एक नया कॉन्सुलेट खोलने जा रहा है।
On the final day of his U.S. state visit, the Prime Minister and President Biden participated in an India-U.S. high-tech handshake event at the White House. Several leading Indian and American CEOs of tech companies and startups took part in the event aimed at deepening technological collaborations between the two countries. The Prime Minister met Google CEO Sundar Pichai, Amazon CEO Andrew Jassy, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella, Apple CEO Tim Cook, among other business leaders. NASA astronaut Sunita Williams, Mahindra Group CEO Anand Mahindra, Zerodha co-founder Nikhil Kamath and Mukesh Ambani from Reliance Industries were also present in this event. He underlined the immense potential of harnessing Indian-US tech cooperation for socio-economic growth. President Biden gifted a special T-shirt to the Prime Minister with latter's quote on AI. Remember, the Prime Minister in his historic US Congress address had hailed the momentous development in AI, which is America and India.
एक उज्जवल भविष्य की आशा अपेक्षा के संकल्प के साथ हम सब लोग राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन का जो विजन है, भारत के जो एस्पिरेशंस हैं, राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन के पास जो ताकत है और भारत के पास जो संभावनाएं हैं, उन सबको लेकर के आगे चलने का एक मक्कम निर्धार का ये अवसर है। और इसके लिए मैं सचमुच में मेरे मित्र रहमान को बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं कि उन्होंने भारत की यात्रा की, काफी समय निकाला और उन्होंने खुद ने जो अनुभव किया और उन्होंने आकर के यहाँ इसको आगे बढ़ाया। मैं आपका भी आभारी हूँ। राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन जी का जितना आभार करूँ उतना कम है। मैं फिर एक बार आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ।
We're sticking up for our values and the vision of the world. And so our partnership between India and the United States will go a long way, in my view, to define what the 21st century looks like. And our technological cooperation will be a big part of defining our partnership. So look forward to continue working with all of you and on our voyage of discovery, as was referenced, and to building a better future.
I had a very good and productive conversation with Prime Minister Modi. I think we share a number of goals together in India. Very interested in helping create more jobs, helping digitize more small and medium-sized businesses, and then helping more Indian companies and products be able to be exported all around the world.
Most important takeaway is the Prime Minister's passion for India's development, the welcome mat to business and investment and opportunity is, I think, obvious not just to me, but to pretty much everybody who has interacted with him. He does have a specific interest in aviation and aerospace. It's a big vision. He would like for India to play a significant role, not just for India, but for the region broadly. And at Boeing, we support that 100%. I think it's great when technologies and opportunities align with the vision that a leader has for a country, and that's where we are.
India Today's Foreign Affairs editor Geeta Mohan is in the US tracking all of those details. Geeta is now joining me live. Geeta, good morning to you from India. Give us an idea about what next for the Prime Minister. This has been an extremely eventful two-day visit to the US, and now, of course, he's headed to Egypt, the first state visit of an Indian Prime Minister since 1997.
Well, to begin with, let's talk about the visit to the United States of America. Prime Minister Narendra Modi had a very fruitful and a successful visit to the United States of America. It's a state visit, a historic one where there have been many firsts, with a very warm, resounding welcome, not just from the Indian community, but from the Biden family also. The Bidens inviting him for a private dinner, apart from the state banquet that they were anyway going to host. The private dinner was overlooked by the First Lady herself in terms of the layout, in terms of the fact that a spectacular vegetarian meal was prepared for the Indian Premier. We've had Indian Premiers in the past also who've been vegetarian, but the special nuance of having millets added to the menu. In terms of the deals and the announcements, there have been so many when it comes to substantive outcome. Be the GE F414 deal with HAL, that is going to be a game changer. Manufacturing in India. India has been pushing for not just complete technology transfer, but also has been saying that if India is buying your product, your complete complete product, then source the raw materials, source from India whatever that they can source. And if they're looking at manufacturing outside, then look at India to manufacture outside. The Artemis Accord, another very important move forward in space collaboration, where we could see Indians in the International Space Station by 2024. There are so many aspects when it comes to economy, trade, but one pain point for all the Indian Americans was the visa issue. And I'm not talking about delays in visas, that's for the Indians. I'm talking about Indian Americans and the H-1B visa policy, or for that matter, those with work permits now can get their visa stamped here. A huge move forward for all these people. They were so happy when Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke about it. But also in terms of visa delays, more consulates coming up in India, and similarly more Indian consulates coming up in America. So a lot of substantive talk, forward movement. There have been certain areas where we looked at countering China, certain other areas where because of the Russia-Ukraine war, there has been conversation with regards to how that is headed. India, again, the Indian Premier repeated that this is not an era of war. The congressional address, a historic one, second time an Indian Premier addressing the congressional joint meeting of the Congress in itself was historic. It has never happened before that one Indian Premier addresses the US Congress on 2 occasions. That happened, but the messaging over there absolutely clear. For all the naysayers of democracy and Indian democracy, Prime Minister Narendra Modi pointed out that India indeed is a democracy, that there is a voice for dissent. And while there have been areas of concern, we saw the lunch at the State Department with Kamala Harris and Antony Blinken. So a forward movement there where Kamala Harris is looking to engage India, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi started off on the right foot by saying, when he spoke about Indians coming and achieving in America, he said there's one standing right behind me, and he was referring to the Vice President. So he is going a very successful man when it comes to achievements from the visit. Moving forward, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's second leg of his 2-nation tour is Egypt. A very important tour, a very important country for India. President Sisi had come visiting India for the Republic Day, and then now Prime Minister Narendra Modi, a long overdue visit, is going to be in Egypt for an official visit to the country, where he is going to engage the North African Islamic nation that holds a lot of sway in the region and is a powerful country. And is going to engage them on many quarters. Security is going to be very important and top of India's agenda. Economic and trade ties, given Egypt's position, geostrategic position. But what he is going to do is, apart from the bilateral meeting, he's engaging an India group that was constituted by President Sisi after he went from India, when he had come for the Republic Day. He went and constituted this group. He's also going to meet thought leaders of Egypt. He's going to go to the Grand Mufti Mosque in Egypt and the Al Hakim Mosque. So a lot of messaging, a lot of symbolism, and a lot of substance. Symbolism and substance has been part of Prime Minister Modi's agenda in America. It will be so in Egypt as well. And then in Egypt, as he does in every country, he is going to engage the Indian community there as well.
Geeta getting us all of those details. Geeta, I'm going to thank you for the moment, for joining us and sharing that perspective and all of those inputs with us. Geeta Mohan there, reporting from the Ronald Reagan Center. That also brings us to the end of this edition. News continues on the other side. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
If you travel towards these Western countries, European countries, It's crazy how people they are involved in yoga. Every third street will have a beautiful yoga center. It's not only that you're just running outside and you got some place and practicing yoga. There are dedicated academies, institutes, studios to practice yoga. So what our experience is, let it be the streets of Manhattan or in Japan. People, they practice there. They spend a year or 2 years and then they are back to Himalayas. You will see them in Himachal Pradesh, in Rishikesh, or in Nepal, these kind of mountain ranges. They come and they spend their time. They try to go more deep in yogic practices.
In my early educational days, I was a little boy and I was very lost. I didn't know where to turn, I didn't know what to do, I didn't know who to believe. So I always wondered why I was here. I knew I was here for a specific reason. We implement the practice of yoga. So naturally, it changes your inner mechanism. I gave up my business in the UK and I sold my house in the UK to come to India to learn the ancient teachings of yoga and pranayams, breathing techniques, mudras and meditation techniques. And it's helped me so much because obviously moving from England to India is such a big jump and it's enabled me to have a stronger mindset. Now that I realise that this is what I need to do in this lifetime, it's very passionate for me to bring these teachings back to the West, back to England and help humanity.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
watching India Today.
Hello, welcome. You're watching our special broadcast. I'm Dipali Patel. In the next 30 minutes, we on India Today are going to celebrate the life and times of superstar Thalapathy Vijay as he turns a year older. To begin with, let's first bring you how the makers of his next film, Leo, shared the first look from his much-anticipated actioner in order to wish him.
Thalapathy varuvaru.
Thalapathy Vijay, an actor par excellence, every single time he's on the screens, he creates nothing but only magic. And when this mass hero turns a year older, fans turn on the celebration mode. Wishes poured in for Thalapathy from across the nation. That's not all. To mark the special occasion, the makers of his most anticipated film Leo too shared this first look poster in which he can be seen bashing someone with a sledgehammer. Ever since the film was announced, it has grabbed eyeballs for all the right reasons.
Bloody sweet.
The makers, however, have been smartly teasing this Tamil language action film with one element after the other. Held by Lokesh Kanagaraj, the Tamil actioner is currently in shooting phase and comprises of an ensemble cast including Trisha and Sanjay Dutt. As per reports, Sanjay Dutt, who is making his big Tamil debut with this film, will not only be playing the role of an antagonist, but his character has also been penned as Thalapathy's father in the film. Leo is special in ways more than one, as it also marks the second collaboration between the filmmaker and Vijay after Master. Moreover, Leo also marks the return of the hit pair of Trisha and Vijay after a really long time.
ஏன் இந்த அடிக்கு பெட்ல படுத்துட்டு இருப்பேன் நினைச்சியா?
அதான் பார்த்தனே. சார் பயங்கர ரொமான்டிக் மூட்ல இருந்தீங்க.
So as the poster has left everyone intrigued, one cannot wait to witness Thalapathy take down the bad guys in Leo. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Bloody sweet.
Not just Leo, Vijay is also making headlines for his next venture, tentatively titled Thalapathy 68. The actor, who was last seen in Varisu, shared details of his next film on social media. Here's more on that. Thalapathy Vijay is undoubtedly one of the busiest actors of current times. The superstar is smoothly juggling between one big project to another, and now Vijay took to social media to announce his next venture, tentatively titled as Thalapathy 68, which will be directed by Venkat Prabhu. film will reportedly be made on a grand scale and is slated for 2024 release. Backed by AGS Entertainment, Thalapathy 68 will also mark the second collaboration with the production house and the actor after their blockbuster outing Bigil.
Miguel, he's the pride of a nation.
பெருசு ஒத்தையா சிக்கின்னு இருக்கு செஞ்சிடலாமா
செஞ்சுட்டா போச்சு மைக்கேல் நான் பிகிலே.
Meanwhile, Thalapathy Vijay also has Leo, which is one of the most anticipated films of 2023. With back-to-back films in the pipeline, Thalapathy Vijay has kept his fans on tenterhooks as they eagerly await to witness him on the big screens after he delivered a blockbuster with Varisu much recently.
கிரவுண்ட் மொத்தம் ஆளுங்க இருக்கலாம், ஆனா ஆடியன்ஸ் எல்லாரும் ஒருத்தரை மட்டும் தான் பார்ப்பாங்க. கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கியா? ஆட்ட நாயகன்.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today. Thalapathy Vijay has been ruling the showbiz as a mass entertainer from his first role as a child artist in 1984 till present. He's one of the most loved superstars. Let's take a look at his star power.
Mass entertainer, Vijay has had a dream run on the professional front.
மைக்கேல் நான் பிகிலே.
Superstar Vijay began his journey in films as a child artist back in 1984. And his first movie as a hero was Nallai Tiruppu in 1992 when he was 18-year-old. However, it was Poowe Unakaga in 1996 that got him recognition. It was a blockbuster movie starring legendary actors like M.N. Nambiar and Nagesh. The 1997 movie Kadalukku Maryadai was not only Vijay's career best but also regarded as one of the classic hits of Kollywood. Interestingly, the female lead in the film was Shalini, Thala Ajit's wife. The movie was a remake of Aniyati Praavu, a Malayalam super hit. Vijay received Tamil Nadu State Award for Best Actor. In 2001, Siddiq directed Friends was released. Surya was paired up with Vijay and it was the first blockbuster for Surya. The movie ran for more than 175 days in theatres and was one of the top grossers for the year.
ஆமா நீங்க யாரு?
ஐயோ என்னாச்சு இவனுக்கு?
இது யாரு? உங்க வைஃப்.
Post a few career flops, Vijay bounced back as an action hero with Tirumalai. Which went on to be a blockbuster in 2003. And then came Gilli, also an action thriller directed by Dharani in 2004.
அவனை கொன்னுட்ட தரலட்சுமியை கட்டிக்கிட்டு தான் இந்த மண்ணில் நான் கால வைப்பேன்.
என்ன பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் இறங்கிட்டேன்னா ஜெயிக்கணும், ஜெயிச்சாகணும்.
Vijay played the role of a kabaddi player, and this was Vijay's first movie to collect 40 crores at the box office. Pokri released on Pongal 2007. It was a remake of Telugu film Pokri, but the Tamil version was directed by Prabhudeva. Asin was the actress in this action movie.
நல்லவனா கேட்டவனான்னு யோசிக்கிறல்ல, கண்டிப்பா நல்லவன் கிடையாது.
The movie ran for more than 200 days in theaters.
ஒரு வாட்டி முடிவு பண்ணிட்டேன்னா என் பேச்ச நானே கேட்க மாட்டேன்.
Later, this Vijay film was remade in Hindi as Wanted in 2009, which resurrected Salman Khan's career as an action star.
एक बार जो मैंने कमिटमेंट कर दी, उसके बाद तो मैं खुद की भी नहीं सुनता.
The first movie of Vijay which entered the 100 crore club was Tupaki in 2012, directed by A.R. Murugadoss.
Captain Ark, adukku enna kaaranam?
It was an action thriller in which Vijay played the role of an intelligence officer in the Indian Army.
I'm waiting.
This film too was remade in Hindi in 2014, with Akshay Kumar in the lead, titled Holiday, A Soldier is Never Off Duty.
मैं आ रहा हूं तेरे पास, जहां मिला खत्म कर दूंगा. I'm waiting.
Katti was another A.R. Murugadoss movie in which Vijay acted in 2014. The film faced many controversies before its release, but earned more than 100 crores.
அரிசி பருப்பு காய்கறி கொத்தமல்லி கருவேப்பிலை வரைக்கும் கிராமத்துல இருந்து வரணும். ஆனா ஒரு கிராமத்தை செத்தானா?
Vijay played a double role and Samantha played the female lead. Like Tupaki, this Murugadoss film is slated to have a Hindi remake with reports of Akshay Kumar headlining it. His 2017 film Marcel was a blockbuster. Despite the controversy it caused, the film became a huge hit. In the movie, Vijay as the magician addresses the media and highlights the need for better healthcare facilities in Tamil Nadu. The film did not go down well with the government. Like Marcel, his film Sarkar too had its share of controversies, but it did not dampen the ticket collections.
விலைக்கு வாங்க வரல. இன்னைக்கு என்ன நாள்? எலெக்ஷன் டே. நான் என்னோட ஓட்டு போடுறதுக்காக வந்திருக்கேன்.
The film had a blockbuster opening across Tamil Nadu, and despite mixed reviews, the fans have given a thumbs up to the political flick.
இன்னும் ஒரு நாள்ல என்னென்னலாம் மாற போகுதுன்னு ஓரமா நின்னு வேடிக்கை மட்டும் பாருங்க. I'm a corporate criminal.
Sarkar reportedly made 225.3 crore at the worldwide box office in just 14 days. And this even when the full HD copy of Sarkar, which was leaked just hours after its release, and people were given free access to download the copy illegally. Sarkar made headlines when the producers reportedly agreed to remove or mute controversial portions critical of Tamil Nadu's AIADMK government after two ministers levelled sedition charges against them. Vijay was then seen in a sports drama Bigil in 2019, and the film turned out to be a blockbuster.
ஆனா எங்க ஆட்டம் வெறித்தனமா
Written and directed by Attlee, the film followed the story of Michael, played by Vijay, a former footballer who decides to coach a women's football team. 2 years after Bigil, Talapati Vijay returned with Master in 2021. The superstar played the role of a college professor, John Dureraj, in this Lokesh Kanagaraj directorial. The film also starred Vijay Sethupathi, apart from Malvika Mohanan, and marked the maiden collaboration of Vijay and the filmmaker. Despite the coronavirus pandemic, Master opened to a fantastic start at the box office. However, the film's collection dipped after the opening day. Master was not only subjected to some negative reviews, but social media was also flooded with memes criticizing the action film. In fact, hashtags like Master Disaster, Flop, and Master Verdict Disaster also trended. But after receiving much flack from audience, the actor came back with a bang with Beast. Despite being panned by the critics, the film turned out to be a massive success and minted over 230 crores worldwide. Directed by Nelson Dilip Kumar, the action flick also featured Pooja Hegde and Selva Raghavan. Beast narrated the story of an ex-RAW agent who goes on a crusade to rescue people held hostage in a shopping mall by terrorists.
Because I'm not a politician. I'm a soldier.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
It's time for a very short break now, but there's lots more coming up on the other side, so stay tuned to India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
Kerala's public health, all political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
watching India Today.
Thalapathy Vijay is one of the biggest superstars. He has a massive fan following across the globe, yet is humble to the core. The actor who started off his cinematic journey as a child has been in the movies for almost 4 decades now. So let's take a look at his net worth and what makes him the superstar that he is today.
Joseph Vijay Chandrasekhar, aka Thalapathy Vijay. One of the biggest superstars of Indian cinema, perhaps the most bankable too. And his fan following is unmatchable, just as his king-size life on and off screen. With no inherent show-off personality like one of those rare low-key celebrities, he surely and easily make it to the list of most grounded actors, but his name is also among those big shots who takes home a huge paycheck with every film, making his net worth something which often sweeps his fan base off their feet. That's right, while his acting prowess is enough to make his fans go berserk, what's also often talked about is his stature as the wealthiest actor in Indian cinema. According to reports, Thalapathy Vijay has a whopping net worth of $56 million, which is around 445 crore rupees, and earns an annual income between 120 to 150 crore rupees. Not many know that he reportedly charged around 100 crore rupees for Nelson Dilip Kumar directorial beast.
One of the best and the most notorious spies we have ever had.
Thereafter, he maintained his 100 crore club and took home a hefty pay of rupees 150 crore rupees in his next Very Soon, which was released in January 2023.
Ground மொத்தம் ஆளுங்க இருக்கலாம். ஆனா ஆடியன்ஸ் எல்லாரும் ஒருத்தரை மட்டும் தான் பாப்பாங்க. கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கியா? ஆட்ட நாயகன்.
Clashing at the box office with Ajit Kumar's Thunivu. Not just films, in fact, owing to his popularity, Thalapathy Vijay also makes smart choices when it comes to his collaborations with brands. According to reports, the actor earns an estimate of rupees 10 crores per year for his several brand endorsements. What's more, Thalapathy Vijay even is an owner of several expensive assets. He lives with his wife Sangeeta Sonalingam and 2 children, Jason Sanjay and Divya Shasha, at a lavish seaside bungalow located at Kasuarina Drive Street in Chennai's Nilakarai neighborhood. This luxury abode is apparently inspired by Hollywood actor Tom Cruise's beach house, which he saw during his visit to the US. That's not all, he also owns multiple luxury wheels, including a Rolls-Royce Ghost, which he got imported from England. Believe it or not, Thalapathy Vijay certainly has carved a lifestyle for himself and his family that one can only imagine, perhaps is also too good to be true. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Well, that's all we could pack in our special broadcast. Keep watching In the Club from Monday to Friday at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. only on India Today to get your daily dose of entertainment. This is me, the Pari Patel, signing off for today. Till next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
Are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Cheers, bonhomie, and the biggest global bond. World's biggest and oldest democracies unite. Modi Biden, a new chapter in India's foreign policy. Watch all this and more on World Today, only on India Today.
Watching India Today.
A very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Murdani. Our top focus again continues to be the Prime Minister's visit. First to the US, which is wrapped up, and now to Egypt for 2 days. We're getting you up to speed with every single development on that front. First, the headlines. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mega Diaspora Connect in Washington, D.C. says India shaping the world's Vikas hails India-US ties.
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की.
US President Biden's special gift for Modi, a t-shirt with his quotes on AI. The print reads, "Future is AI, America and India." US Vice President Kamala Harris, State Secretary Antony Blinken host state luncheon for Prime Minister Modi. This after Biden's hosted a dinner for the Prime Minister.
Cheers. Cheers.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi meets CEOs on final day of the US visit. The meeting marked by pledges of deeper US-India cooperation on areas including space, artificial intelligence and quantum computing. The Prime Minister Modi wraps up the US visit en route state visit to Egypt, India-Egypt to formalize strategic partnership during the Prime Minister's key visit. Let's take a look at the top highlights on the Prime Minister's last day in the Washington, D.C. U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris and Secretary of State Antony Blinken hosted a lunch for the Prime Minister at the State Department. Samosa, khichdi, mango halwa and masala chai were among other delicacies at the White House. US President Joe Biden gifted a special T-shirt to the Prime Minister with the Prime Minister's quote on AI. Earlier during a speech at the US Congress, the Prime Minister quoted AI as momentous America-India ties. Prime Minister Narendra Modi met top business leaders including CEOs of Boeing, Amazon and Google and tech honcho Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google. The Prime Minister's meeting with Boeing CEO Dave Calhoun comes on the heels of Air India signing orders of over 200 jets earlier this week from Boeing. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in his address to young entrepreneurs at the Kennedy Center in Washington hailed technology handshake as a direct message to companies and businesses of both countries. Award-winning international singer Mary Milburn performed the national anthem of India at the Ronald Reagan building in Washington, D.C. On the final leg of his US visit, as a state guest, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed the Indian community at the Ronald Reagan building in Washington, D.C. His much-anticipated address began with international singer Mary Milburn rendering India's national anthem. The Prime Minister also announced that Indian origin members will not have to leave the US for an H-1B visa from now onwards. He's also said that the United States will open new consulates in Bengaluru and Ahmedabad. Lauding the several deals during the maiden visit, the Prime Minister announced India-US ties had embarked on a glorious new journey by converging on global strategic issues, technology transfer, manufacturing cooperation and much more. Chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai and Vande Mataram reverberated inside the building.
आप में से बहुत से लोगों की H-1B वीजा के रिन्यू को लेकर भी लंबे अरसे से एक डिमांड थी। अब ये निर्णय लिया गया है कि H-1B वीजा को रिन्यू करने के लिए आपको अमेरिका से बाहर नहीं जाना पड़ेगा। Thank you. अमेरिका में रहते हुए ही अब ये वीजा रिन्यू हो जाएगा। इसके लिए इस साल एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया जाएगा। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे आईटी प्रोफेशनल्स को भी होने वाला है। इस फैसले के जो भी अनुभव होंगे उसे देखते हुए यही व्यवस्था भविष्य में एल कैटेगरी वीजा के लिए भी हो सकती है। आप में से बहुत सारे लोग यहां बरसों से अमेरिका में रह रहे हैं। यहां आप अपने जीवन में, अपनी दिनचर्या में व्यस्त रहते हैं, लेकिन मैं ये भी जानता हूं कि आपका मन आपका दिल भारत में भी लगा रहता है। और इसलिए आपकी सहूलियत ये भी भारत की प्राथमिकता है। आपकी जरूरतों को देखते हुए भारत इस साल सिएटल में एक नया कॉन्सुलेट खोलने जा रहा है।
To begin with, let's talk about the visit to the United States of America. Prime Minister Narendra Modi had a very fruitful and a successful visit to the United States of America. It's a state visit, a historic one where there have been many firsts, with a very warm, resounding welcome, not just from the Indian community, but from the Biden family also. The Bidens inviting him for a private dinner, apart from the state banquet that they were anyway going to host. The private dinner was overlooked by the First Lady herself in terms of the layout, in terms of the fact that a spectacular vegetarian meal was prepared for the Indian Premier. We've had Indian Premiers in the past also who've been vegetarian, but the special nuance of having millets added to the menu. In terms of the deals and the announcements, there have been so many when it comes to substantive outcome. Be the GE F414 deal with HAL, that is going to be a game changer. Manufacturing in India. India has been pushing for not just complete technology transfer, but also has been saying that if India is buying your product, your complete product, then source the raw materials, source from India whatever that they can source. And if they're looking at manufacturing outside, then look at India to manufacture outside. The Artemis Accord, another very important move forward in space collaboration, where we could see Indians in the International Space Station by 2024. There are so many aspects when it comes to economy, trade, but one pain point for all the Indian Americans was the visa issue. And I'm not talking about delays in visas, that's for the Indians. I'm talking about Indian Americans and the H-1B visa policy, or for that matter, those with work permits now can get their visa stamped here. A huge move forward for all these people. They were so happy when Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke about it. But also in terms of visa delays, more consulates coming up in India, and similarly more Indian consulates coming up in America. So a lot of substantive talk, forward movement. There have been certain areas where we looked at countering China, certain other areas where because of the Russia-Ukraine war, there has been conversation with regards to how that is headed. India, again, the Indian Premier repeated that this is not an era of war. The congressional address, a historic one, second time an Indian Premier addressing the congressional joint meeting of the Congress in itself was historic. It has never happened before that one Indian Premier addresses the US Congress on two occasions. That happened, but the messaging over there absolutely clear. For all the naysayers of democracy and Indian democracy, Prime Minister Narendra Modi pointed out that India indeed is a democracy, that there is a voice for dissent. And while there have been areas of concern, we saw the lunch at the State Department with Kamala Harris and Antony Blinken. So a forward movement there where Kamala Harris is looking to engage India, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi started off on the right foot by saying, when he spoke about Indians coming and achieving in America, he said there's one standing right behind me, and he was referring to the Vice President. So he is going a very successful man when it comes to achievements from the visit.
On final day of his US state visit, the Prime Minister and President Biden participated in an India-US high-tech handshake event at the White House. Several leading Indian and American CEOs of tech companies and startups took part in this event aimed at deepening technology collaborations between the two countries. The Prime Minister met Google CEO Sundar Pichai, Amazon CEO Andrew Jassy, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella, Apple CEO Tim Cook, among other business leaders. NASA astronaut Sunita Williams, Mahindra Group CEO, Anand Mahindra, Zerodha co-founder Nikhil Kamath and Mukesh Ambani from Reliance Industries were also present at this event. The Prime Minister underlined the immense potential of harnessing Indian tech-US cooperation for socio-economic growth. President Biden gifted a special T-shirt to Prime Minister Modi with the latter's quote on AI. Remember, the Prime Minister, in his visit in the US Congress address, had hailed the momentous development in AI, that is, America and India ties.
इन उज्जवल भविष्य की आशा अपेक्षा के संकल्प के साथ हम सब लोग राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन का जो विजन है, भारत के जो एस्पिरेशंस हैं, राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन के पास जो ताकत है और भारत के पास जो संभावनाएं हैं, उन सबको लेकर के आगे चलने का एक मक्कम निर्धार का ये अवसर है। और इसके लिए मैं सचमुच में मेरे मित्र रहमान को बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं कि उन्होंने भारत की यात्रा की, काफी समय निकाला और उन्होंने खुद ने जो अनुभव किया और उन्होंने आकर के यहाँ इसको आगे बढ़ाया। मैं आपका भी आभारी हूँ। राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन जी का जितना आभार करूँ उतना कम है। मैं फिर एक बार आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ।
We're sticking up for our values and the vision of the world. And so our partnership between India and the United States will go a long way, in my view, to define what the 21st century looks like. And our technological cooperation will be a big part of defining our partnership. So look forward to continue working with all of you and on our voyage of discovery, as was referenced, and to building a better future.
It was an honor to meet Prime Minister Modi during a historic visit to the US. The excitement here, in terms of seeing the progress India has made, particularly around the vision of digital India and the economic opportunity. And I had met the Prime Minister in December, and we continued our conversation. And we shared Google is investing $10 billion in the India Digitization Fund, and we are continuing to invest through that, including in companies working on AI.
I had a very good and productive conversation with Prime Minister Modi. I think we share a number of goals together in India. Very interested in helping create more jobs, helping digitize more small and medium-sized businesses, and then helping more Indian companies and products be able to be exported all around the world.
Most important takeaway is the Prime Minister's passion for India's development, the welcome mat to business and investment and opportunity is, I think, obvious not just to me, but to pretty much everybody who has interacted with him. He does have a specific interest in aviation and aerospace. It's a big vision. I would like for India to play a significant role, not just for India, but for the region broadly. And, at Boeing, we support that 100%. I think it's great when technologies and opportunities align with the vision that a leader has for a country, and that's where we are.
The US Vice President hosted a state lunch for Prime Minister Modi, where they raised a toast to India-US ties. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Antony Blinken and Kamala Harris spoke about their shared love for yoga, samosa and democratic values. In attendance were Indra Nooyi and top diplomats, among others. We'll get you that report in a moment from now. We have some news just coming in first. Let's go to that. News just coming in. Russia's Wagner chief faces mutiny charges in an astonishing escalation of infighting. Russia accused Wagner mercenary chief of calling an armed mutiny. Now, he said that his call to action against the Russian military was not a mutiny but a march for justice. The Wagner chief says he will go to the end to remove Moscow's military leaders. Column of military vehicles entering Russia's Rostov-on-Don. Wagner Group's chief Yevgeny Prigozhin claims his mercenary fighters downed a Russian military helicopter. Russian commander urges the Wagner fighters to obey will of the president and return to bases. details of Russia's Wagner chief facing charges of a mutiny. This is an astonishing escalation of infighting within Russia, where Russia has accused Wagner mercenary chief Yevgeny Prigozhin of calling for an armed mutiny. Prigozhin said that his call to action against the Russian military was not a mutiny but a march for justice. The Wagner chief says he will go to the end to remove Moscow's military leaders. A column of military vehicles entering Russia's Rostov-on-Don. Wagner Group's chief Yevgeny Prigozhin has claimed his mercenary fighters have already downed a Russian military helicopter. It appears to be an infighting that seems to have broken out among Russia's military chiefs, where the Wagner Group and Russian military are at odds. Alexander from Moscow is getting us up to speed with the very latest developments. Alexander, give us a sense really of what is going on. Is this some sort of an infighting that has broken out among Russia's military chiefs?
Yeah, the situation is actually calm in Moscow, where I am now. But as we hear reports from Russian media, as Wagner Group mercenaries have sort of declared an armed mutiny against the political power of President Vladimir Putin. The mercenaries, as they have said, have pronounced different ultimatums to the military, including Defense Minister Shoigu, and they have entered the city of Rostov. According to the media reports in news, there are reports that the governor of Rostov region, Mr. Gladkov, has said to calm down, and the situation is under control. However, it's very difficult to say what's going on right now, and President Putin, according to his press secretaries, is aware of the situation, and the prosecutor's office in Russian Federation has opened a case against Mr. Prigozhin, Mr. Yevgeny Prigozhin, who is a notorious heavyweight and a military commander of the private Wagner Group. So right now the situation is actually might get tense in Rostov region. However, in Moscow, there have been reports on military taking various buildings under control to calm down the situation. And I am here in Moscow in a very quiet area where I live, so I don't see, it's 5 o'clock in the morning almost, and I don't see any signs of unrest or anything like that. So the situation is calm right now.
All right. But what we see are pictures, in fact, of coming in of tanks being moved inside cities. Alexander, I also want to ask you, this does appear really the beginning of a larger insurgency against the Putin regime, doesn't it?
It's very difficult to say right now. People in Moscow, and so the experts have said if Mr. Prigozhin has declared this statement, this radical statement, if there are some people behind him, some people within the political regime of Vladimir Putin who might be backing him, because a person alone could not actually do this, because as we know from the past, usually the military people or paramilitary people always have backers within the political system, those who might be against. There are also critics of Mr. Prigozhin who are saying that right now, when Russia is fighting Ukraine, and it's that Mr. Prigozhin actually makes things worse for the Russian army, which is currently in a fighting, right? So it's open up some lines, and it's going to be difficult for the Russian soldiers.
Undoubtedly, huge ramifications for Ukraine. Give us a sense of how both Ukraine and also the U.S. are looking at the developments from Russia.
Well, I haven't heard any reaction from Ukrainian side, but the Ukrainian political elite and Ukrainian military always valued Mr. Prigozhin as a serious commander, because he has used some of the former military men, some of the former prisoners, but his force was the most advanced, and actually they've been holding the city of Bakhmut. By the way, Mr. Prigozhin has also said positive things about Mr. Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, saying he's a strong man, serious man, and you have to respect your enemy. Also, before starting his mutiny, Mr. Prigozhin has said very openly that the war in Ukraine has started because of the corruption of several people within the political. He openly blamed, and when I heard this statement, he openly blamed several people within the political of Russia, while actually avoiding criticizing Mr. Putin directly. And when I heard the statement, I thought this guy may be someone behind him, because he's saying some open words. He's saying very critical words about serious people, about Mr. Shoigu, not only criticizing him, but openly calling to raise arms against the defense minister of Russian Federation. It is very interesting also to say that almost 30 years ago, Mr. Shoigu himself defended the Russian White House when President Yeltsin was president against the coup plotters who ousted President Gorbachev. That's the only recent history of Russian coup in Russian history, when President Gorbachev was ousted while he was on Crimea on vacation, and the emergency committee, including several people from the political elite, took power. And that thing lasted only for 3 days, but following the collapse of the Soviet Union.
Also, Alexander, I want to ask you, for our viewers, give us an idea about the Wagner Group. This, of course, is the private military contractor, has been in news earlier in the past as well. Controversial in many which ways. Tell us a little about that group.
The Wagner Group is actually called, you bring the name, and when you hear the Wagner Group, the composer, Richard Wagner. That's true, because it was started by a paramilitary man called Mr. Utkin, whose nickname was Wagner. That's why it was called Wagner. The group actually gained notoriety in Africa, where he fought as a paramilitary group against some of the insurgents on the side of African governments, for example, in Central African Republic, where it held its stronghold. But Mr. Prigozhin himself is actually a very controversial figure. He was known as Mr. Putin's cook, because he who spent some time in prison for hooliganism in the Soviet Union, almost 8 years after Gorbachev perestroika started in the Soviet Union. He was freed. Then he became a restaurant owner, a very popular restaurant owner, where he hosted Mr. Putin and celebrities. That's how he actually befriended Mr. Putin. It is very funny fact of Mr. Prigozhin's own life. Almost 30 years ago, he wrote a children's book. He has 2 children. He has a wife and 2 children, and he is also, as Mr. Navalny, Mr. Putin's critic, called him as a billionaire, having a lot of wealth that he inherited and he made over because of his connections. But Mr. Prigozhin also became very popular in a recent time while he was fighting in Ukraine, and he became very a notorious fighter. Also, as Mr. Prigozhin has a private military company, the private military companies officially are banned under Russian laws. So Mr. Prigozhin is actually in the sort of a gray area of law. His company, his Wagner Group, officially does not even exist, although it has a lot of people. Some of them are former prisoners, but he actually wasn't given the green light to get people out of prison. Some of them actually went to front instead of serving. And those people can be serious. It's not the people who just stole cars or maybe plotted small drugs. Those are people who committed several crimes, right? Even the heavy crimes, right? Some of the people, what he holds is actually a former military man. Mr. Prigozhin is also known for charisma. He speaks very openly. He has sort of an appearance, and even some of the people from the liberal side are now praising Mr. Prigozhin for for breaking this situation. So, he's an interesting person to see.
All right. Alexandria, I'm going to thank you for the moment for joining us with your information on that important story that we are tracking from Russia. Gaurav Sawant, our managing editor, is also with us. Gaurav, it does clearly appear that at least in one part of Russia, if not Moscow, this is Rostov-on-Don, where military forces are on the move, and there is some sort of an infighting that has broken out between Russia's military forces and the head of the mercenary group. Gaurav, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Gaurav, in fact, I was asking you that there is in fact an infighting which we see that seems to have broken out among Russia's military chiefs here.
You're absolutely right, and it's a huge setback.
Okay, we'll try and connect that line with Gaurav Sawant in a moment from now, but we're getting you details of what seems to be an infighting among Putin's lieutenants. The head of a mercenary force appears to be now wanting to take over and says that they're not going to allow civilians to be killed in this fashion. It's time for a quick commercial break here. We're getting you much more news in just a bit.
You are watching India Today.
This month, when the International Chess Federation released the rankings for the under-7 category, right on top was an Indian wonder kid. Anupriya Yadav from Prayagraj has secured the first position at the age of 6 years, leaving behind players from the rest of the world.
सबसे पहले प्रिया दीदी से मम्मी ने सीखा था, क्योंकि मैं मम्मी को बहुत फॉलो करती थी, तो इसलिए मैंने मम्मी से सीखा। पापा फिर करने लगे मेरे साथ, मैच खेलने लगे, तो फिर जब पापा से भी हाई लेवल पे हो गई तो दीदी ने सिखाने लगा।
Anupriya is inspired by her sister Priya Yadav, who is a national level chess player. Her parents want to see both of them become grandmasters.
हमारी भी दो बेटियां ही हैं, इसलिए हमारे लिए हम बेटों से बढ़ के हैं और हमारा यही सपना है कि ये इनके नाम से हम भी जाने जाते हैं। हमको हमारे अगल बगल में अगर कोई जान पहुंचेगा तो कोई भी बोलेगा प्रिया यादव का घर बताइए, अनुप्रिया यादव का घर बताइए, तो सीधे हमारे घर पहुंच जाएंगे। हमारा नाम तो बहुत कम ही लोग जानते होंगे।
While Anupriya aims to be a grandmaster, her immediate goal is different.
मैं पापा को हरा लेती हूँ बस। मम्मी को भी हरा लेती हूँ। दीदी को तो नहीं।
अब आगे सपना क्या है, किसको हराना चाहते हैं?
दीदी को।
After the latest rankings were released, school teachers felicitated Anupriya for her achievements. Anupriya is now a hero at her school. Bureau Report, India Today.
are watching India Today.
Hello and welcome to the latest edition of It's Gone Viral. I'm Sneha Mordani. In the next half an hour, we will be showing you some of the images and videos that have gone viral last week and created some buzz.
Recently Recently released Adi Purush may be facing criticism from certain sections, but the film is still a talking point. An artificial intelligence artist recreated looks of lead actors from the film, leaving netizens in awe. Actors such as Prabhas, Kriti Sanon, Sunny Singh and Saif Ali Khan are seen in modified looks, and some commented look better than portrayed in the film. Yoga is not limited to only land, and this practitioner proves the same. From Rameshwaram in Tamil Nadu, these trained yoga experts perform water yoga to mark International Yoga Day. They are seen floating on water with eyes closed and maintaining the asana. Many netizens were surprised that this was a possibility too in ancient yoga practice. He is commonly known as the philanthropist and an actor. Sonu Sood recorded this video to share his conversation with a corn seller en route Manali. While chatting, when Sood realized the bhutta seller is not married, he quickly shared his revenue details and urged people to find him a suitable match to marry such a hardworking man. The man too supported Sonu Sood's offer.
बाद में करके लड़की ढूंढ रहा है, लेकिन मैं जो भी लड़की वाले मैं बता दूं, शेष भाई हमारे जौनपुर के हैं, 50 रुपए का भुट्टा बेचते। कितने भुट्टे बेचते रोज? रोज एक बोरा बेचता है। एक बोरे में कितने आते हैं? 100 पीस। 100 पीस? जी सर। वेरी गुड। देख मेहनती है, घर छोड़ के बैठा हुआ है। लड़की वालों, ये लड़का है, हिमाचल में रहता है, एक बोरा भुट्टा बेचता है, 100 भुट्टे। बोल दे लड़की वालों को। हाँ जी। लड़की की तलाश जारी है? हाँ, ध्यान देना मेरे को जरा। ध्यान देना भैया।
You do not need money to enjoy in life. This video shared on social media shows women participating in a fun competition by creating a Jugadu bowling alley. Each woman throws an attempt and audience erupts in laughter with an animated supervisor reacting to the game. Eventually, one woman manages to score and receives a prize of an oil bottle. Netizens are loving the effort and cheered on the participants. This video shows a man doing push-ups on top of a road signboard while shocked drivers continue to drive past. The traffic turns slow, trying to notice the man's innovative workout regime. The video was reportedly taken in Patnagarh, a town in the Bolangir district of Odisha, and has led to mixed reactions. You decide whether this should be encouraged or is he proving to be danger to road safety. Everyone loves an ice cream, especially to beat summer heat. Curiosity and innovations, however, may not always yield best results. In this viral Instagram video, milk is processed and thickened to create the ice cream base. Mixture is then poured into molds, sticks are inserted, and ice cream is demolded and collected. Step-by-step preparation shows where melted chocolate is blended with a surprisingly high amount of oil, resulting in syrup-like liquid. The ice cream is dipped into the chocolate syrup and frozen again. While the video has over 6 lakh views, not everyone is impressed with this experiment. To go to the washroom is no easy task if you are traveling in such a train compartment. This video shows a man resorting to 1,000 moves resembling an adventure sport. There is clearly no room in the aisle for him to walk through, as many passengers are sitting on the floor. Indians love to experiment new combinations with food dishes, but this time a street food seller is going viral for his distinctive serving techniques for Rajnikant-style dosa. In this video, the owner makes the dosa in unusual fashion and then suddenly swirls it towards the customer, who catches it just in time. The video has collected over 4 lakh views, showing appreciation for the dosa maker and his delivery in Rajnikant style. A 17-year-old Philadelphia High School for Girls graduate chose to dance when her name was announced to accept the diploma. But the incident was reacted to in a surprising manner when the teacher refused to give her the diploma and asked her to return to the seat instead. Hafsa Abdur Rahman cried out of embarrassment of how a dance move led to denial of graduation certificate. Netizens reacted in support of the girl. This viral video reminds love can be playful at any age. This old man can be seen nudging his wife, who is busy sorting leafy veggies. She looked irritated on disruption, but the old man continues to poke her with the stick. The man wants clearly more attention from the wife, and netizens too are showering the elderly Bengali couple with love.
Meet world's fastest accountant, Eugene Amodadze, who blazed through the track with an astonishing 9.93 seconds in the 100-meter run, becoming Europe's fastest this year. He has now joined the ranks of British sprinting legends. Number crunching in professional life, 30-year-old Dadze picked up athletics 4 years ago and now can add another number to his track achievements. Dr. Robert Moore of California has loved dogs all his life, and when he turned 100, he enjoyed the party of a lifetime. His daughter organized a surprise for his 100th birthday with a dog parade in his honor. Over 100 dogs showed up at this centenarian's party. The viral video of dog playing fetch with homeless children is winning hearts online. While the dog is on the other side of gate in a house, the kids throw the ball, which he's happy to fetch and return, both enjoying a little break and possibly forging a new friendship. This video is winning hearts on the internet.
The eyes are ink. They are black. They are very black. I like it.
Rolf Buchholz has won the Guinness World Record for most body modifications by male. According to Guinness World Record, the 62-year-old has 560 piercings, and the numbers are increasing over the years.
A lot of people think I am the devil, but I don't believe in the devil.
Surat celebrated International Yoga Day on 21st June by bringing 1,05,000 people together for a collective yoga session. This drone video of a flyover in Surat captured the participants participating yoga asanas with enthusiasm to mark the special day. Prime Minister Modi also congratulated Surat for setting world record on Yoga Day.
This Instagram user turned out to be super lucky as she found a perfectly round egg. The chances of discovering such an egg are 1 in a billion. The egg is estimated to be worth around $1,400 because of its unique shape. As India is enjoying the mango season, locals in Bihar organized a mango festival. As a part of the festival, a mango eating competition was also organized. Locals enthusiastically participated in the festival. This bride's unique Sangeet performance left not only her groom but also the netizens astonished. She wanted to surprise the groom by giving a dance performance while wearing roller skates. The audience cheered on as she lifted her lehenga to reveal her skates underneath. Remember the Kacha Badam song sung by a humble peanut seller that went viral? Now a Pakistani mango seller has come up with his version of Shakira's Waka Waka song that is doing rounds on the internet. Various videos of people dancing in Delhi Metro went viral not very long ago, prompting DMRC to issue strict guidelines prohibiting such behaviors. Now a video of a girl straightening her hair in the metro is circulating on social media.
viral video from New York City shows a pizza unit and a worker looking out through a window. And suddenly this man flicks the box toward an adjacent building. Stationed on a platform, construction workers catch the box just in time, receiving in turn cheers and applause. Next image shows the workers relishing their pizza slice. The video has already gained over 2 lakh views and clearly could be the fastest delivery of a pizza. This video is incredible and scary. An orca bit off the rudders of this delivery boat in the middle of the sea at the Straits of Gibraltar. The video is fascinating, but netizens, however, are giving mixed reactions, with some wondering if this is again the issue of animal-human conflict. This bloody video is going to blow your mind. At an altitude of 10,000 feet, an unexpected visitor entered into the cockpit mid-air. The crash of this bird led to blood being spilled on the Ecuadorian pilot, who continued to maintain control of the aircraft throughout the ordeal. This is what possibly a bird-hit aircraft looks like. This video is bound to break your heart. A grieving mother elephant is seen trying to revive her dead baby, even keeping the body in a moving stream. The elephant herd carried the baby for days, refusing to let go, as is elephant behavior to not leave theirs behind. The video brought emotional reactions from Twitter users expressing empathy with the mother elephant. A terrifying video captured by a passenger shows a plane's cargo door opened mid-air in Brazil. Passengers are sitting inside the airplane while heavy wind is blowing. Brazilian singer and songwriter Thierry was on board the flight along with his teammates, and strangely, all passengers appeared calm, one even looking out through the window while the cargo door is still open. No injuries were reported so far.
This now viral video of a man named Sebastian Arias saving 25 dogs from a building under fire is winning hearts online. Sebastian can be seen climbing a building that has caught fire and rescuing 25 dogs who have been stuck inside. The incident happened in Peru. Before the flames engulfed the structure, the hero drops the dogs down safely, making the internet happy. It doesn't matter what shape, size or age they belong to. Cats are such pets that will never let you be. Now there are several videos available on the internet that showcase how these felines are not only stubborn but prefer to establish their supremacy in the household. A video shared on Instagram by Viral Hog shows a similar situation where a kitty establishes its position as the head of the family. The clip starts with a woman trying to practice her skills on a flute, but her cat had other plans. As the woman plays a few notes, the stand set in front of her containing the notes suddenly shifts back. The woman brings back the stand close to her. But after a few seconds, a small furry paw can be seen inching towards the stand. as the internet is obsessed with Vicky Kaushal's recent dance video of the Punjabi song Obsessed. A man in US has now posted a video of himself dancing and recreating the same. Ricky Pond recreated the dance moves successfully and the internet is awestruck. A video of a lioness carrying her cub in her mouth amid traffic at Kruger National Park in South Africa has gone viral online. In the clip, a lioness can be seen carrying her cub in her mouth while tourists stop their cars to admire the beauty. The incident happened in Kruger National Park while the lioness was looking for a new den.
Have you come across a video or an image that has shocked you but something doesn't feel right about it? And no need to worry. India Today's fact team has got you covered. In our next report, we have busted some lies that are doing rounds on social media. Take a look.
The dramatic search of 5 people who boarded the submersible vessel Titan ended on June 22nd after pieces of the vessel were found on the ocean floor. According to the US Coast Guard, there seems to have been a catastrophic implosion. Soon after this news broke, the internet was flooded with the alleged photos of the Titan debris. Among these was a collage of 4 images. The first 3 showed the wreckage of the submersible lying underwater. The fourth featured a pair of shoes and a comb lying on the sandy ocean floor. However, India Today found that none of these images showed the actual debris of the submersible Titan. The viral photos were AI generated. An eerie video related to the Titan sub has been making the rounds on social media. Purportedly, the video showed the exact moment when the controller of the missing sub stopped working. The viral clip also showed the wreckage of what appeared to be the Titanic underwater. The clip contained the logo of OceanGate Expeditions. However, India Today found that this video is old and shows a Titanic expedition from 2022.
Station. We have just been beaten up while we were catching dogs. Somebody came and spoke to our staff badly as usual.
A disturbing video which recently went viral on social media shows a blood-covered woman narrating the ordeal of how she and her team were assaulted by people when they went to catch a stray dog. This video comes in the wake of the perceptible rise in dog attacks. However, India Today found that this incident is nearly 3 years old.
This is the state of our car.
Does burning a copy of the Quran earn you the death penalty in Russia? A postcard featuring President Vladimir Putin and the text, "Anyone found guilty of burning the Quran in Russia will be given the death penalty as per the Sharia law," has been making the rounds on social media. However, India Today found that Putin has not given any such statement. Furthermore, there is a moratorium on capital punishment in Russia. A massive explosion in a building in Paris on June 21st left at least 50 people injured, some critically so. About 275 fighters contained the fire within 2 hours. Soon after the incident, a video purportedly showing the explosion started making the rounds on social media platforms. The video shows an enormous fireball shooting into the sky. However, India Today found that this video is neither from Paris nor recent. It is from a 2020 explosion in Russia.
You are watching India Today.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
some experts are now saying that we are in a bull market. And markets have been doing well, and especially in the month of April and May. So how to really make money in this type of market?
Actually, you have raised a very important question. This is the billion-dollar question. That whether it's a bull market or bear market, tell me how to make money. Because ultimately, we all are here to make money, right? So, in a bull market, the structure of making money is far more easier than in a bear market. In a bear market, a trader makes money because a trader knows how to short the market, how to sell the market and buy at a lower level. For that, a trader uses derivatives, futures and options to build a short position in the market. But in a bull market, all you need is cash. Because when you go into the market and buy shares in cash segment, you need to give them money, right? And all of us have money. All of us may not have shares to sell, but all of us have money. So currently the structure of Indian market, or for that matter now global equity market, has gone into the bull market because it is a function of the interest rates. Because interest rates have kind of plateaued now and it is expected that it will go down in coming 1 to 2 years, market is very dynamic. So market is saying that because interest rates will go down, I want to go up. So that's why there's a bull market. So everything is so related, the business cycle, the interest rate cycle and the market expectation. Everything is so related. So bull market is there. My simple benchmark of bull market is whenever Nifty trades above 200-day moving average. Okay? That means the market is positive. Okay? So the 200-day moving average is around say 17,000 odd. Now the market is around 18,200. So it's a bull market. Now how do you make money? So if you are a trader, you want to buy first and then sell. You don't want to sell first. Okay? If you are an investor, you keep on building your portfolio by regular SIP. The only savior for retail investor is SIP. One should not think of, I have 50 lakh, now I want to put into the market. No, pace it up. Stagger the whole investment journey, then you will create wealth out of it.
Watching India Today.
It appears to be massive escalation and some sort of an infighting in Russia. We're getting you all the details on that big international story that is developing up ahead on the show. A very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's tell you what the top stories are this Saturday early morning first. Massive escalation and infighting in Russia. Russia accuses Wagner chief of mutiny. Military tanks roll on streets of Russia. Wagners call it March for Justice. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mega Diaspora Connect in Washington, D.C. says India shaping world's vikas. Hails India-US ties.
Bharat Mata ki! Bharat Mata ki! Bharat Mata ki!
US President Biden's special gift for Modi, a t-shirt with his quotes on AI. The print reads, "Future is AI, America and India." Prime Minister Narendra Modi meets CEOs on final day of US visit. The meeting marked by pledges of deeper US-India cooperation on areas including space, artificial intelligence and quantum computing. Prime Minister Modi wraps up his US visit en route state visit to Egypt. Now India-Egypt to formalize strategic partnership during Modi's key visit. We're getting you the top story at this hour, and it seems to be a mutiny which is brewing in Russia as a mercenary group, the Wagner, has vowed to go all the way to topple Russia's military leadership. Russian mercenary boss Yevgeny Prigozhin Wagner has claimed that his fighters had crossed the border into Russia from Ukraine and were prepared to go against Moscow's military. The Wagner group is a private army of mercenaries that has been fighting alongside the regular Russian army in Ukraine. Tension has been brewing between them over the war and how the war has been fought, with Prigozhin launching vocal criticisms of Russia's military leadership in recent months. On Friday, Prigozhin had accused the military of launching a deadly missile strike on his troops and vowed to punish them. Authorities have denied the strike and demanded the halt with his legal actions and accused him of armed mutiny. Gaurav Sawant is in fact joining us, a managing editor, with the very latest on that. Gaurav, from what reports seem to be suggesting, all clearly isn't well. There seems to be some sort of a major infighting that has broken out. Has this been brewing for a while? Give us an idea.
It was brewing for quite some time. In fact, Wagner forces have been at the forefront of the assault in Ukraine, and especially parts of eastern Ukraine. If we were to recently talk of that massive offensive that had taken place in the Bakhmut area, that's where the Wagner forces had led the charge. But the Wagner forces were extremely cut up with the Russian military leadership, including with Defense Minister Shoigu, saying that the backup that they wanted, the resources that they wanted were not coming. In fact, accusing the Russian forces of absolute incompetence, leading to the death of hundreds of Wagner fighters. Now, this is a private army. It's a private army that does not believe in the rules of the game or rules of war as they carry out perhaps the most brutal offensive, forcing the Ukrainian forces to step back in many instances. Now, these are forces that have now been turned to target the Russians, and one report seemed to indicate that they've taken over the Russian, not just the military office, but also the internal security office in Rostov. And that there were claims that a Russian military helicopter had been shot down. So much so, Sneha, the situation is so bad that the deputy commander of all Russian forces in Ukraine, General Surovikin, he had to issue a statement telling Wagner forces to only obey commands given by Moscow and not their leader, because this would indicate that there's a mutiny, and this mutiny would very directly be advantage Ukraine at a time when Ukraine says that their real counteroffensive is yet to begin.
You know, Gaurav, give us an idea about the affected areas herein, because from what I understand, it's not like many areas have been affected or Wagners have taken over major cities. It does appear that right now this conflict is confined to Rostov-on-Don, where military forces are really on the move. What more can you tell us?
You're right. So while this is restricted to Rostov, while this is restricted to Russia's east, but the fact remains this is an area which actually would be a vital supply line for offensive that's taking place in Ukraine, or for the defense of territory that has been taken. Now, the question remains, why have Wagner forces been turned around? Forces that had been so fighting so strongly in Ukrainian territory, ensuring that the Ukrainian forces were unable to advance, so much so there were some reports that seemed to indicate that the counter-offensive, the first phase of counter-offensive that had been mounted by Ukraine, had been decimated. Ukrainian forces had been decimated. Some accounts in Russia seem to indicate that just moving 700 meters forward, just 700 meters, less than 1 kilometer, almost a brigade plus of Ukraine had been eliminated. The second brigade was stalled. The breakthrough brigade couldn't even come in. Some analysts were arguing that the Ukrainian counteroffensive was virtually stillborn. At that time comes this news that Wagner forces have turned around Russian and are targeting Russian forces. There are tanks now on the streets in Rostov. There are military helicopters that are flying. And if the Wagner forces have actually either been turned for whatever reason,
yes,
it would actually be a blow to the Russian offensive, and this would be a setback to President Putin.
You know, also what I want to ask you is that it does appear, from what reports are suggesting and from the pictures, dramatic visuals that have been coming in, that this is the Russian president who appears to be just so much more weaker, or perhaps the weakest that we've ever seen him. so far in so many years, isn't it? Even after the Ukraine offensive, he hasn't really appeared to be this weak.
So, if you were to look at the bigger picture, the Russian president is fighting not just Ukraine, but an offensive where NATO countries are actively assisting Ukraine, where NATO forces are ensuring, when the pipeline went up, efforts were made to ensure that his finances were curtailed. In a lot of ways, yes, Russia is fighting with its back to the wall, but in many other ways, the fact that Russia is still fighting, still in a position to carry on the fight, and the fact that Ukrainian counteroffensive till a couple of days ago was being argued, wasn't able to, they weren't being able to make much headway. So it still remains to be seen, how long will this offensive continue. But you're absolutely right. The longer this offensive continues and the counteroffensive continues, it's not good news for Moscow if Wagner forces are turned, if Russian forces are facing these problems. The fact that analysts are saying a very large number of Russian population, especially their young men who could be fighting this war, have actually fled the country. They've gone. Their economy is taking a hit. So overall, absolutely not good news for Russia when something like this happens at a time when Ukraine says that the real face of their counteroffensive is yet to begin. But the fact also remains, Russia remains in control of 1/5 of Ukraine.
Yes, 1/5 of Ukraine. Gaurav, I also want to ask you about the Wagner group. You did say that this has been brewing for a while now. This is a private military army. Talk to us a little about their strength and how big are they in that sense? Are they in a position to give a real challenge to Putin as what it appears to us right now?
When you're fighting a war with your back to the wall, every resource is required, and the 25,000 strong forces that are available to Russia, forces that they're not actually working as an auxiliary force, but the main strike force in some areas. The Wagner forces, it gives Russia plausible deniability. It helps Russia with these private mercenary groups, private militias, carrying out, the most brutal of offensives, not following the rules of war, not being bound by various international conventions on war. They've actually succeeded in pushing the Ukrainian forces back in multiple areas. Bakhmut, for example, you have the Wagner forces carry out one of the worst offensives against the Ukrainian forces, forcing them to retreat. It was a bloody battle. It was more a battle of prestige, according to some American analysts saying that there is no strategic value of this area. But both Russia and Ukraine wanted to hold Bakhmut for prestige. Russia continues to do so for now, and the Wagner forces had a very major role to play in it. However, they've now been turned, which would mean that more Russian troops, more Russian military troops would be required. There have been reports that Russia is trying to desperately raise additional forces for the new phase of this conflict. Should that happen, and without the Wagner forces, one, it's advantage Ukraine. Two, Wagner forces know the vulnerabilities in the past 15 odd months of the Russian forces, and they can exploit that. They've just made this announcement that they've shot down a Russian military helicopter. So, when you're fighting an adversary across and then you have enemies within, it's a setback for the Russian forces.
Well, absolutely. Kremlin, of course, has ordered for the arrest of the boss. So Wagner is what we know his whereabouts at the moment. What reports suggest is unknown. Gaurav, I'm going to thank you for joining us with your views and perspective on that story. And we're staying with developments from Russia. Now, tensions between Yevgeny Prigozhin and the Russian defense military are finally coming to a head, with the Wagner leader threatening to attack Russian troops in retaliation for what he says was a deadly strike against his own paramilitary forces. Listen in.
The head of Russia's Wagner Group mercenary organization is, for the first time, publicly rejecting Moscow's official justification for the war in Ukraine, saying the reason for the invasion was based on lies, running directly counter to President Putin's own statements, and marking a new milestone in the months-long feud between the Wagner founder, Yevgeny Prigozhin, and Russia's top military brass. This is part of Prigozhin's video, which was posted on Telegram.
Why was the war needed?
Война нужна была для того, чтобы
The war was needed so that a handful of scumbags could have a blast and get PR attention showing how strong the army is.
она была нужна ради
The war was needed not in order to return Russian citizens to our bosom, and not in order to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine.
психически больной.
It was needed for one star with additional embroidery, so that one mentally sick man could look good on a coffin pillow. Shoigu lives by the principle that a lie must be horrific for people to believe it. That's when the lies come.
Prigozhin's referring to Russia's defense minister, Sergei Shoigu, a constant target of his criticism. He's often accused Shoigu and other military leaders of incompetence, but rejecting the core reasons for the war is new for Prigozhin. He says Shoigu's deceiving President Putin and that the war was also used to enrich the ruling elite. Prigozhin also specifically uses the word war in the video, not the phrase special military operation used by the Kremlin. Prigozhin's enjoyed unusual freedom in publicly criticizing Moscow, although not Putin himself, whom he relies on for support.
All right, now the final leg of his US visit as the state guest, the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed the Indian community at the Ronald Reagan building in Washington, D.C. The Prime Minister's much anticipated address began with international singer Mary Milben rendering India's national anthem. The Prime Minister also announced that Indian origin members will not have to leave the US for an H-1B visa from now onwards. He's announced that the United States will open new consulates in Bengaluru and Ahmedabad. Lauding several deals during the maiden state visit, the Prime Minister announced India-US ties had embarked on a glorious new journey by converging on global strategic issues, technology transfer, manufacturing cooperation and much more. Chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai and Vande Mataram reverberated inside this building.
To unite, yoga. आप में से बहुत से लोगों की H-1B वीजा के रिन्यू को लेकर भी लंबे अरसे से एक डिमांड थी। अब ये निर्णय लिया गया है कि H-1B वीजा को रिन्यू करने के लिए आपको अमेरिका से बाहर नहीं जाना पड़ेगा। Thank you. अमेरिका में रहते हुए ही अब ये वीजा रिन्यू हो जाएगा। इसके लिए इस साल एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया जाएगा। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे आईटी प्रोफेशनल्स को भी होने वाला है। इस फैसले के जो भी अनुभव होंगे उसे देखते हुए यही व्यवस्था भविष्य में एल कैटेगरी वीजा के लिए भी हो सकती है। आप में से बहुत सारे लोग यहां बरसों से अमेरिका में रह रहे हैं। यहां आप अपने जीवन में, अपनी दिनचर्या में व्यस्त रहते हैं, लेकिन मैं ये भी जानता हूं कि आपका मन, आपका दिल भारत में भी लगा रहता है। और इसलिए आपकी सहूलियत ये भी भारत की प्राथमिकता है। आपकी जरूरतों को देखते हुए भारत इस साल सिएटल में एक नया कॉन्सुलेट खोलने जा रहा है।
To begin with, let's talk about the visit to the United States of America. Prime Minister Narendra Modi had a very fruitful and a successful visit to the United States of America. It's a state visit, a historic one where there have been many firsts, with a very warm, resounding welcome, not just from the Indian community, but from the Biden family also. The Bidens inviting him for a private dinner, apart from the state banquet that they were anyway going to host. The private dinner was overlooked by the First Lady herself in terms of the layout, in terms of the fact that a spectacular vegetarian meal was prepared for the Indian Premier. We've had Indian Premiers in the past also who've been vegetarian, but the special nuance of having millets added to the menu. In terms of the deals and the announcements, there have been so many when it comes to substantive outcome. Be the GE F414 deal with HAL, that is going to be a game changer. Manufacturing in India. India has been pushing for not just complete technology transfer, but also has been saying that if India is buying your product, your complete product, then source the raw materials, source from India whatever that they can source. And if they're looking at manufacturing outside, then look at India to manufacture outside. The Artemis Accord, another very important move forward in space collaboration, where we could see Indians in the International Space Station by 2024. There are so many aspects when it comes to economy, trade, but one pain point for all the Indian Americans was the visa issue. And I'm not talking about delays in visas, that's for the Indians. I'm talking about Indian Americans and the H-1B visa policy, or for that matter, those with work permits now can get their visa stamped here. A huge move forward for all these people. They were so happy when Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke about it. But also in terms of visa delays, more consulates coming up in India, and similarly more Indian consulates coming up in America. So a lot of substantive talk, forward movement. There have been certain areas where we looked at countering China, certain other areas where because of the Russia-Ukraine war, there has been conversation with regards to how that is headed. India, again, the Indian Premier repeated that this is not an era of war. The congressional address, a historic one, second time for an Indian Premier addressing the congressional joint meeting of the Congress in itself was historic. It has never happened before that one Indian Premier addresses the US Congress on two occasions. That happened, but the messaging over there absolutely clear. For all the naysayers of democracy and Indian democracy, Prime Minister Narendra Modi pointed out that India indeed is a democracy, that there is a voice for dissent. And while there have been areas of concern, we saw the lunch at the State Department with Kamala Harris and Antony Blinken. So a forward movement there where Kamala Harris is looking to engage India, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi started off on the right foot by saying, when he spoke about Indians coming and achieving in America, he said there's one standing right behind me, and he was referring to the Vice President. So he is going a very successful man when it comes to achievements from the visit.
And Prime Minister Narendra Modi's two-day Egypt tour begins today. Well, after a power-packed three-day visit to the United States of America, the Prime Minister is gearing up for his Egypt visit. This will be Prime Minister Modi's first visit to Egypt, and also this would be the first official bilateral visit of the Indian Prime Minister to Egypt since 1997. Upon his arrival at Cairo, the Prime Minister will hold a roundtable meeting with the Egyptian Prime Minister, followed by an interaction with the Indian Diaspora, community members, as well as the Egyptian thought leaders. During his two-day visit, the Prime Minister will visit the 11th century Al-Hakim Mosque, historic and prominent mosque in Cairo. He will visit Heliopolis War Grave Cemetery to pay tributes to the Indian soldiers who made the supreme sacrifice fighting for Egypt during the First World War.
we are having for the first time a roundtable between Honorable Prime Minister and the Egyptian Prime Minister. After President Sisi's highly successful visit to India in January 2023, both countries agreed to elevate the relations to a strategic partnership, and on his return, President Sisi constituted a special India unit in his cabinet, which consists of senior ministers, and they have been tasked to improve relations with India. So Prime Minister will be having a meeting with the India unit, and I'm sure that this will lead to very concrete outcomes and further deepen bilateral relations.
Moving forward, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's second leg of his two-nation tour is Egypt. A very important tour, a very important country for India. President Sisi had come visiting India for the Republic Day, and then now Prime Minister Narendra Modi, a long overdue visit, is going to be in Egypt for an official visit to the country, where he is going to engage the North African Islamic nation that holds a lot of sway in the region and is a powerful country, and is going to engage them on many quarters. Security is going to be very important and top of India's agenda. Economic and trade ties, given Egypt's position, geostrategic position. But what he is going to do is, apart from the bilateral meeting, he's engaging an India group that was constituted by President Sisi after he went from India, when he had come for the Republic Day. He went and constituted this group. He's also going to meet thought leaders of Egypt. He's going to go to the Grand Mufti Mosque in Egypt and the Al Hakim Mosque. So a lot of messaging, a lot of symbolism, and a lot of substance. Symbolism and substance has been part of Prime Minister Modi's agenda in America. It will be so in Egypt as well. And then in Egypt, as he does in every country, he is going to engage the Indian community there as well.
The story and much more up on our website too. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app for all news and updates. That brings us to the end of this edition. Health 360 follows. Do stay on for that. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today.
If you travel towards these Western countries, European countries, it's crazy how people they are involved in yoga. Every third street will have a beautiful yoga center. It's not only that you're just running outside and you got some place and practicing yoga. There are dedicated academies, institutes, studios to practice yoga. So what our experience is, let it be the streets of Manhattan or in Japan. People, they practice there. They spend a year or 2 years, and then they are back to Himalayas. You will see them in Himachal Pradesh, in Rishikesh, or in Nepal, these kind of mountain ranges. They come and they spend their time. They try to go more deep in yogic practices.
In my early educational days, I was a little boy and I was very lost. I didn't know where to turn, I didn't know what to do, I didn't know who to believe. So I always wondered why I was here. I knew I was here for a specific reason. We implement the practice of yoga. So naturally, it changes your inner mechanism. I gave up my business in the UK and I sold my house in the UK to come to India to learn the ancient teachings of yoga and pranayams, breathing techniques, mudras and meditation techniques. And it's helped me so much, because obviously moving from England to India is such a big jump, and it's enabled me to have a stronger mindset. Now that I realise that this is what I need to do in this lifetime, it's very passionate for me to bring these teachings back to the West, back to England, and help humanity.
this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
You are watching India Today.
Yoga Research and Development Center. Health 360 is telling you all about India's gift to the world. divine journey from self to true self. And to find that true self, India today is in Bengaluru city. We are at the Akshar Yoga Research and Development Center. And as we commemorate Yoga Day celebrations across the country, we're going to tell you all about yoga. In every sense of the word, yoga is India's gift to the world. I'm Sneha Mordani, watching Health 360.
Yoga is not just about body postures or flexibility or another way of exercising or moving your body. It goes much beyond, much deeper. It's a very deeper connection with your own self.
Nostril breathing, close your right nostril with your thumb. Inhale from your left nostril. Close your left nostril and exhale from your right.
Many people, they say, I feel suicidal, like domestic abuses, the many things that happened at the time. And I used to get the phone calls and I was scared. And what can I do? What should I do at this time? This is happening, what should I do? And only thing at that time I knew is this will help. And then be strong right now and log in the morning. Few months later, I remember this person, the same lady who called me, who was saying that I was feeling suicidal, and they called me after 3 months and she tells, मैं कहाँ मरने की सोच रही थी and now मैं headstand कर रही हूँ. That was kind of liberating.
The myth about yoga just being something which can be equated to exercise is absolutely something that we need to move away from, and regular practices will make us believe, and results will tell us that it is something beyond just exercises.
Complete focus on your breath.
It really works on rewiring your brain in such a way it will help us grow as a person. As I told you before, no matter what profession that I am in, I might not be a yoga teacher or anything. I can be the best in everything I do. That's what yoga does. 3, 4, 5, 6.
If there's a group of friends and one of the person is known to have a very frequent anxiety attacks or very frequent panic attacks, what the others would advise is that just breathe, relax, you should not take too much of pressure, you should just chill, right? But what is happening inside, only that person knows. The best part of yoga is that it doesn't force anything that you should come out. It's not a toxic positivity.
Everybody give me a smile, a cheeky smile. A big one, big cheeky smile. There you are, looking so beautiful.
When we are talking about yoga asanas, like yoga asanas would directly work with your blood flow. And when your blood flow is impacted, then we are talking about not just flexibility or strength or just at that level. We are talking about something beyond that.
Inhale, Bhujangasana, roll your shoulder back, dropping it behind. And exhale, Adho Mukha Svanasana, push your heels down.
The practice of yoga is believed to have started with the very dawn of civilization. The science of yoga has its origins from thousands of years ago, long before religions and belief systems were born. In the yogic lore, Shiva is seen as the first yogi or Adi Yogi and the first guru or Adi Guru.
there is no doubt that Himalaya is the origin of yoga. And that's the reason why people from all over the world, they are inclined towards these divine mountains. In our practices, when we are, we say that we practice or train on mountains, for us, yoga is a time immemorial practice. Giving any specific time, it'll always will be a kind of conflict. But still, when we go with the documents, so documents like Hatha Yoga Pradipika, Bhagavad Gita, Patanjali Yoga Sutra, and Rig Veda, they have immense information about yogic practices, and each these scriptures, they have their own method and way to teach us about the principle and the science of yoga.
The beginnings of yoga can be traced to the Indus Saraswati civilization in northern India over 5,000 years ago. Around the time of 1800s and 1900s, yoga masters began traveling to the West, attracting attention and many followers. In the year 1893, Swami Vivekananda traveled to Chicago, attending the Parliament of Religions, preaching to the attendees about yoga and the universality of religion. He wowed the audience there, and thus began the journey of yoga moving out of India's shores. More than 100 years later came India's moment in 2014, when yoga was consciously popularized by the Indian government. The idea to tell the West that yoga is India's gift to the world, undoubtedly a symbol of India's soft power.
योग हमारी पुरातन पारंपरिक अमूल्य देन है। योग मन व शरीर, विचार व कर्म, संयम व उपलब्धि की एकात्मता का तथा मानव व प्रकृति के बीच सामंजस्य का मूर्त रूप है। यह स्वास्थ्य व कल्याण का समग्र दृष्टिकोण है। आइए हम एक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योग दिवस को आरंभ करने की दिशा में कार्य करें।
With the acceptance of yoga from international platforms, when you have the whole world involved in yoga, not emotionally, now it's kind of official announcement all over the world that International Yoga Day, 21st June, and the whole globe celebrates this. So people, those who are involved, for sure, it's an achievement for them. But those who are not aware, they also got the information. And collective consciousness will help to go more deep in this science. And that's what we are seeing from past 8 years.
The 21st day of June is celebrated as Yoga Day world over. 300 million people globally have embraced this practice, reaping benefits for their bodies and their minds.
If you travel towards these Western countries, European countries, it's crazy how people, they are involved in yoga. Every third street will have a beautiful yoga center. It's not only that you're just running outside and you got some place and practicing yoga. There are dedicated academies, institutes, studios to practice yoga. So what our experience is, let it be the streets of Manhattan or in Japan. People, they practice there. They spend a year or 2 years, and then they are back to Himalayas. You will see them in Himachal Pradesh, in Rishikesh, or in Nepal, these kind of mountain ranges. They come and they spend their time. They try to go more deep in yogic practices.
In my early educational days, I was a little boy and I was very lost. I didn't know where to turn, I didn't know what to do, I didn't know who to believe. So I always wondered why I was here. I knew I was here for a specific reason. We implement the practice of yoga. So naturally, it changes your inner mechanism. I gave up my business in the UK and I sold my house in the UK to come to India to learn the ancient teachings of yoga and pranayams, breathing techniques, mudras and meditation techniques. And it's helped me so much because obviously moving from England to India is such a big jump and it's enabled me to have a stronger mindset. Now that I realise that this is what I need to do in this lifetime, it's very passionate for me to bring these teachings back to the West, back to England and help humanity.
Those who've embraced it tell us how yoga is possibly the most holistic wellness and health practice.
The whole science of chemical is yoga. My anger, my happiness, my joy, my stress, everything is yoga. If I'm able to take a benefit, for sure I would like to share with my family. And that's what the philosophy of yoga is, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We believe that whole world is our family. So it's very important to share this gift with everyone.
Yoga can be used in every way. Even as I told you, I myself joined to lose weight. The way you do any particular asana or the combination of asanas that we do, then how you combine asanas with each other and how you do with the breath, it matters. Another person who wants to get rid of the stress or anxiety or want to become flexible, everything works because of the combination that you're doing. It is asanas along with the breath techniques that we do.
When you do an asana, and you're not doing just an asana for your postures or building your strength or your flexibility, but you are doing it along with using your breath, you're doing it completely mindfully. You are in the present moment. There are 72,000 channels in our internal life force, unconscious body. What does it mean? Ayurveda speaks about it. Our rishis, munis have spoken about it long back, thousands of years back. What does it mean and how do they get blocked? Yoga is something that works on these channels.
When we talk about yoga, people don't even know that there is something called yoga for vision. Like your eyesight can be impacted with regular practices of yoga. Again, the same concept of channelizing your blood flow, and there are certain postures which trigger that more than the others. So when we are talking about inversions, or when blood is directly flowing towards your face or towards your upper body, then these kind of practices, when done regularly, will definitely result to a healthier vision and staying away from basic lifestyle disorders that we may have otherwise. Pressing certain pressure points with your fingers, they again stimulate your blood flow in a way that it would provide glow to your face. And again, regular practices. In fact, some of the face yoga practices can also be combined with breathing techniques like pranayama.
Diabetes is not just a problem of your body, it is a problem of your hormones, it is a problem of your stress levels, it is a problem of your spirit. You have to work on all forms, you have to work with your food, you have to work with your activity levels. There are particular asanas that work on your particular organs. There's accumulation of energy in your system which needs to be removed, and yoga works on that. So there are a lot of things that, and we have seen, I have seen in my personal practice also that yoga is really helpful and very holistic when it comes to reversing diabetes.
"28-year-old Parth Patel, a practicing doctor who's battled depression and bipolar disease, tells us that his weapon has been yoga."
I've done my MBBS from Gujarat, and while I was doing the MBBS, the whole purpose of me becoming a doctor was to incorporate the healthy lifestyle into the society. But as I went into the deeper version of deeper layers of dealing with the patients, I got to understand that it was not providing health in the real terms. Rather, it was creating more illness in terms of side effects, in terms of putting a hole in the pocket. And that realization really got me thinking, really got me question about a lot of my choices about becoming a doctor. And those questions I didn't have the answers to, got me into that, not just depression, but the bipolar disease, that I used to become a little bit maniac about thinking how would I deal with this, because I really wanted to serve the society, but there was no real way I could find to actually do it. That was for me at least. And on the other hand, I used to feel very helpless, thinking that what am I going to do as one person against the entire system, the healthcare system that we have, and how even if I take certain steps, how those steps are going to make a difference into the world. And that's when I started practicing yoga for myself, and that's when I found the results, not just in the physical body. Of course, I really gained some good strength, stability and flexibility. My mental stability also increased. I was able to be in a lot more peace with myself.
Hoshidar Dubash, a hotelier who fought hard against alcoholism, says that yoga came to his rescue.
When I was a hotelier, I was working in hotels, so nearly that time, weekends or we finish our work on the weekdays, and meeting friends and just having a drink was giving me that confidence that this is life. But nearly then I felt like does it make sense? Because my purpose, I'm not understanding my purpose, like why am I doing all these things? So the journey was, after joining the yoga, I really felt like that alcohol is not allowing me to grow. It is just giving me that a rush of happiness, peace, and that wasn't I was actually looking out for. But then when I started practicing Vitaksha Yoga, and the most important is the guidance of my guru, it nearly changed my life.
The world found itself in the middle of a pandemic in the year 2020. The pandemic has truly robbed us of our mental peace and physical well-being. But the quest for solutions is still on.
This announcement itself was a panic, because no one is trained to live an isolated life. And what need to be done, what I should do, this kind of thoughts, this kind of lifestyle, it was natural to go through with the stress, anxiety and depression. Because yoga is having the mechanism to treat mind. Yoga is having that technique to engage you. People, those who got involved in this process, you see their outcome is totally different. When we meet people, in that fun part, they say that those were beautiful days. Why? Because morning they were able to practice, evening they were able to practice, and they were engaged. My 1 hour is dedicated for my physical practice. So pandemic time, people, they became super conscious about their health.
That brings us to the end of this edition of Health 360. We're signing off from Bengaluru City. Until next time, stay safe and do take very good care of yourself. Bye for now.
Watching India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 31 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bengaluru, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 22 degrees.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today.
Cheers, bonhomie and the biggest global bond. World's biggest and oldest democracies unite. Modi-Biden, a new chapter in India's foreign policy. Watch all this and more on World Today, only on India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 31 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 22 degrees.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
नमस्ते। आप लोगों ने इस हॉल में एक प्रकार से भारत का फुल मैप बना दिया है। हिंदुस्तान के हर कोने के लोग यहां नजर आ रहे हैं। आप यहां दूर दूर से आए हैं। ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे मिनी इंडिया उमड़ा है। अमेरिका में एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की इतनी सुंदर तस्वीर दिखाने के लिए मैं आप सबको हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। साथियों, यहां अमेरिका में मुझे जितना प्यार, जितना स्नेह मिल रहा है, वो वाकई अद्भुत है। और इसका श्रेय यहां अमेरिका में आपकी मेहनत, आपके व्यवहार, अमेरिका के विकास में आपके योगदान को जाता है। मैं अमेरिका में रहने वाली मां भारती की हर संतान का अभिनंदन करता हूं। मैं प्रेसिडेंट बाइडेन का भी आभारी हूं। बीते 3 दिनों में लगातार हम साथ रहे। बहुत सारे विषयों पर हमारी खुल करके बातचीत हुई और मैं अनुभव से कहता हूं, वे एक सुलझे हुए अनुभवी नेता है। भारत अमेरिका पार्टनरशिप को एक नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाने वाले व्यक्तिगत रूप से उनका बहुत प्रयास रहा है और मैं सार्वजनिक रूप से उनके इस प्रयासों की सराहना करता हूं। साथियों, इन 3 दिनों में भारत और अमेरिका के पारस्परिक रिश्तों की एक नई और गौरवशाली यात्रा प्रारंभ हुई है। ये नई यात्रा ग्लोबल स्ट्रैटेजिक इश्यूज पर हमारे कन्वर्जेंस की है। ये नई यात्रा मेक इन इंडिया, मेक फॉर द वर्ल्ड, उसको लेकर हमारे कोऑपरेशन की है। टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में हमारा आपसी सहयोग हो या फिर इंडस्ट्रियल सप्लाई चेन में बढ़ता तालमेल, दोनों देश एक बेहतर भविष्य की ओर मजबूत कदम उठा रहे हैं। जनरल इलेक्ट्रिक कंपनी का भारत में फाइटर प्लेन के इंजन बनाने का फैसला भारत के डिफेंस सेक्टर के लिए ये मील का पत्थर साबित होगा। ये समझौता करके अमेरिका सिर्फ टेक्नोलॉजी ही शेयर नहीं करेगा, बल्कि म्यूचुअल ट्रस्ट को भी शेयर करेगा। डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल कोऑपरेशन रोडमैप से दोनों देशों के बीच पार्टनरशिप और गहरी होने वाली है। मैं इस यात्रा के दौरान माइक्रोन, गूगल, एप्लाइड मटेरियल्स जैसी दिग्गज कंपनियों ने भी भारत में बड़े इन्वेस्टमेंट की घोषणा की है। माइक्रोन द्वारा सेमीकंडक्टर सेक्टर में $2.5 बिलियन का इन्वेस्टमेंट भारत को वर्ल्ड सेमीकंडक्टर चेन से जोड़ने वाला है। एप्लाइड मटेरियल्स द्वारा भारत में सेमीकंडक्टर इक्विपमेंट के लिए $400 मिलियन का निवेश अब भारत में अपना ग्लोबल फिनटेक सेंटर खोलने जा रहा है। बोइंग ने भी भारत में $100 मिलियन के निवेश का ऐलान किया है। एमआरओ फैसिलिटी हो, पायलट्स की ट्रेनिंग का प्रोग्राम हो, बोइंग कंपनी इस दिशा में भी अपना सहयोग बढ़ाएगी। ये सारे समझौते, ये सारी घोषणाएं भारत में इन्वेस्टमेंट के साथ साथ जॉब क्रिएशन, रोजगार, हाई टेक्नोलॉजी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और इनोवेशन को बढ़ावा देगी। साथियों, भारत अमेरिका ने जो आर्टेमिस अकॉर्ड साइन किया है, वो अंतरिक्ष में बहुत सारी संभावनाओं के द्वार खोलने जा रहा है। नासा का आर्टेमिस प्रोग्राम मून से लेकर मंगल तक के मिशन के लिए अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा है। इस प्रोग्राम से भारत जुड़ेगा तो दोनों ही देशों को फायदा होगा। नासा के साथ मिलकर स्पेस में भारतीय एस्ट्रोनॉट भेजने को लेकर भी बात आगे बढ़ी है। इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन में भेजने के लिए नासा द्वारा भारतीय एस्ट्रोनॉट्स को एडवांस ट्रेनिंग भी दी जाएगी। और इसलिए ही मैंने कल कहा, स्काई इज नॉट द लिमिट। साथियों, ये सारे समझौते, ये एग्रीमेंट्स सिर्फ कुछ नीतियों को आगे बढ़ाना मात्र नहीं है, ये भारत अमेरिका के करोड़ों लोगों के भाग्य को नई ऊंचाई देने का काम हुआ है। टुगेदर we are not just forming policies and agreements. We are shaping lives, dreams, and destinies. साथियों, आप में से बहुत सारे लोग यहां बरसों से अमेरिका में रह रहे हैं। यहां आप अपने जीवन में, अपनी दिनचर्या में व्यस्त रहते हैं, लेकिन मैं ये भी जानता हूं कि आपका मन, आपका दिल भारत में भी लगा रहता है। साथियों, आप में से बहुत से लोगों की H-1B वीजा के रिन्यू को लेकर भी लंबे अरसे से एक डिमांड थी। अब ये निर्णय लिया गया है कि H-1B वीजा को रिन्यू करने के लिए आपको अमेरिका से बाहर नहीं जाना पड़ेगा। Thank you. अमेरिका में रहते हुए ही अब ये वीजा रिन्यू हो जाएगा। इसके लिए इस साल एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया जाएगा। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे आईटी प्रोफेशनल्स को भी होने वाला है। इस फैसले के जो भी अनुभव होंगे उसे देखते हुए यही व्यवस्था भविष्य में एल कैटेगरी वीजा के लिए भी हो सकती है। साथियों, आप भारत की हर उपलब्धि से खुश होते हैं, उसे सेलिब्रेट करते हैं। आप गर्व करते हैं जब दुनिया के इतने सारे देश यूएन हेडक्वार्टर पर योग दिवस के लिए जुटते हैं। आप गर्व करते हैं जब यहां के सुपरमार्केट में मेड इन इंडिया प्रोडक्ट दिखता है। आप गर्व करते हैं जब भारत के टैलेंट को दुनिया की बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियों को नेतृत्व देते देखते हैं। और आप गर्व करते हैं जब नाटू नाटू की धुन पर पूरी दुनिया थिरकने लगती है। और आज आप ये भी देखकर गर्व से भरे हुए हैं कैसे भारत का सामर्थ्य आज पूरे विश्व के विकास को दिशा दे रहा है। आज भारत दुनिया के उन देशों में से एक है जहां अर्थव्यवस्था इतनी तेजी से आगे बढ़ रही है। पूरी दुनिया की नजर आपके भारत पर है। आप भी सोच रहे होंगे आखिर ये कैसे हो रहा है। ये किसने किया है? साथियों, ये मैंने नहीं किया है, ये मोदी ने नहीं किया है। भारत में हो रही इस प्रगति का सबसे बड़ा कारण है भारत का आत्मविश्वास। एक 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों का आत्मविश्वास। सैकड़ों वर्षों की गुलामी ने ये आत्मविश्वास हमसे छीन लिया था। साथियों, भारत मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी है। और अमेरिका आधुनिक लोकतंत्र का चैंपियन है। आज दुनिया इन दो महान लोकतंत्रों की साझेदारी को और सशक्त हुए देख रही है। अमेरिका हमारा सबसे बड़ा ट्रेडिंग पार्टनर है और एक्सपोर्ट डेस्टिनेशन है, लेकिन अभी हमारी पार्टनरशिप का असली पोटेंशियल सामने आना बाकी है। इस पोटेंशियल को आगे बढ़ाने में आप सबकी बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। आप सभी ने यहां बहुत नाम कमाया है। आपने अमेरिका के विकास में बहुत बड़ा योगदान दिया है। अब जब भारत ने आजादी के अमृत काल में विकसित भारत के निर्माण का संकल्प लिया है, तब आपसे अपेक्षा और अधिक बढ़ जाती है। साथियों, मुझे इस बात की खुशी है कि अमेरिकी सरकार ने भारत की 100 से ज्यादा एंटिक्विटीज, पुरानी मूर्तियां, चीजें जो हमारे यहां से चोरी हुई थी ना, सौ से अधिक उसे लौटाने का फैसला लिया है। ये पुरातन वस्तुएं बरसों पहले कुछ सही रास्ते से आई होगी, कुछ गलत रास्ते से आई होगी, अलग अलग तरीकों से अंतर्राष्ट्रीय बाजार में पहुंच गई थी। इन ऐतिहासिक वस्तुओं को लौटाने के लिए मैं अमेरिकी सरकार का विशेष रूप से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। किसी दूसरे देश की भावनाओं का सम्मान, उसके लोगों की भावनाओं का सम्मान दोनों ही देशों के रिश्तों को और मजबूती देते हैं। मैं जब पिछली बार अमेरिका आया था, तब भी भारत को बहुत सी पुरानी ऐतिहासिक वस्तुएं लौटाई गई थी। और आजकल दुनिया में मैं जहां भी जाता हूं ना, तो उनको लगता है ये सही व्यक्ति है। इसको सुपुर्द करो, सही जगह पे पहुंचेगी। ये दिखाता है कि भारत अमेरिका के बीच रिश्ता सिर्फ व्यापारिक ही नहीं, बल्कि भावनात्मक रूप से भी मजबूत हो रहा है। साथियों, भारत और अमेरिका की पार्टनरशिप 21वीं सदी की दुनिया को फिर से बेहतर बनाने के लिए है। इस पार्टनरशिप में आप सभी की भूमिका बहुत बड़ी है और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि इस भूमिका को निभाने में आप कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़ेंगे। आपका ये भरोसा, आपका विश्वास मेरे दिल में पहले भी था, आज भी है, कल भी रहने वाला है। आप सब दूर दूर से आए, आप सबको मिलने का मुझे अवसर मिला और यहीं से सीधा एयरपोर्ट जा रहा हूं। तो जैसा भोजन के बाद आखिर में मीठी डिश होती है, ऐसी स्वीट डिश को खा करके मैं निकल रहा हूं। आप सब स्वस्थ रहें, समृद्ध रहें, इसी भावना के साथ आप सबका बहुत बहुत आभार, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
This month, when the International Chess Federation released the rankings for the under-7 category, right on top was an Indian wonder kid. Anupriya Yadav from Prayagraj has secured the first position at the age of 6 years, leaving behind players from the rest of the world.
सबसे पहले टिया दीदी से मम्मी ने सीखा था, क्योंकि मैं मम्मी को बहुत फॉलो करती थी, तो इसलिए मैंने मम्मी से सीखा। पापा फिर करने लगे मेरे साथ, मैच खेलने लगे, तो उसी फिर जब पापा से भी हाई लेवल पे हो गई तो दीदी ने सिखाने लगा।
Anupriya is inspired by her sister Priya Yadav, who is a national level chess player. Her parents want to see both of them become grandmasters.
हमारी भी दो बेटियां ही हैं, इसलिए हमारे लिए हम बेटों से बढ़ के हैं और हमारा यही सपना है कि ये इनके नाम से हम जब भी जाने जाते हैं। हमको हमारे अगल बगल में अगर कोई जान पहुंचेगा तो कोई भी बोलेगा प्रिया यादव का घर बताइए, अनुप्रिया यादव का घर बताइए, तो सीधे हमारे घर पहुंच जाएंगे। हमारा नाम तो बहुत कम ही लोग जानते होंगे।
While Anupriya aims to be a grandmaster, her immediate goal is different.
मैं पापा को हरा लेती हूँ बस। मम्मी को भी हरा लेती हूँ। दीदी को तो नहीं।
अब आगे सपना क्या है, किसको हराना चाहती हैं?
दीदी को।
After the latest rankings were released, school teachers felicitated Anupriya for her achievements. Anupriya is now a hero at her school. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
People often donate heart and eyes, but now you can also donate your skin. North India's first skin bank is ready in Delhi's Safdarjung Hospital. Eligible disease donors can donate skin and give someone a new lease of life. Burn victims can immensely benefit from these skin banks for their graft surgeries.
स्किन बैंकिंग में ये खास बात है कि इसमें कोई मैचिंग की जरूरत नहीं है। कोई भी पेशेंट स्किन डोनेट कर सकता है। उस मरीज की, उस डिजीज़ की दी हुई स्किन किसी भी दूसरे मरीज में इस्तेमाल हो सकती है। ना कोई ब्लड ग्रुपिंग मैचिंग चाहिए, ना कोई और HLA मैचिंग चाहिए। और जिसमें ये स्किन हमने लगाई है उसको जीवन में कोई स्टेरॉयड और इम्यूनोसप्रेसेंट्स खाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है।
Safdarjung Hospital authorities are also doing everything they can to make people aware about skin donation. With the help of specialized equipment and proven techniques, donated skin is processed and stored in bank before transplantation.
इतने सारे वार्ड्स हैं, जो भी नए डॉक्टर्स ज्वाइन करते हैं, जूनियर रेजिडेंट्स हैं, वो ज्वाइन करते हैं, तो उनको सेमिनार्स लेके, उनको इन्फॉर्म करके, उनको बताया जाएगा। डेथ फॉर्म है, जब हम लोग उसको साइन करते हैं तो उसमें भी हम सोच सकते हैं कि हम उसमें भी ऐड करा दें कि हम आई डोनेशन के लिए विलिंग हैं और स्किन डोनेशन के लिए विलिंग हैं।
As of now, there are 16 skin banks across the country, and here's hoping that this latest center in Delhi opens the doors for many more such skin banks in India. With Neetu Jha, Bureau Report, India Today.
are watching India Today.
क्योंकि हमारी लड़ाई एक बंदे से है। हमारे रेसलिंग प्रेसिडेंट है, वो जिम्मेदार रहेंगे।
अरे संसार में कोई पैदा नहीं हुआ जो दाग लगा दे।
कितने साल से आप कर रहे हो कुश्ती?
मैम 6 साल से कर रही हूँ।
6 साल से?
यस मैम।
यहाँ टूट भी गया है?
ये तो मैम टूट ही जाता है, सबका टूटता है।
सबका टूटता है? सबसे मुश्किल क्या है कुश्ती में?
मुश्किल तो मैम देखो कुछ भी नहीं है, वो तो प्रैक्टिस पे निर्भर है। जो भी प्रैक्टिस करेगा उसको तो
हो जाएगा ठीक, जो भी प्रैक्टिस करेगा।
ये तो पहलवानी की निशानी है। हाँ। जो पहलवानी करेगा 1 साल में, 6 महीने में, 2 साल में, उसके तो टूटने ही हैं।
टूटने ही है? हाँ।
कई बार मैट पे घिसट वगैरह लग जाती है तो उससे ये फूलने लगता है जैसे, तो उसमें पानी बन जाता है। पहचान होती है, मतलब कोई देखता है तो दूर से पहचान लेता है कि पहलवान है ये। ऐसे कहते हैं कि पहलवानी में चोट लगना श्रृंगार है, तो वो श्रृंगार तो सभी को पहनना पड़ता है, चोट तो है उसलिए लगती है।
मन में कब आया कुश्ती करनी है? घर में कोई और है कुछ जो करते हैं कुश्ती?
यस मैम, पापा भी हैं।
पापा करते हैं? तो उनको देखा बचपन से? आपके घर में कौन करता है कुश्ती?
कोई भी नहीं करता, मैं ही हूँ बस।
कोई नहीं करता? फिर ये मन में कैसे आया?
मतलब स्कूल में, हमारे स्कूल में स्पोर्ट्स था, तो वहाँ मतलब लड़कियाँ रेसलिंग करती थी ना, तो उनको देख के मतलब मन किया करने का। और दंगल मूवी नहीं आई थी तब, उसको देख के हुआ था मतलब।
देखिए पूरी पिक्चर देखी दंगल?
हाँ।
एक बार, कई बार?
कई बार देखी है।
कई बार?
पर मेरे पेरेंट्स तो नहीं थे ऐसे, तो उन्होंने मतलब लड़का लड़की, जैसे पहले तो ये था कि लड़का लड़की में मतलब करते थे फ़र्क, पर ना तो मेरे पेरेंट्स ने ऐसा कुछ किया।
तो माँ बाप को कन्विंस कैसे किया? क्या बोला?
मेरे पापा ने ऐसा मतलब सपना था कि मेरा एक बेटा या बेटी कोई स्पोर्ट्स करे, तो मेरे भाई ने मतलब किया नहीं, उसकी मतलब रुचि नहीं थी, तो मेरी थी, तो मेरे पापा ने मेरे को ही स्टार्ट कराया था।
मेरा भी नहीं था रेसलिंग में, मैं तो वैसे आई थी, बस फिजिकल फिट होने के लिए आई थी।
आते हैं, देखते हैं, शाबाशी देते हैं?
हाँ।
क्या बोली?
ऐसे बोले, धमकाते भी हैं, तब कुछ गलती करते तब तो धमकाते ही हैं।
कौन? पापा धमकाते हैं?
हाँ।
क्या बोलते हैं?
कि ऐसे करना चाहिए, तूने ऐसे नहीं किया।
पहलवानी के बारे में तो कुछ पता नहीं था। पापा ने कहा करते कि पढ़ना को नहीं, पहलवानी करनी है, तो बस नो होया करता, स्कूल में ना जाना, बैठे स्कूल का काम ना करना, तो मतलब इंटरेस्ट बन गया कि जल्दी तक खाड़े में छोड़ दे, स्कूल तक पढ़ना छूट जाएगा और पहलवानी करनी। फिर
लड़कियां ज़्यादा करती हैं कुश्ती, लड़के ज़्यादा करते हैं?
अब तो लड़कियां भी लड़कों के बराबर ही करने लगी हैं।
करने लगे हैं? अच्छा, अगर लड़के के साथ दंगल हो तो कौन जीतेगा? लड़की या
लड़की?
लड़की। अच्छा, यहाँ विनेश फोगाट के कितने फैंस हैं? अरे भाई साहब, बहुत
कीमती है। जो हमारे प्रेसिडेंट साहब थे वो ये कर रहे थे।
हमें तो पता चले कि हम गलत थे, कौन गलत था, वो सब अंधेरे में है। सबसे फेवरेट रेसलर कौन है?
इंडिया में तो विनेश फोगाट है।
अच्छी लगती है विनेश फोगाट?
हाँ।
क्या अच्छा लगता है उनका विनेश फोगाट?
स्पीड ज़्यादा है उनमें, स्पीड बहुत पसंद है उनकी।
आप अध्यक्ष जी को मेरे सामने लेके आइए, तो मेरे सामने 2 मिनट बिठा दीजिए और वो आंखों में आंखें डाल के बोल दीजिए कि हमने कुछ गलत नहीं किया है।
एक टाइम वो आ गया था साक्षी दी के पास कि अपने जूनियर से हारने लगे थे वो, तो कोई भी रेसलर हो इसमें टूट जाता है, मींस डिमोटिवेट बहुत ज़्यादा होता है, पर उन्होंने ऐसा नहीं किया, वो अपनी मतलब प्रैक्टिस कंटिन्यू करते रहे, तो इसलिए मैं साक्षी मलिक को कह सकती हूँ फेवरेट रेसलर।
वो खुद पीड़िता रही हैं, उनके साथ वो खुद शोषण का शिकार रही हैं, तो आप समझ सकते हो कि हर स्टेट में फैले हुए हैं।
बेदाग क्या होता है? दाग क्या ऐसे रहेगा, ज्यों की त्यों धय दीनी चुनरिया, कबीर दास ने ऐसी ओढ़ी है, ऐसे सफेद सफेद रहेगा।
बजरंग पुनिया का सबसे अच्छा क्या लगता है?
मतलब कति टाइगर की जूं इतनी स्पीड था, चला के वो अगले बिल्कुल थका दिया है, उसने दिखने का, आँख खोलने का मौका ना देता। इतनी स्पीड और इतना इंडोरेंस, मैंने तो उसका सबसे बेस्ट इंडोरेंस लगता है।
पहले तो 1-2 लड़कियां थी, अब हमारे साथ 5 से 6 लड़कियां हैं। किसी सरकार से लड़ाई नहीं है, नहीं हमारी किसी विपक्ष से लड़ाई है, हमारी लड़ाई सिर्फ ब्रजभूषण से है।
Brijbhushan Sharan called me separately to his dinner table. He placed his hand on my breast. He touched me on the pretext of a breath test. He groped my breast repeatedly, 3 to 4 times. He touched me inappropriately on my thighs and my shoulders.
हमारी जो है ना बहन बेटियों का सलाम करता हूँ। खेल में जो है ना आप अब चलोगे, अब थोड़ा सा ध्यान हो गया सबका कि खेल में ऐसा भी होता है, तो ये तो एक ट्रेलर है, इससे आगे बहुत बड़ी चीज़ें ऐसी नज़र आएंगी जो एक खेल की दुर्गति की हुई है कई चीज़ों से।
आप लोग कोचेज हो, अखाड़े सारे बहन बेटियों के साथ खड़े हैं?
सभी अखाड़े नहीं, सभी लोग जो है ना बहन बेटियों के साथ खड़े हैं, अंदर खाता है, सभी की भावनाएं जो है ना इन बेटियों के साथ है, इन खिलाड़ियों के साथ है।
आपके हिसाब से अभी हिंदुस्तान में सबसे अच्छे रेसलर कौन कौन?
ये तो धरने बैठे हैं सारे रेसलर तो।
अच्छे रेसलर मानते हो आपको लगता है? साक्षी मलिक
सब बढ़िया रेसलर हैं, ऐसे थोड़े, ये तो हिंदुस्तान की शान है।
देखो इन जो रेसलर बच्चों जो हिम्मत करके जो ये
उठा दिया इसके खिलाफ आवाज़। आज वो जो है भुगत रहे हैं। जो आज जो एशियन गेम होने थे आगे, उसकी तैयारी में लगे थे जो मेडलिस्ट थे, मेडल के प्रबल दावेदार हैं ये, और आज वो सड़क पर मेहनत नहीं करे, जो रोटी नहीं खा सकते, सो नहीं सकते, आज उस कितना जो आज कष्ट हो रहा है।
और एक बात और मैं ये क्लियर कर देना चाहता हूँ, न हमारा किसी सरकारों से कोई इंटरेस्ट, कोई सरकार आओ कोई सरकार जाओ, लेकिन हमारा ये है कि भी हमारा जहाँ हर रोज़ फेस होना पड़ता है वो फेडरेशनों से फेस होना पड़ता है। उस फेडरेशनों के अंदर जो है ना मान लिया एक अच्छा माहौल सुनिश्चित किया जाना चाहिए। खिलाड़ियों के लिए जो बहुत सी और भी त्रुटियां हैं वो सब जो है ना सरकारों ने देखनी पड़ेंगी। और इसमें अकेला एक ब्रजभूषण की बात नहीं है, इसमें अनेकों ब्रजभूषण अलग अलग उनमें बैठे मिलेंगे।
क्या मैं अगर मेरे को कुछ हो जाता है, मेरी फैमिली क्या करती है मतलब मेरे बाद। और मैं आज भी बोल रही हूँ, अगर किसी भी खिलाड़ी को कुछ भी होगा रेसलिंग में तो प्रेसिडेंट, देश जो हमारे रेसलिंग प्रेसिडेंट है वो जिम्मेदार रहेंगे, हमारी फेडरेशन जिम्मेदार उस चीज़ की।
लेकिन आपकी मन की बात के पीछे खिलाड़ी लगातार वहां पर खड़े और कह रहे हैं सांसद ही छूटे तभी कुछ होगा।
सांसद मैं उनकी कृपा से नहीं बना हूं, सांसद मैं अपनी जनता के कृपा से बना हूं, चुनाव लड़ करके जीता हूं और उसका अधिकार उन्हें नहीं है।
उनकी छवि खराब करने की जो है कोशिश की जा रही है।
नेता की पहचान नेताजी की वजह से तो है।
आप भी खड़े होते हैं
जी, नेताजी के लिए हम लोग धरना देंगे और क्या।
मेरे गाँव गोंडा में सब लोग बहुत मानते हैं नेता।
हाँ, मानते हैं नेताजी को।
सिर्फ गोंडा में कि आसपास भी?
बाहर भी, आप बाहर क्षेत्र पूछिए, पूरे यूपी में।
1991 में जब ये पहली बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी के टिकट पर चुन करके सांसद बने, तभी से इनका एक अभियान शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में शुरू किया और अपने आवास के पास में ही नंदिनी नगर महाविद्यालय की स्थापना की। जब भी इनका चुनाव होता रहा है, लोकसभा का चुनाव जब होता है, तो इंटर कॉलेज और डिग्री कॉलेज में इतना बड़ा स्टाफ इनको मिल जाता है तमाम, चूंकि बच्चे भी जो डिग्री कॉलेज में पढ़ने वाले बच्चे होते हैं वो सब एबव 18 ईयर के बच्चे होते हैं, जो निश्चित रूप से खुद तो वोटर होते ही हैं, साथ साथ में वो इनके लिए समर्थन जुटाने का और प्रचार करने का काम भी करते हैं। और इसी का नतीजा है कि कोई भी लोकसभा का चुनाव जो आता है वो चाहे जिस संसदीय सीट से लड़े, का एक जो देवीपाटन मंडल है उसमें इस पूरे क्षेत्र में इतना बड़ा प्रभाव है कि अपने उस प्रभाव का इस्तेमाल ये अपने चुनाव जीतने में करते हैं।
बजरंग जो आज कूद रहे हैं नेताजी के खिलाफ, नेताजी उनको यहीं से पढ़ाए हैं सर, यूनिवर्सिटी में अपने नाम लिखवा के। पहली शिक्षा बजरंग की यहीं से हुई है और यहीं से उन्होंने गोल्ड लिया है ऑल इंडिया यूनिवर्सिटी में।
कुश्ती तो उन्होंने बचपन से ही शुरुआत कर दी थी। इनका कुश्ती का शौक था, खेल कूद में अभिरुचि लेते थे, कुश्ती में बहुत आगे नहीं बढ़े, लेकिन एक अपना ये था कि नहीं हम पहलवान हैं तो हम कुश्ती को आगे ले जाएंगे। एक तो ये हमको जरूर स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा, इन्होंने कुश्ती को ऊंचाइयों पर तो जरूर पहुंचाया है।
आज मैं बड़े जिम्मेदारी के साथ कह सकता हूं कि दुनिया में कोई भी देश हमारे मुकाबले सुविधा नहीं दे रहा है, तो हमारी मांग है कि भारत का कोई राष्ट्रीय खेल होना चाहिए, उसमें कुश्ती नंबर 1 पर है।
इस एकेडमी को तैयार करने के लिए नेताजी ने अपना खून पसीना पूरा लगा दिया था। कुश्ती के में फंड नहीं था कि टीम बाहर जाए, हर खिलाड़ी अपने पैसे से बाहर जाता था। जब से नेताजी ने कार्यभार संभाला, हर पहलवान को फेडरेशन के पैसे से बाहर जा रहा था।
नंदिनी नगर की एकेडमी में ऐसा क्या है? नेपाल, पटना, बंगाल, यहाँ से लोग चले आ रहे हैं, ऐसा यहाँ पर क्या मिल जा रहा है बच्चों का?
देखिए, कहने के लिए बहुत कुछ है। देखिए, ट्रेनिंग होता है यहाँ पे, बहुत अच्छा ट्रेनिंग होता है। हमारे सर जी हैं, बेलारूस से कोच हैं, जो कि वो खुद ओलंपिक खेले हुए हैं। कि रहने खाने का एकदम उत्तम व्यवस्था है।
हर व्यवस्था यहाँ पे नेताजी ने प्रोवाइड किया है। यहाँ हमारे पास 6 मैट का हॉल भी है और जिम है हमारे पास। नेताजी आते हैं, कुश्ती देखते हैं, अगर उन्हें कुछ गलत सही या कुछ लगता है टेक्निक के लिए, वो टेक्निक बताते हैं कि इसमें क्या कमी है, कौन सी प्रैक्टिस करनी है, हमें क्या डाइट लेना है, इन सब की जानकारी देते हैं।
बहुत अच्छी व्यवस्था कर रखी है नेताजी ने, ऐसी व्यवस्था कहीं नहीं रहती। अभी हम लोग गए थे खेलने हरियाणा में, तो वहाँ पे न खाने का दे रहे थे, न रहने की सुविधा दे रहे थे, जबकि वही कंपटीशन हो रहा था। और जब यहाँ नेताजी करवाते हैं कंपटीशन, तो हर चीज़ का व्यवस्था देते हैं, खाने का, रहने का, हर चीज़ का व्यवस्था देते हैं।
सपोर्ट मिलता है, जैसे पिता का सपोर्ट करता है ऐसे भी करते हैं।
ऐसा हो जाते, डांट देते, मार भी देते हैं।
पिता के सामान जैसे पिता है वैसे भी डांट देते हैं, बस और कुछ नहीं।
Brijbhushan Sharan called me towards his bed and hugged me forcefully. To fulfill his sexual intentions, he tried to bribe me. He offered me supplements in exchange for sexual favors.
मैंने बोल दिया है, जो बोलना था बोल दिया है। अब मेरे लिए कुछ रहने दीजिए।
सर, ये कह रहे हैं कि अगर आपने इस्तीफा नहीं दिया तो आपसे कराया जाएगा जबरदस्ती।
तो भूचाल आ जाएगा, ऐसा क्या वो मुंह खोलने वाली है?
और हो सकता है हम खोल दें तो सुनामी आ जाए।
सच सच बताइएगा, आप जब आए यहाँ पे माहौल कैसा लगा? कभी असहज महसूस किया? लड़कियों को लेकर के कुछ रवैये में परिवर्तन, या माहौल यहाँ कैसा है?
बिल्कुल भी ऐसा नहीं है, बहुत अच्छा है यहाँ पे सर। मुझे 2 साल हो गया, आज तक ऐसा कभी भी फील नहीं हुआ।
कहते हैं वो गलत तरीके से छूते हैं, उनकी निगाह गलत होती है, गलत तरीके से बात करते हैं।
ऐसा बिल्कुल भी नहीं है सर। अगर ऐसा होता तो कुछ तो फील हुआ होता हम लोगों को, ऐसा कभी नहीं लगा।
मेरे से बड़ी सिस्टर है, वो भी यहाँ पे पहलवानी करी है, उन्होंने यहाँ से इंटरनेशनल खेली है, उनका विदेशों से भी मेडल है और मेरा भी नेशनल है। मैं उनके साथ आई, अगर उन्हें ऐसा कभी लगता तो वो मुझे क्यों लेके आती?
इतनी बड़ी ओलंपिक की खिलाड़ी हैं, वो गलत क्यों बोल रही हैं?
तो वही हैं सिर्फ, और भी तो है इंडिया में प्लेयर, 3 ही प्लेयर थोड़ी ना है पहलवान, और भी तो पहलवान है पूरे भारत में, सिर्फ एक ही घर के पहलवान है, ये 3 ही पहलवान है इसमें।
बहुत दुख की बात है कि नेताजी के ऊपर गलत आरोप लगा रहे हैं। इतना कुश्ती को बढ़ावा देते बावजूद भी लोग गलत आरोप लगा रहे हैं, तो गलत है।
बृजभूषण जी को बाहुबली कहा जाता है, आपका भी वार्तालाप हुआ, इतनी जगह आप मिले हो, क्या कारण है ऐसा, क्या लग रहा है आपको?
अब ऐसा है जी, हमें तो पहले तो इतना नहीं पता था, बात से पता था कि बाहुबली। अब ये ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड निकालिए आप, वो मान लिया 50-60 जो मुकदमे, हर तरीका कोई भी ऐसा वो नहीं बच रहा जिसमें मुकदमा ना लग रहा, तो वो अपने आप में क्या साबित कर रहा है?
13 की बात है ये। तो गीता अपने जो है उस लड़की का, मैं पंजाब की लड़की, उसका नाम तो आपके सामने नहीं दे सकता मैं, तो उसने जो ने कुछ हरकत की होंगी, तो उस लड़की ने जो ने गीता को बोला अभी ये छेड़ना, हरकत, टोंट कसना, ऐसी ही बातें।
किसी कोच के द्वारा ऐसा हो रहा था?
नहीं, जो फेडरेशन अध्यक्ष है ना, उसके जो बृजभूषण के शब्द हैं ये, इसके बारे में जो ने गीता के उस लड़की ने बताई, गीता ने जो पे मम्मी आगे बताई।
ट्रेनिंग कहीं चलती है तो वॉलंटियर भी वही बन जाते हैं, रेफरी भी वही बन जाते हैं, कोच भी वही बन जाते हैं।
स्टेज पर बैठ करके माइक हाथ में लेकर के भीड़ को भी कंट्रोल खुद ही करना, और कुश्ती को भी जो है ना, एक आधी कुश्ती उसमें पूरा टूर्नामेंट में 2-4 कुश्तियाँ ऐसी आ जाती थी जिसमें रेफरी को भी लताड़ लगानी होती थी, कोच को भी खुड़काना धमकाना होता था। तो इस तरह के वो सारे काम जो है ना कर देते थे, उसके लिए कोई इस तरह की कोई बड़ी चीज़ नहीं थी, और ऐसा हर कंपटीशन के अंदर था।
जो बड़े खिलाड़ी थे वो पहले क्या करते थे कि नेशनल वो नहीं लड़ते थे, वो डायरेक्ट ट्रायलों में जो फर्स्ट आता था, जैसे 4 में 4 को कुश्ती हुई और वो फर्स्ट आ गया, एक जो फर्स्ट आया उसमें ये अकेले ट्रायल देके फर्स्ट आ जाते थे। नेताजी ने परंपरा तोड़ दिया, तो इनको फोगट परिवार और बड़े पहलवानों को बहुत तकलीफ हुई।
क्या इसकी जो शुरू से मानसिकता है, जो मैं तो बहुत कम मिला हूँ, क्यों मेरे ऐसे जो सुनूँ तो मेरा उस आदमी से वैसे हो जाती, एलर्जी हो जाती है, नफरत सी हो जाती है। आज कोई बोले या न बोले, लेकिन इसकी जो करतूत है, इसके सबको पता है कितना घटिया आदमी है कि इसकी लड़की के प्रति कैसी नज़र है।
कई बार जैसे अब हम बाउट करते हैं तो कई बार शाबाशी देते हैं।
हाँ।
तो अगर किसी ने शाबाशी दी तो इसके अंदर भी क्या वो डिफरेंस कहीं फील होता है, या लगता है शाबाशी तो गुरु की शाबाशी होती है?
नहीं, डिफरेंस मतलब गुरु की शाबाशी लगती है, क्योंकि हमारे सर है जो मतलब अपने पेरेंट्स, हमारे पेरेंट्स की तरह ही रहते हैं हमारे साथ, तो शाबाशी देते हैं हमें, तो अच्छा फील होता है कि सर ने हमें शाबाशी दी है, अच्छा ही फील होता है। बाकी गलत फील तो कुछ नहीं होता हमें।
आपको लगता है कि पेरेंट्स के दिमाग में डर बैठ गया है?
पेरेंट्स का डर जायज़ है, होना भी ज़रूरी है, कि मेंटलिटी पे भी होता है कि हमारा बच्चा ऐसा नहीं कर सकता या ऐसा है। अगर बच्चे के साथ भी कुछ ऐसा हो रहा है तो पेरेंट्स को भी थोड़ा फ्रैंक होना चाहिए बच्चों के साथ, ताकि वो अपनी सारी बात शेयर कर सके।
बाहर ऐसे इतने सारे अखाड़े हैं हरियाणा में, ऐसा ज़्यादा कुछ कभी आपने सुना नहीं है?
छोटी मोटी खबर तो सुन लेते हैं भाई, ऐसे कॉन्टैक्ट न्यूज़पेपर, न्यूज़ में तो फ़ोन अलाउड नहीं है, तो ज़्यादा पता नहीं। घर पे जाते हैं तो न्यूज़ नाच देखते हैं, तो ये लड़कियों कंपटीशन में जाते हैं तो लड़कियां थोड़ी बहुत बताती है। तो ये
जो लड़कियां बाकी अखाड़ों की कहानियां बताती हैं उसमें क्या थोड़ा बहुत क्या बताती हैं? उनको ऐसा लगता है कि अखाड़ों में कुछ गलत होता है?
हाँ,
दूसरे अखाड़ों में
मतलब दूसरे अखाड़ों में एक आधी बताती है कि खादा कोचेस अच्छा नहीं है, वो ऐसे मतलब उनको फील होता है तो बता देती है। टच उनको फील मतलब टच करते तो फील अच्छा नहीं होता है, ऐसे बताती हैं वो कभी कभी।
कोच कोई कैसा है, चाहे जिस तरह हमारे स्कूल कॉलेज में जाया करती थी, तब भी मेरे पूरा विश्वास था लड़कियों पर। आपने दंगल मूवी देखा भी होगा, क्यों एक लड़के ने कोई हरकत कर दी थी, जो ने गिर के जो बबीता ने कूट दिया था, और वो आज भी जो है अगर कोई उनको बोल दे तो आज भी बर्दाश्त नहीं करें। वो कोई गलत हरकत करे तो तुरंत चमाचा धर देंगे।
क्या आपको ऐसा लगता है कि थोड़ा सा माँ बाप में थोड़ा सा डर आया है अभी, या
अब आया थोड़ा सा? जो नए बच्चे आएंगे ना, उनके माँ बाप सोचेंगे भाई भेजें या ना भेजें, हमें कुश्ती में तो ऐसे होता है, तो थोड़ा सा फर्क पड़ेगा।
अगर आपको लगता है किसी अखाड़े में कुछ गलत हो रहा हो तो क्या उसकी बदनामी होगी?
बदनामी तो होती है, जो गलत होगा तो बदनामी होगी।
तो लगता है हरियाणा में लोगों में गुस्सा होगा अगर कोई कुछ ऐसी गलत?
बहुत गुस्सा होगा, अब भी गुस्सा हो रहे हैं।
कि यार ये इस तरह का काम, जिस चीज़ के हम भरोसे बैठे हैं, जिन लोगों के भरोसे बैठे हैं, जिन लोगों के साथ अपनी बहन बेटियों को हम भेज रहे हैं, जहाँ कैंपों में हैं वहाँ उनके भरोसे पे हम भेज रहे हैं, तो फिर विश्वास कहाँ रहेगा? बहुत छोटे लोग जो है ना, इसमें खेती वाले, मजदूरी वाले, रिक्शा चलाने वाले, ऑटो चलाने वाले, जो बहुत जो नीचे सत्र का जो एक जिसको हम तबका बोलते हैं, उस तबके से खिलाड़ी आते हैं, और वो इस देश का तिरंगा पूरी दुनिया में फैला के आते हैं। कोई मंत्री या कोई एमएलए दुनिया के अंदर तिरंगा लहरा के नहीं आते।
इस्तीफा कोई इतनी बड़ी चीज नहीं है, लेकिन अपराधी बनकर नहीं, अपराधी बनकर के नहीं। मैं अपराधी नहीं हूँ, और मैं ऐसी बहुत विपत्ति देखा हूँ। मैं अपने आप को जानता हूँ, मैं अपने आप को जानता हूँ, मैं अपने आप को देख रहा हूँ। और आपसे फिर मिलेंगे, गारंटी के साथ मिलेंगे, और साफ सुथरा होकर के मिलेंगे। दावा है मेरा, नोट कर लीजिए।
उनके कहने से तो ये होगा नहीं कि नेताजी फेडरेशन में ना रहे, नेताजी सांसदी में ना रहे, नेताजी कुश्ती में ना रहे। नेताजी को वो लोग तो थोड़े बनाए हैं, नेताजी को जनता चुन के भेजी है। कुश्ती बहुत ऊपर गई है सर, जब से नेताजी आए हैं कुश्ती बहुत ऊपर चली गई है। हर चीज़ नेताजी ने बदल दिया है, लेकिन अच्छी चीज़ किसी को अच्छी नहीं लगती सर। ये लोग चाहते हैं कि नेताजी को किसी तरह से बदनाम करके हम अपना फेडरेशन हरियाणा में ले जाएं।
क्या आपको ऐसा लगता है, जो आपने पॉलिटिक्स की बात करी, हरियाणा और यूपी की पॉलिटिक्स बन गई है
ये किसी की पॉलिटिक्स नहीं बनी। पॉलिटिक्स तो बनाने वाले कुछ लोग होते हैं, उनको बनानी पॉलिटिक्स है। ये ब्रजभूषण का काम पॉलिटिक्स का ही है, वो खिलाड़ी तो है नहीं। पॉलिटिक्स मेरे 6 बार का सांसद है, पॉलिटिक्स तो है उसके पास। अब पॉलिटिशियन जो आदमी है वो पॉलिटिक्स ही नहीं करेगा तो और क्या करेगा फिर?
मैं तो यही जानना चाहता हूँ कि जैसे दिल्ली हुआ, पंजाब हुआ, मध्य प्रदेश हुआ, यहाँ के भी बच्चियाँ भी तो लड़ती हैं, क्या इनके साथ नहीं हुआ? इनमें से तो कोई विरोध नहीं करने आया। बस यही फोगट परिवार जीजा साली का ही धरना जीवी लोग ही आए।
ये एक परिवार के ऊपर लगाना, ये मानसिकता कमजोरी का परिचय है। ये एक आदमी आगे होने वाला तो होता है, जो साक्षी मलिक है और जो लड़कियां हैं जो 10-12, तो क्या वो एक परिवार हो गया?
Along with the other protesters who were trying to march forward, there was a scuffle. We saw Sakshi Malik being dragged and detained by the Delhi police. The kind of visuals that we saw, extremely disturbing for likes of Sakshi Malik. These are our nation's pride. These are players that have got us medals.
इतना सब सबने देख लिया, इतने सारे वीडियोस आ गए, फोटोज आप लोगों ने देखी, कि आपको लगता है लड़कियां पीछे हटेंगी अब रेसलिंग से?
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, जिसको आना है वो अभी भी आएगी। कॉन्टैक्ट स्पोर्ट है मान लिया, पर कॉन्टैक्ट मतलब इस तरीके से भी नहीं है। रेसलिंग में तो देखो होगा ये ऐसा तो, पर ये नहीं है कि हम किसी को ऐसे सोचे कि ये गलत तरीके से हो रहा है। वो हमारे ऊपर थोड़ा डिपेंड होता है कि हम उस बंदे को कैसे ट्रीट कर रहे हैं, हम और वो बंदा हमारे साथ कैसे ट्रीट कर रहा है।
ये ज़िंदगी को उतार चढ़ाव से भय ना मानो, अपनी बच्चियों को जो है सुदृढ़ मजबूत बनाओ और उसका माइंड वॉश करो भी। अगर कोई गलत हरकत करता है तो उसको तुरंत जवाब दो।
तो जो पूरा ये चल रहा है दिल्ली के अंदर, क्या आपको लगता है इसे खत्म हो जाना चाहिए जल्द से जल्द?
इंडिया वाले उनकी ना सोचते, इतने दिन हो गए उन्हें सड़क पर पड़े, ना उन डाइट मिलती, ना प्रैक्टिस होती, इतनी बुरी हालत कर रखी है। वो तो सब देखा है, इतने मेडल लेकर आए अपने देश खातर, इतनी बुरी अवस्था कर वेत के इंडिया खातर मेडल लेकर आएंगे। मेरी आशा तो वही मैट पे ना चढ़ा है, मेडल तो लेने दूर की बात गई। ये नहीं होना चाहिए था, क्योंकि एक रेसलर है वो अपने देश के लिए करता है जो करता है, एक लेवल अचीव करता है, तो जब सारा देश उनके साथ होता है तो अब क्यों नहीं?
तो आपको लगता है उनके करियर में भी दिक्कत हो रही है?
हाँ, मेरे को तो लगता नहीं कि अब उनके साथ ऐसा हुआ है तो वो वापस मैट पे आएंगे।
Watching India Today.
Forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 31 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 22 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 31 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 22 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
are watching India Today.
Hello, very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get started with the headlines in the solution first. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mega Diaspora Connect in Washington, D.C. says India shaping the world's vikas. Hails India-US ties. Singer Mary Milben touches the Prime Minister's feet after singing the national anthem.
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi meets CEOs on final day of the US visit. The meeting marked by pledges of deeper US-India cooperation on areas including space, artificial intelligence and quantum computing. The Prime Minister has wrapped up his US visit. Now he is on his way to Egypt to formalize strategic partnership during the Prime Minister's visit. Manipur on the boil. Home Minister Shah calls all-party meeting at 5 p.m. Congress says no Modi, no meeting. Massive escalation in infighting in Russia. Russia accuses Wagner chief of mutiny. Military tanks roll on the streets of Russia. Wagner's call in march for justice. Some breaking news just coming in. Another stabbing horror from the national capital. Accused Mohammed Zaid is stabbed. A 20-year-old accused of absconding. Efforts to arrest him underway. Up goes all guns blazing against the Delhi Lieutenant Governor. Worsening law and order situation under the governor is what AAP has said.
ये बाहर आइसक्रीम खा रहे थे तो वहाँ एक लड़का चौक में खा रहा था नशे में और वो लड़का क्या लगा इधर आवे इन्होंने कहा क्या बात है भाई उसने चाकू मार दिया लड़के के।
हमें पता नहीं कुछ भी, मतलब बस ये मुझे तो खबर पड़ी थी वहाँ से कि उसके चाकू लग गया है, तो हम भागे भागे गए थे सारे।
जिसको चाकू लगा वो कौन?
वो मेरा भाई है।
कितने लोगों को चाकू लगा?
2 लोगों के।
दोनों की कैसी हालत है?
एक तो ठीक है और एक ज़्यादा सीरियस है, आईसीयू में है वो।
चाकू मारने की वजह क्या थी?
वजह तो कुछ नहीं थी, बस मोचोदी ऐसी हुई थी, उसी ने ऐसे में चाकू मार दिया।
क्या काम करता है
भाई? सप्लाई करता है चिप्स वगैरह।
और जो आपके मामा का लड़का है जिसको
ये गांधीनगर में काम करता है प्रेसिंग का।
रोड पे बैठे हुए थे ये युवक, एक युवक आता है दूसरे समुदाय का और पता नहीं इनको क्या कहासुनी हुई है, उसके ऊपर वो चाकू घोंप देता है इसको। स्थानीय लोग इकट्ठा होते हैं, उन्होंने पकड़ लिया उसको, पकड़ करके उसको बैठा लिया वहाँ, पुलिस को फ़ोन कर दिया। उससे पहले ही पता नहीं कहाँ से नाल मुस्ताबाद से लगभग 50 के करीब लड़के आते हैं और वहाँ से छुड़ा करके उसको ले जाते हैं।
Himanshu Mishra is getting us more details on that story. Joining us from the spot right now. Himanshu, इस केस के बारे में बताइए। दूसरा ये स्टैबिंग इंसिडेंट है, कुछ ही दिनों में हमने पहले भी एक स्टैबिंग इंसिडेंट देखा था। डिटेल्स क्या है इस केस में?
देखिए, फ्राइडे तकरीबन 9:30 बजे की ये बात है जहाँ पर हम खड़े हैं। ये दयालपुर, नॉर्थ ईस्ट डिस्ट्रिक्ट का दयालपुर इलाका है जिसमें ब्रिजपुरी है। अंदर ही घर है, गली के अंदर। राहुल और सोनू दोनों कजिन ब्रदर हैं। रात में डिनर के बाद वो आते हैं आइसक्रीम खाने के लिए, यहीं बैठे रहते हैं। तभी किसी मामूली बात पर मोहम्मद जैद, जो कि उनका पड़ोसी ही है, अगली गली में उसका घर है, उससे कहासुनी होती है और इसी दौरान मोहम्मद जैद ने चाकू निकाला और सबसे पहले राहुल को मारा पेट के निचले हिस्से में। जब सोनू बीच बचाव के लिए आया तो उसको भी दोनों हाथों पर, सोनू को भी चोट के निशान लगे। इसके बाद चूंकि 9:30 का इलाका है, काफ़ी घना इलाका है ये, तो फिर लोग जब थे तो जैद भागता है और ये आप जो दुकान देख रही हैं, इस दुकान के अंदर वो भाग करके जो काउंटर है उसके पीछे बैठ जाता है। तभी राहुल भी जाता है और राहुल चूंकि उसे चाकू लगा था इसलिए राहुल वहीं गिर पड़ता है। तो राहुल को उठा करके पास के लोग हॉस्पिटल ले गए और इस शटर को बंद कर दिया क्योंकि अंदर जैद था। लेकिन आरोप है कि उसी दौरान बड़ी संख्या में तकरीबन 15, 20, 25 लोग आते हैं, शटर खोलते हैं और जैद को छुड़ा के ले जाते हैं। और इसके बाद जब पुलिस पहुंचती है तो पुलिस को आरोपी नहीं मिलता। फिलहाल पुलिस ने इस मामले में आर्म्स एक्ट और हत्या के प्रयास की कोशिश के तहत मामला दर्ज किया है और आरोपी की तलाश कर रही है। राहुल हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट है जहां पर उसका इलाज किया जा रहा है।
जी, शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। हिमांशु getting us all of those details from Delhi city. As far as that recent, very recent incident of crime is concerned, a man has stabbed another young man in Delhi. More news coming in. Union Minister Giriraj Singh has taken a dig at the opposition for this meeting that has been called by Home Minister. Tukde Tukde gang with dreams of becoming the Prime Minister. Nothing will come out of the opposition's meeting. Okay, this has got to do with the opposition's meeting that was held yesterday in Patna. That's what Giriraj Singh, the minister, is saying.
हमारे नेता ने कहा फोटो सेशन, एक फोटो सेशन ममता बनर्जी बिहार आके नीतीश कुमार को क्या मदद करेगा? अब मैं पूछता हूं फारूक अब्दुल्ला यूपी जाके क्या मदद करेंगे? अखिलेश यादव फारूक अब्दुल्ला के यहां जाके क्या मदद करेंगे? ये लोग सब प्रधानमंत्री के सपने वाले टुकड़े टुकड़े हैं, इसीलिए ये फोटो सेशन चला है, इससे कुछ नहीं होने वाला।
All right, so you heard in fact from Giriraj Singh, who's taking a dig at the opposition. Remember, the opposition 15 parties came together just yesterday for a meeting in Patna to discuss and to chart out the strategy as far as the next Lok Sabha elections in 2024 is concerned. Aditya Vaibhav is getting us more details. Aditya, already the BJP was going guns blazing against all of these opposition parties, and all the more reason because there was no consensus really at yesterday's meeting, isn't it?
Well, exactly, Sneha. As far as the last day's meeting of the opposition is concerned, of course, the BJP was at all loggerheads as far as the opposition meet is concerned, and they were actually taking jibes, even the dulha jibes, who will be the groom, who will be the leader of the opposition, if at all it unifies in the near future. But then, after Lalu Yadav technically retorted in his epic characteristic reply, wherein he technically suggested Rahul Gandhi to get married, and this is the fresh volley that is now coming in from Minister Giriraj Singh, who has technically described the entire political meet as nothing but a tea party, and he technically went ahead and said that the opposition satraps technically gathered here. It was a rendezvous planned in Patna so that the Tukre gang technically comes ahead and chooses a prime minister among themselves. So you can categorically see the way Union Minister Giriraj Singh has been slamming the opposition post-its meet in Patna. Sneha.
Thanking you for the moment. Aditya Vaibhav getting us those details. Meanwhile, uneasy calm prevails in Manipur. Union Home Minister Amit Shah has called for an all-party meeting today to discuss the situation in the state. This is going to be the first all-party meeting since the clashes broke out in the northeastern part of the country. The meeting is going to take place at 3 p.m. in Delhi. The motive of the meeting is to mull over the current situation and the ways to restore normalcy in the strife-torn state. The Congress has attacked the Prime Minister over his silence on the violence in Manipur and his visit to the United States at a time when Manipur has been rocked by violent ethnic clashes in the past 1.5 months. Over 100 people have died in these clashes so far. Opposition has slammed the meeting, arguing that the Prime Minister's absence makes this exercise meaningless.
ऐसे दर्दनाक स्थिति में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक शब्द नहीं बोला। कर्नाटक के चुनाव के बाद भारत में भी रहे, अब अमेरिका में डेमोक्रेसी की बात कर रहे हैं। अब मणिपुर जल रहा है। अब इतने दिनों के बाद में ऑल पार्टी मीट बुलाई, जबकि पहले से मांग हो रही है। ऑल पार्टी मीट मिलने के बाद क्या फैसला होता है वो उसके बारे में वो आने के बाद ही बताया जा सकता है कि क्या इसकी दवा है।
एक सांप्रदायिक स्थिति पैदा करने की साजिश जगह जगह हो रही है और जिससे समाज की एकता को ये कार्यक्रम आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी और उनके साथियों का और इससे सामना करना हो तो मिलकर सामना करना चाहिए। बाकी कुछ न कुछ मतभेद के हो सकते हैं मगर नेशनल इंटरेस्ट के लिए बाकी कोई भी आपस की समस्या हो वो नज़रअंदाज छोड़कर हमने आगे जाने का तय किया है।
Congress has in fact said that this exercise, a meeting with the opposition and the other parties at this time, is pretty meaningless. For over a month and a half now, the Prime Minister is silent. Why did he not then cancel his visit to the US is the question that the Congress is asking. Should the Prime Minister not intervene and do what is possible to stop the ethnic violence in Manipur that we've been seeing for over 100 days now? In fact, 100 people have died and many others have been injured in the violent clashes that Manipur has seen. On the final leg of his US visit as a state guest, the Indian Prime Minister addressed the Indian community at the Ronald Reagan building in Washington, D.C. The Prime Minister's much-anticipated address began with international singer Mary Melvin rendering India's national anthem. The Prime Minister also announced that Indian origin members will not have to leave the US for an H-1B visa from now onwards. He said that the United States will open new consulates in Bengaluru and Ahmedabad. Lauding the several deals during his maiden state visit, the Prime Minister announced that India-US ties had embarked on a glorious new journey by converging on global strategic issues, technology transfer, manufacturing cooperation and much more. Chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai and Vande Mataram reverberated inside this building.
Yoga is truly universal. आप में से बहुत से लोगों की H-1B वीजा के रिन्यू को लेकर भी लंबे अरसे से एक डिमांड थी। अब ये निर्णय लिया गया है कि H-1B वीजा को रिन्यू करने के लिए आपको अमेरिका से बाहर नहीं जाना पड़ेगा। Thank you. अमेरिका में रहते हुए ही अब ये वीजा रिन्यू हो जाएगा। इसके लिए इस साल एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया जाएगा। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे आईटी प्रोफेशनल्स को भी होने वाला है। इस फैसले के जो भी अनुभव होंगे उसे देखते हुए यही व्यवस्था भविष्य में एल कैटेगरी वीजा के लिए भी हो सकती है। आप में से बहुत सारे लोग यहां बरसों से अमेरिका में रह रहे हैं। यहां आप अपने जीवन में, अपनी दिनचर्या में व्यस्त रहते हैं, लेकिन मैं ये भी जानता हूं कि आपका मन, आपका दिल भारत में भी लगा रहता है। और इसलिए आपकी सहूलियत ये भी भारत की प्राथमिकता है। आपकी जरूरतों को देखते हुए भारत इस साल सिएटल में एक नया कॉन्सुलेट खोलने जा रहा है।
To begin with, let's talk about the visit to the United States of America. Prime Minister Narendra Modi had a very fruitful and a successful visit to the United States of America. It's a state visit, a historic one where there have been many firsts, with a very warm, resounding welcome, not just from the Indian community, but from the Biden family also. The Bidens inviting him for a private dinner, apart from the state banquet that they were anyway going to host. The private that dinner was overlooked by the First Lady herself in terms of the layout, in terms of the fact that a spectacular vegetarian meal was prepared for the Indian Premier. One pain point for all the Indian Americans was the visa issue. And I'm not talking about delays in visas, that's for the Indians. I'm talking about Indian Americans and the H-1B visa policy, or for that matter, those with work permits now can get their visa stamped here. We saw the lunch at the State Department with Kamala Harris and Antony Blinken. So a forward movement there where Kamala Harris is looking to engage India, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi started off on the right foot by saying, when he spoke about Indians coming and achieving in America, he said there's one standing right behind me, and he was referring to the Vice President. So he is going a very, very successful man when it comes to achievements from the visit.
Well, the US Vice President also hosted a dinner, a lunch in fact, for Prime Minister Modi, where they raised a toast to the Indian-US ties. Prime Minister Modi, Antony Blinken and Kamala Harris spoke about their shared love for yoga, samosas and democratic values. In attendance were Indira Nooyi and top diplomats, among others.
Make those hopes a reality. Cheers.
The clinking of glasses, more than a simple gesture.
Whether we call it the American dream, whether we call it the Indian dream, our people believe profoundly in opportunity. That no matter who we are or where we come from, we can make something more of ourselves.
Their toast embodied the diplomatic triumph of unity and progress. Indian-American author Jhumpa Lahiri, American actress Mindy Kaling of Indian descent, Indian singer Diljit Dosanjh debuting at the Coachella Valley Music and Arts Festival this year. The hall embraced the Indianness flourishing across United States.
Here in the United States, India is part of our daily lives. We enjoy Jhumpa Lahiri's novels over samosas. We laugh at the comedies of Mindy Kaling. We dance to the beats of Diljit at Coachella. And yes, Mr. Prime Minister, and I can say this from personal experience, we keep ourselves more or less fit and healthy doing yoga.
The lunch hosted by the US State Department in honor of Prime Minister Narendra Modi made a profound affirmation of interconnectedness.
The historic number of members of the United States Congress with Indian heritage. Representatives Ami Bera, if you're here, please stand. Pramila Jayapal, Ro Khanna, Raja Krishnamurti, and Sri Danda. Under your leadership.
The words of US Vice President Kamala Harris carry the essence of her cherished childhood memories of southern India, invoking her ancestral roots with passion and pride.
More expansive than it. Every morning consisted of taking long walks on the beach with his retired buddies. I remember them talking about the importance of fighting corruption and fighting for equality. Throughout these walks, I recall my grandfather teaching me lessons about not just what it means to have a democracy, but to keep a democracy.
The Prime Minister thanked the hosts for their gracious reception.
उपराष्ट्रपति कमला हैरिस और सेक्रेटरी ब्लिंकन का इस भव्य स्वागत के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। पिछले 3 दिनों में मैंने अनेक बैठकों में हिस्सा लिया, कई विषयों पर चर्चा की। इन सभी बैठकों में एक चीज कॉमन थी, सब एकमत थे कि भारत और अमेरिका के लोगों के बीच मित्रता एवं सहयोग और गहरा होना चाहिए।
Talent, technology and diplomacy came together earlier in the day. The Prime Minister and President Joe Biden met top CEOs of the US and India at the White House.
It was an honor to meet Prime Minister Modi during a historic visit to the US. The excitement here.
I had a very good and productive conversation with Prime Minister Modi. I think we share a number of goals together in India.
The Prime Minister's passion for India's development, the welcome mat to business and investment and opportunity.
Microsoft's Satya Nadella, Google's Sundar Pichai, NASA astronaut Sunita Williams, Mahindra Group Chairman Anand Mahindra, Reliance Industries, Mukesh Ambani and several others present.
हम नई और उभरती टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में नए विश्वास के साथ काम कर रहे हैं।
President Biden once again emphasized the significance of Indian-US relationship.
And our technological cooperation will be a big part of defining our partnership. So we look forward to continue working with all of you and on our voyage of discovery, as was referenced, and to building a better future.
Unparalleled warmth, heartfelt camaraderie. American hospitality for Prime Minister Modi leaves an indelible mark on India-US relations. Bureau Report, India Today.
It's time for a quick commercial break. Here on the other side, we're getting you details of another big international story that is developing. We're talking about a massive escalation in fighting in Russia. Russia accuses Wagner chief of mutiny. Military tanks roll out on the streets of Russia.
You are watching India Today.
If you travel towards these Western countries, European countries, it's crazy how people they are involved in yoga. Every third street will have a beautiful yoga center. It's not only that you're just running outside and you got some place and practicing yoga. There are dedicated academies, institutes, studios to practice yoga. So what our experience is, let it be the streets of Manhattan or in Japan. People, they practice there. They spend a year or 2 years and then they are back to Himalayas. You will see them in Himachal Pradesh, in Rishikesh or in Nepal, these kind of mountain ranges. They come and they spend their time. They try to go more deep in yogic practices.
In my early educational days, I was a little boy and I was very lost. I didn't know where to turn, I didn't know what to do, I didn't know who to believe. So I always wondered why I was here. I knew I was here for a specific reason. We implement the practice of yoga. So naturally, it changes your inner mechanism. I gave up my business in the UK and I sold my house in the UK to come to India to learn the ancient teachings of yoga and pranayams, breathing techniques, mudras and meditation techniques. And it's helped me so much because obviously moving from England to India is such a big jump and it's enabled me to have a stronger mindset. Now that I realise that this is what I need to do in this lifetime, it's very passionate for me to bring these teachings back to the West, back to England and help humanity.
watching India Today.
Welcome back. There's a mutiny brewing in Russia's mercenary group Wagner vows to go all the way to topple Russia's military leadership. Russian mercenary boss Yevgeny Prigozhin Wagner has claimed that his fighters had crossed the border into Russia from Ukraine and were prepared to go against Moscow's military. They've captured military installments and the airbase in Rostov. The Wagner group is a private army of mercenaries that has been fighting alongside the regular Russian army in Ukraine. Tension has been growing between them over how the war has been fought, with Prigozhin launching vocal criticism of Russia's military leadership in the recent months. On Friday, he had accused the military of launching a deadly missile strike on his troops and vowed to punish them. Authorities have denied the strike, demanding that he halt his illegal actions and accused him of armed mutiny.
Мы били по ним, они били по нам, и это происходило все эти долгие 8 лет, с 14 по 22. Иногда нарастало количество различных перестрелок, грубо говоря, обмена боеприпасами, обменом выстрелами, иногда уменьшалось. На 24 февраля ничего сверхординарного не было. Сейчас уже Министерство обороны пытается обмануть общественность, пытается обмануть президента и рассказать историю о том, что со стороны Украины была безумная агрессия, и они собирались вместе со всем блоком НАТО на нас напасть. Поэтому спецоперация, так называемая 24 февраля, она была начата совершенно по другим.
All right, let's now take a look at the top developments from Russia. The owner of the Wagner, a private military contractor, made his most direct challenge to the Kremlin, calling for an armed rebellion aimed at ousting Russia's defense minister. Wagner forces have made it to the southern military district headquarters in Rostov. These are visuals from Russia's Rostov-on-Don, where military forces are on the move. Security has been heightened in Moscow and in Rostov-on-Don, which is home to the Russian military headquarters for the southern region. It also oversees the fighting in Ukraine. The Wagnerites also seized the buildings of the head office of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the FSB department, the administration of Rostov, and one of the police departments. Moscow is on high alert. Anti-terrorist measures are being taken to strengthen security measures. Additional control has been introduced on the roads. Public events may also be restricted owing to the simmering tensions. Soldiers, apparently part of Wagner, are taking positions in Russia's Rostov-on-Don. Machine guns have been deployed at the headquarters of the southern military district in Rostov-on-Don. It is reported that there are up to 300 Wagnerites in the center of Rostov. We're tracking that story and much more on our website as well. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app for all the news and updates. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today.
These lethal long-endurance, medium-altitude drones may soon be the new weapons in the arsenal of the Indian Armed Forces. The Defence Acquisition Council gave its nod for the acquisition of the Sea Guardian drones. The Army, the Navy and the Air Force are looking at 10 drones each. The Indian Navy has already leased 2 MQ-9 Sea Guardians, the naval version of the drones, for intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance operations since 2020.
ये जो डील है ये हमारे देश की मैरीटाइम और ओवरऑल सिक्योरिटी के लिए बहुत ही ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि ये सर्वेलेंस सबसे ज़्यादा महत्वपूर्ण स्थान रखता है, क्योंकि हमें चाहिए कि हम अपनी एरिया में, जहाँ एरिया ऑफ ऑपरेशंस है, वहाँ निगरानी रख सकें, और ये क्षमता इस कैपेबिलिटी से हमें मिलती है।
The MQ-9A Reaper drones were used for the precision targeting of Al-Qaeda chief Ayman al-Zawahiri in Kabul. These unmanned combat aerial vehicles, apart from a number of sensors, cameras and radars, are also capable of carrying 4 Hellfire missiles for precision targeting of high-value targets. Both the Army and the Air Force are looking at these drones for high-risk operations to destroy strategic assets of the adversary without risking the lives of pilots. These hunter-killer drones can carry 4 Hellfire missiles. They're also capable of carrying 2 laser-guided bombs and 2 joint-action JDAMs. These drones can fly at an altitude of 40,000 feet and remain airborne for over 36 hours. They're also capable of loitering in the sky, scanning the ground below for the enemy. The MQ-9B Sea Guardian drones come with both maritime surveillance, reconnaissance and anti-submarine warfare capabilities. The drones are capable of providing over-the-horizon surveillance and reconnaissance support both to warships and surface units. With increased Chinese presence in the Indian Ocean region, coupled with Chinese aggression along the LAC, these UCAVs will help keep an eye on the adversary both in the Himalayas and in the Indian Ocean region, and take out strategic targets when needed. Bureau Report.
It is wonderful to see the entire world come together again for yoga.
Diaspora outside the Villa Hotel. Hello and welcome to this special broadcast from Washington, D.C., where I'll bring you glimpses of what the world has been talking about. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's 4-day visit to the United States of America, which was full of color, hard negotiations, big deals and discussions on geopolitics, trade and health. Day 1 started in New York, where mega Musk-Modi meeting took place. Prime Minister Modi spoke with a lot of top honchos in New York, but the big conversation was with Elon Musk when I asked him a question on ex-Twitter chief Jack Dorsey's comments on India. This is what he had to say.
I am a fan of Modi, so...
Billionaire, visionary, world's richest man, and latest addition to Prime Minister Narendra Modi's large fan list. Tesla chief and Twitter owner Elon Musk confessed that he's a big fan of Prime Minister Narendra Modi after he met him in New York.
I am a fan of Modi, so, so I have to say that.
Musk richly lauded Modi's transformation of India.
I can say he really wants to do the right thing for India. He wants to be open. He wants to be supportive of new companies, and obviously, but at the same time, make sure it accrues to India's advantage.
Endorsing Prime Minister's vision for India, Musk, who has been scouting for location of Tesla's next factory, hinted at his next possible foray into India.
Obviously, India is great for solar, and the amount of land area you actually need to generate enough electricity to power India is very small. I believe it'd be probably 1 or 2% of the land area of India. So it's very doable. And then you need to pair that with stationary battery packs because the sun doesn't shine at night. And then you need electric vehicles. And then you have a sustainable energy future.
Modi appreciated Musk's efforts at making cutting-edge technology accessible and affordable for the masses.
Your reaction to Jack Dorsey's statement, Elon?
Speaking exclusively to India Today, Musk trained guns on ex-Twitter CEO Jack Dorsey, who had claimed gag order by Modi government.
India is a country that had many requests of us around the farmers' protest, around particular journalists that were critical of the government, and it manifested in ways such as we will shut Twitter down in India, which is a very large market for us. We will raid the homes of your employees, which they did. We will shut down your offices if you don't follow suit. And this is India.
One cannot just apply, America to Earth, because Earth is not. They have different rules and regulations and different forms of government. But we'll do the best to provide the freest speech that is possible under the law.
After the much-awaited Modi-Musk meet, all eyes will be on Musk's business venture in India. With Geeta Mohan and Rahul Kawal in New York, Bureau Report, India Today.
June 21st is celebrated as International Day of Yoga. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was in New York at the United Nations headquarters after 8 years. And he performed asanas with the top notch of the city. Here are details of the event.
Prime Minister of India leading representatives of 180 countries in celebrating Yoga Day at the United Nations headquarters in New York. The biggest flex of India's soft power.
Breathe out. Let the
A stunning start to the Prime Minister's momentous America visit.
Being followed by many people.
The Prime Minister kicked off Yoga Day celebrations by paying tribute to Mahatma Gandhi and thanking the world for recognizing June 21st as International Yoga Day.
Almost every nationality is represented here today. What an amazing cause to bring us all together. Yoga. Yoga means to unite.
Now we'll bend forward.
Joining the Prime Minister at the UN headquarters lawns were several prominent faces, from Hollywood legend Richard Gere to singer Mary Milburn, all chanting Om together.
One more breath in, come a little higher.
The Yoga Day celebrations lasted nearly an hour and created a Guinness World Record for people of most nationalities doing yoga together.
Yoga comes from India, and it is a very old tradition. But like all ancient Indian traditions, it is also living and dynamic. Yoga is free from copyright, free from patents, and free from royalty payments.
The theme this year for Yoga Day was Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, World is One Family, and the Prime Minister's message was for a peaceful world.
Let us use the power of yoga to build bridges of friendship, a peaceful world, and a cleaner, greener, and sustainable future. Let us join hands together to realize the goal of one earth, one family, one future.
Those who attended the event were thrilled. From New York to New Delhi, India has shown how yoga can unite the world. With Rahul Kawal in New York, Bureau Report, India Today.
Time for a short break. On the other side, the special broadcast of Modi's visit to the United States of America continues.
equality today. In Delhi, 212. In Mumbai, 53. In Kolkata, 55. In Bangalore, 54. In Chennai, 84. In Hyderabad, 21.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
I've long believed that the relationship between the United States and India
दोनों देश साथ मिलकर काम करने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है।
The second leg of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit began here in Washington, D.C. with a rousing welcome from the Indian diaspora right outside his hotel. It was followed by a private dinner with the Bidens at White House right behind me. And we're being told that the First Lady directed her in-house chef to prepare a spectacular vegetarian meal for the Indian Premier.
Day one of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Washington, D.C. was all about Desh Bhakti, delectable delicacies, with the Bidens and Desi Diaspora dhamaka. Modi arrived at the Joint Base Andrews in Washington, D.C., where he was given a ceremonial guard of honor in heavy rains. The Prime Minister, who was wearing a raincoat, stood throughout in rapt attention for the national anthems of the two countries, unmindful of the torrential rains. From the airport, Modi travelled to the hotel where large and boisterous Indian diaspora members were waiting for him.
I came to welcome Modi, and he is a global leader and doing an extremely good job for global good. We are proud of him.
I'm so excited Prime Minister Modi is coming. This is truly an honor and a great way for us to showcase our culture and to welcome him to Washington, D.C.
The Indian American community staged cultural programs including Garba and folk dance outside the hotel in Washington, D.C., where Modi is staying. In his first public interaction in the U.S. Capitol, Modi and U.S. First Lady Jill Biden then visited the National Science Federation and interacted with students.
हमारी वर्तमान और आने वाली पीढ़ियों को एक बेहतर भविष्य सुनिश्चित करने के लिए ये हम सभी का दायित्व है। इस उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए आवश्यक है एजुकेशन, स्किल, इनोवेशन और भारत में हमने इस दिशा में कई प्रयास किए हैं।
If we want our economies to be strong, we need to invest in young people who are our future. We need to ensure that they have the opportunities that they deserve. Education is the cornerstone of the bond between India and the United States.
President Biden and First Lady Jill then hosted Modi for an intimate dinner at the White House. Jill Biden was seen personally supervising the dinner table and the delectable vegetarian spread laid out for the Prime Minister. Modi and the Bidens were seen sharing hugs, handshakes and warmth. Prime Minister Modi met immediate family members of President Biden. Modi and Bidens exchanged exquisite gifts, which included a lab-grown 7.5-carat green diamond for Jill Biden from the Prime Minister. An enamored Jill was seen trying out the diamond on her ring finger.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi also met prominent tech czars here in Washington, D.C. The Indo-US collaboration in the tech sector, the software sector, is going to be crucial for a resilient supply chain in the electronics industry. And that is something that the two countries are looking at, particularly because of China.
Intimate dinner. Key bilateral meet. Technological collaborations. And big-ticket tech talks. Prime Minister Modi's visit to the US is high on substance. A visit that offers an opportunity to the United States to strengthen its economic and security cooperation with India. Ahead of the intimate dinner with US President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden, Modi met leading tech czars in Washington, D.C. In a series of high-profile back-to-back meetings, Prime Minister Modi met Gary E. Dickerson, the president and CEO of semiconductor giant Applied Materials, inviting his company to boost the chip-making ecosystem in India.
We will be announcing soon a new innovation center in India. With Applied Materials, we'll also bring global partners into this new innovation center. And this innovation center will really be focused on innovation in the equipment. And we have very high confidence that working together with India, we can create a tremendous success.
Amid jet engine deal buzz, PM Modi met the chairman and CEO of General Electric, H. Lawrence Culp Jr. GE is likely to sign a pact with Hindustan Aeronautics Limited to manufacture jet engines in India. Prime Minister Modi also met Sanjay Mehrotra, the president and CEO of American chipmaker Micron Technology. During the meeting, Modi invited Micron Technology to manufacture semiconductors in India.
Had an excellent meeting with Prime Minister Modi. Very impressed with the vision that he has for India and the advances that India is making. We discussed a wide range of topics, and we really look forward to greater opportunities in India.
Modi's active wooing of global businesses of the future can potentially redefine business ties with the US. With Geeta Mohan and Rahul Kanwal in Washington, D.C., Bureau Report, India Today.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi made history by becoming the only Indian premier to address the joint meeting of the US Congress twice. a rare honor accorded only to a few world leaders. He mentioned and he spoke about a lot of issues covering climate, democracy, rights issues, and the fact that India and the United States of America need to stand together. Take a look at the few important snippets from the Congress address.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's historic second address to the US Congress. The Prime Minister walked into loud cheer and applause as lawmakers welcomed him. Flanked by US Vice President Kamala Harris, the Prime Minister received a rock star welcome. Lawmakers stood up and applauded as he walked up to the podium to deliver his address. Chants of Modi Modi from members of the Indian American lawmakers and members of the Indian diaspora reverberated the Grand House chamber at the US Capitol.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you His Excellency Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of the Republic of India.
In a scathing attack on Pakistan, Prime Minister reiterated that there can be no double standards in dealing with terror. He called on the world to act against state sponsors of terror.
More than 2 decades after 9/11 and more than a decade after 26/11 in Mumbai, radicalism and terrorism still remain a pressing danger for the whole world. We must overcome all such forces sponsoring and exporting terror.
Prime Minister Modi also referred to China amid its aggressive military maneuvering in the strategically vital Indo-Pacific region.
The dark clouds of coercion and confrontation are casting their shadow in the Indo-Pacific. The stability of the region has become one of the central concerns of our partnership. We share a vision of a free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific. We also remember,
noting that the Ukraine conflict is causing great pain in the region, Modi said that this is not an era of war, once again appealing for dialogue and diplomacy.
This is not an era of war. But it is one of dialogue and diplomacy. And we all must do what we can to stop the bloodshed and human suffering.
Modi paid rich tribute to the Indian American community's success and cited Vice President Kamala Harris as a glowing example.
There are millions here who have roots in India. Some of them sit proudly in this chamber. And there is one behind me who
Prime Minister Modi also hailed woman power and said that they will lead the world towards a better future.
Women's sages compose many verses in these Vedas. And today, in modern India, women are leading us to a better future.
Modi sang a couplet written by him to stress India's steely resolve in the global arena.
आसमान में सिर उठाकर, आसमान में सिर उठाकर, घने बादलों को चीरकर, रोशनी का संकल्प ले, अभी तो सूरज उगा है.
Modi received 15 standing ovations and 79 applauses during his hour-long speech.
I think more than anything, he talked about the future and the future alliance between the United States and India, how great that's going to be. And it was a very moving speech.
The message from the Prime Minister is very positive and very exciting to see the relationship between the United States and India.
God bless America. Jai Hind. Long live India-US friendship. Thank you.
Amid Modi Modi and Bharat Mata Ki Jai chants, the Prime Minister was mobbed for selfies and autographs both by US lawmakers and Indian Americans. With Rahul Kaval and Geeta Mohan in Washington, D.C., Bureau Report, India Today.
That's all in the special broadcast from Washington, D.C. News and updates will continue on the other side of a short break. Stay tuned to India Today and thank you for watching.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 31 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 22 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
You are watching India Today.
उन लोगों को सोचना चाहिए यार ये लोग किन्नर है तो हम लोगों को इन लोगों का मजाक नहीं उड़ाना चाहिए, इस तरह से रिएक्ट इन लोगों के साथ नहीं करना चाहिए।
दोस्त बन के रह लो लेकिन शादी लड़के से करो।
सेल्फ एक्सेप्टेंस बहुत जरूरी है।
कि मैं क्या हूँ, कैसा हूँ, ये मुझे पता होना चाहिए। आज नहीं तो कल वो चीज़ बदलेगी, क्योंकि मैं उस गलत तरीके से या उस चीज़ से नहीं, मैं अपना नाम बना के वो चीज़, अपनी रिस्पेक्ट पाना चाहूँगी।
So when you're lying about one identity of yours already, and then you're like also questioning your queer identity.
Constitution requires recognition of same-sex marriage, or what I call marriage equality.
The Pride Month is about acceptance. The Pride Month is about equality. It is all about celebrating the word LGBTQ+ individuals and raising awareness about issues faced by the community. But first, let's see what does LGBTQ+ stand for. L stands for lesbian, G for gay, B for bisexual, T for trans, Q for queer, and finally, the plus. Plus is an inclusive symbol for all gender identities. Pride is all about being proud of who you are, no matter where you come from or who you love. But it is important to know, why do we celebrate June as the Pride Month? Well, in the 1960s, gay bars and clubs in the US were often raided by the cops, the police. On June 28, 1949, a similar raid happened in Manhattan's Stonewall Inn, a popular gay bar. In this raid, the members of the community resisted arrests and fought back. Riots went on for 3 days. A year later, the first Pride March was held to commemorate the Stonewall Uprising. It was called the Christopher Street Liberation Day March. In 1999, President Bill Clinton officially declared June as the Pride Month. Five years ago, in a historic verdict, the Supreme Court of India overturned Section 377, which criminalized same-sex relationships between consenting adults in India. This community, the LGBTQ+, which was once a taboo for a large portion of Indian society, even amongst the youth, is now a celebration. This month, that is exactly what we're going to do at India Today. Celebrate the power of love and, importantly, the power of acceptance.
Historic and momentous day when the Supreme Court declared that gay sex was not illegal.
Images of a landmark day, a historic verdict by the Supreme Court finally decriminalizing Section 377.
It's been a big victory for the LGBTQ community after the Supreme Court decriminalizes gay sex in India.
As an individual who identifies outside the gender and sexuality binary.
We had a fear in our heart that whether what judgment will be. But we are very happy to say that we are not criminals now.
It is a long fight, but finally we have achieved a goal and we have won this whole thing. And thank you Supreme Court, thank you Constitution Bench.
We used to think of two women, as merely friends, but times have changed. And now when I talk about Payal and Yashvika, we may also think of them as partners, a couple. Here is their story.
मैंने बोला मैं ऐसे बाहर नहीं जा सकती बिकॉज शी इज़ माई हस्बैंड. मैडम हस्बैंड वाइफ में तो लड़की और लड़का ही होता है. मैंने बोला नहीं हम दोनों लड़कियां हैं लेकिन हस्बैंड वाइफ हैं.
बेसिकली जब मुझे पता चला कि मेरा जो इंटरेस्ट है वो लड़कियों में है, तो मैं उस टाइम पे 8th क्लास में थी और मुझे लड़कों से ज़्यादा मतलब लड़कियां ज़्यादा पसंद आने लगी थी। फीमेल की तरफ मेरा जो अट्रैक्शन था वो ज़्यादा था उस टाइम पे।
तो मैंने मेल को कभी एज अ पार्टनर नहीं देखा। तो अगर मैं बात करूँ तो 2012 में मुझे ये चीज़ लगी कि नहीं, मेरा इंटरेस्ट लड़कियों में है और मुझे लड़की के साथ ही रहना है।
तू है तो मुझे फिर और क्या चाहिए, तू है तो मुझे फिर और क्या चाहिए, किसी की ना मदद ना दुआ चाहिए, तू है तो मुझे फिर और क्या चाहिए।
हम लोग 5 साल पहले टिकटॉक पे मिले थे। मैंने इनका एक रील आया, मैं रील्स देखती थी उस टाइम पे, तो इनका रील आया सामने, तो मुझे एक्सप्रेशन बहुत अच्छे लगे, तो मैंने वहीं से इंस्टा पे एक मैसेज ड्रॉप कर दिया कि मुझे आपसे बात करनी है।
फिर धीरे धीरे करके बहुत ज़्यादा बातें होने लगी। फिर हम लोग मिले, हरिद्वार में फर्स्ट टाइम हम लोग मिले थे। फिर उसके बाद हमारे बीच पहले कोई कमिटमेंट नहीं थी, पहले ऐसे ही था कि हम लोग देखते हैं कि कैसा मतलब हम लोग साथ में रह सकते हैं कि नहीं।
जब हमने डिसाइड किया दोनों ने कि हम अपनी फैमिलीज में बताएंगे, तो बहुत सारी चीजें मेरी मदद के साइड से सामने आई कि मतलब तुम ये चीज़ें क्या बोल रही हो, या तुम्हारा ब्रेन वॉश हुआ है, या ये सारी चीज़ें। तो स्टार्टिंग में बहुत मुश्किल था उनको इस चीज़ के लिए समझाना, उनको चीज़ें प्रॉपर कन्वे करना, क्योंकि वो उनकी नज़रों में 2 लड़कियों का होना सिर्फ दोस्त, क्योंकि उन्होंने हमेशा वही देखा है, वो उसी सोसाइटी में रही हैं, उनका माइंड वही सेट था कि शादी हमेशा लड़का और लड़की की होती है, 2 लड़कियों के बीच में सिर्फ दोस्ती हो सकती है। तो मुझे 4 महीने लगे उनको ये चीज़ें समझाने में, पूरा बताने में कि ऐसा है ऐसा है। उसके बाद जाके चीज़ें थोड़ी थोड़ी ठीक होनी शुरू हुई। फिर भी बीच बीच में मेरी मम्मी का ऐसा आता था कि अरे ठीक है ना, तुमको पायल के साथ रहना है, तुम रह लो, दोस्त बन के रह लो, लेकिन शादी लड़के से करो। एंड फाइनली उसके बाद उन्होंने उस चीज़ के लिए एक्सेप्टेंस दी, उन्होंने समझा कि हाँ, यहाँ ये प्यार है। LGBTQ कपल की शादी थी, तो नॉर्मली कोई वेन्यू नहीं मिल रहा था हमें, हमने काफ़ी सारे सिटीज़ में ट्राई किया, तो फाइनली हमने अपनी वेडिंग को डेस्टिनेशन बनाया और हमने डेस्टिनेशन वेडिंग की लोनावला में, तो वहाँ का हमको इजीली वेन्यू प्रोवाइड हुआ।
एक ऐसी शादी की थी कि लोग देखें कि एक लेस्बियन कपल होके भी ऐसी शादी कर सकते हैं, तो वो एक तरह से जो हमारी जो यूथ है, मतलब LGBT कम्युनिटी की जो यूथ है पूरी, उसको इंस्पायर करना था कि आप नॉर्मली शादी करो ना यार, आप क्यों दुनिया से खुद को अलग समझते हो, आप कर सकते हो, आप कुछ भी कर सकते हो, आप कोई अलग नहीं हो, या फिर आप इस दुनिया के कोई अलग प्राणी नहीं हो, आप भी इन्हीं लोगों के जैसे हो और आप जो चाहे वो कर सकते हो।
ओम यजुर्वेदाय नमः, ओम सामवेदाय नमः, ओम अथर्ववेदाय नमः। अभी पूरा छोड़ दीजिए लास्ट वाला। ओम बम बौराय नमः।
जहाँ पे भी तू है वहाँ पे सुकून है, अब तो वही हम हैं।
That the Constitution requires recognition of same-sex marriage, or what I call marriage equality. If 2 people love each other, there is no reason why they cannot get married to each other, the way if 2 straight people love each other and get married to each other. This is not about religion, this is not about caste or class, this is just about 2 people wanting to get married and having society recognize it so that they can get the same advantages that any straight married couple has.
Disowned by a royal family, forced to endure years of conversion therapy, faced death threats, but still proudly holding on the title of the first openly gay prince in the world. India's Prince of Rajpipla, Manvinder Singh Gohil, shares his strength of love with us.
Though I was attracted towards the same sex at childhood, but I did not know my identity, I did not know my sexuality till I became 30, and it's that time I came to know that I am gay and I am homosexual, and that is my identity. It was very difficult, very challenging to come out openly as gay, and especially with the family, because we are always in the public life. We are considered as role models. We are considered as icons in our geographical areas. People of Rajpipla were furious. They were never expecting that I will take this kind of a stand, because I came out openly as gay, and they thought I brought shame and humiliation to the family and to the culture, Indian culture, and to all the royal families. So coincidentally, the day I came out was the festival of Holi. And they took my images from newspapers and they made effigies and they threw it in the fire, saying that he is the evil person. He should be burnt. He should be outcasted. He should be stripped of his title. He should be excommunicated, not be invited to any events, because he has brought bad name and bad reputation to the Indian culture. My coming out to my parents happened through a nervous breakdown. After I opened up to my parents, the marriage pressure, of course, was there. But more than that, they thought it was a disease, and they thought it was a mental disorder, and they wanted to cure me. So they took me to psychiatrists, doctors. They even thought of taking me to America, and where they were planning to perform a brain surgery on me, and they also thought about giving electroshock therapy, but that did not work. For almost 3 years, they took me to different parts of India, Baba, Sadhu, Sannyasis, saints, all over the country. I was taken to them. This is not a disease, this is not a disorder, so you cannot cure anyone just because taking them to Baba or Sadhu, or it is not going to help. Since the time I have openly come out as gay, I think a lot of changes have happened in the society. A lot of people have started talking about this subject, which was not spoken previously. The fact that sex itself is a taboo in this country. It's not spoken about openly, and it's always considered to be something evil, something bad. So sexuality and homosexuality, these issues were never spoken about openly. So when my coming out actually started a lot of talks, discussions, debates on this issue, which is existing in our culture and yet not spoken about. So that discussion has brought about a lot of change in the mindset of the society, and now people have started understanding us, and they are starting to accept us.
To be able to sort of be fully entrenched into the fabric of society. I think that the community can't just be looked at people that are just coming alive in June Pride Month, or people that we will use for tokenism, or we will use to basically put a rainbow flag on and just sort of forget about the rest of the year. I think the community needs to feel loved and feel accepted in every aspect of what makes a society and what makes a nation. And I think that's where we're at. I think I'm hoping that changes as the months come along.
We've also often heard that love knows no boundaries. Love is not limited to one gender. Love is something to be felt. Our next story is of someone who believes that love transcends the gender binaries.
I am as proud of my sexuality as I am of all other parts of my identity. I am sexually and romantically attracted to my own gender, which is female, as well as other genders. I think I started discovering about my identity when I was a teenager. I would trace it back to the time when I watched Pirates of the Caribbean, and I fell in love with Keira Knightley, and then a lot of things started playing in my head. And then as time went by, I watched a lot of queer cinema, TV shows, and I read a lot about it, and then I realized that I do identify with all of these things. Women's sexuality is something that is looked down upon in this country and something that isn't valued or even doesn't exist for a lot of people. A woman being attracted to more than one gender becomes more of a problem for an orthodox country. When I was around 22 years old, that was very easy, honestly, because my friends were very supportive. Yes, some of them were not very supportive. I had judgmental remarks and comments and questions, and I was called abnormal by someone. I was called confused by someone, and a lot of those things. I think the major point in my coming out journey was last year when at the age of 26, I came out to my mother, and I honestly did not expect a lot from her because I don't blame her for not understanding the community. As a person from a different generation, I really do not blame her, and she has been trying to understand it. I would not say that she understands me completely, and that hurts me. The queer community also makes me feel heard and understood, and I can share my feelings and experiences with them better than I would with non-queer people. We do not always want to have polyamorous relationships. Just because we are attracted to more than one gender does not mean we want more than one partner all the time. I want people to understand that we are as normal and want to be as included as straight people, gay people, lesbian people, anybody. We just have more to love, that's it. Through love's great power to be made whole in mind and body, heart and soul. Through freedom to find joy or be by dint of joy itself set free in love and in companionhood. This is the true and natural good. To undo justice and to seek to quash the rights that guard the weak, to sneer at love and wrench apart the bonds of body, mind and heart with specious reason and no rhyme. This is the true unnatural crime.
The rainbow flag was first used in 1978. It was designed the same very year. Harvey Milk was the first gay elected figure in the United States. He had commissioned artist and designer Gilbert Baker to create the pride flag. They decided on a rainbow design. The rainbow symbolizes today the unity of the LGBTQ+ people of various races, religions, ages, genders, and backgrounds. Every color in the pride flag has a meaning. Red for life, orange for healing, yellow for sunlight, green for nature, blue for serenity, purple for spirit, black and brown for people of color.
You are watching India Today.
This month, when the International Chess Federation released the rankings for the under-7 category, right on top was an Indian wonder kid. Anupriya Yadav from Prayagraj has secured the first position at the age of 6 years, leaving behind players from the rest of the world.
सबसे पहले प्रिया दीदी से मम्मी ने सीखा था, क्योंकि मैं मम्मी को बहुत फॉलो करती थी, तो इसलिए मैंने मम्मी से सीखा। पापा फिर करने लगे मेरे साथ, मैच खेलने लगे, तो उसी फिर जब पापा से भी हाई लेवल पे हो गई तो दीदी ने सिखाने लगा।
Anupriya is inspired by her sister Priya Yadav, who is a national level chess player. Her parents want to see both of them become grandmasters.
हमारी भी 2 बेटियां ही हैं, इसलिए हमारे लिए हम बेटों से बढ़ के हैं और हमारा यही सपना है कि ये इनके नाम से हम जब भी जाने जाते हैं। हमको हमारे अगल बगल में अगर कोई जान पहुंचेगा तो कोई भी बोलेगा प्रिया यादव का घर बताइए, अनुप्रिया यादव का घर बताइए, तो सीधे हमारे घर पहुंच जाएंगे। हमारा नाम तो भले बहुत कम ही लोग जानते होंगे।
While Anupriya aims to be a grandmaster, her immediate goal is different.
मैं पापा को हरा लेती हूँ बस। मम्मी को भी हरा लेती हूँ। दीदी को तो नहीं।
अब आगे सपना क्या है, किसको हराना चाहती हैं?
दीदी को।
After the latest rankings were released, school teachers felicitated Anupriya for her achievements. Anupriya is now a hero at her school. Bureau Report, India Today. People often donate heart and eyes, but now you can also donate your skin. North India's first skin bank is ready in Delhi's Safdarjung Hospital. Eligible disease donors can donate skin and give someone a new lease of life. Burn victims can immensely benefit from these skin banks for their graft surgeries.
स्किन बैंकिंग में ये खास बात है कि इसमें कोई मैचिंग की जरूरत नहीं है। कोई भी पेशेंट स्किन डोनेट कर सकता है। उस मरीज की, उस डिजीज़ की दी हुई स्किन किसी भी दूसरे मरीज में इस्तेमाल हो सकती है। ना कोई ब्लड ग्रुपिंग मैचिंग चाहिए, ना कोई और HLA मैचिंग चाहिए। और जिसमें ये स्किन हमने लगाई है उसको जीवन में कोई स्टेरॉयड और इम्यूनोसप्रेसेंट्स खाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है।
Safdarjung Hospital authorities are also doing everything they can to make people aware about skin donation. With the help of specialized equipment and proven techniques, donated skin is processed and stored in bank before transplantation.
इतने सारे वार्ड्स हैं जो भी नए डॉक्टर्स ज्वाइन करते हैं, जूनियर रेजिडेंट्स हैं, वो ज्वाइन करते हैं, तो उनको सेमिनार्स लेके, उनको इन्फॉर्म करके उनको बताया जाएगा। डेथ फॉर्म है, जब हम लोग उसको साइन करते हैं तो उसमें भी हम सोच सकते हैं कि हम उसमें भी ऐड करा दें कि हम आई डोनेशन के लिए विलिंग हैं और स्किन डोनेशन के लिए विलिंग हैं।
As of now, there are 16 skin banks across the country, and here's hoping that this latest center in Delhi opens the doors for many more such skin banks in India. With Neetu Jha, Bureau Report, India Today.
Cheers, bonhomie and the biggest global bond. World's biggest and oldest democracies unite. Modi-Biden, a new chapter in India's foreign policy. Watch all this and more on World Today, only on India Today.
So sorry.
नए दौर में दोस्ताना हमारा अब देखेगा जलवा ज़माना हमारा। ये डीलों के दिन, कुछ हिसाबों के दिन, कई दिल जलों को जवाबों के दिन। डिफेंस फील्ड में अच्छे ख्वाबों के दिन है। वेलकम अमेरिका में जी मेहरबान। मेरे जैसा फ्रेंड भी मिलेगा कहाँ, मिलेगा कहाँ। ऑटोग्राफ को दिल दीवाना हमारा अब देखेगा जलवा ज़माना हमारा।
You are watching India Today.
When we hear the term transgender, the first picture that comes to our mind is that of a hijra, crudely termed hijra. So to give you more clarity on this, we've covered 3 categories which fall under the term transgender.
मैंने अपने आप को टूटते हुए देखा है। मैंने अपने आप को कांच की तरह बिखरते हुए देखा है। कि मैंने अपने आप को टूटते हुए देखा है, मैंने अपने आप को कांच की तरह बिखरते हुए देखा है। लोग तो मरते हैं एक बार, लोग तो मरते हैं एक बार। मैंने खुद को खुद के लिए रोज़ मरते हुए देखा है। क्या ज़रूरी है खुद को बदलना, समाज के बनाए हुए ढांचे में डलना? एक लड़का होने के लिए या एक आदमी होने के लिए आपको किसी सर्जरीज़ की ज़रूरत नहीं है। आप अपने आप में अगर एक लड़का अपने आप को महसूस करते हो तो वो बहुत बड़ी बात है, बिकॉज सेल्फ एक्सेप्टेंस बहुत ज़रूरी है। आई आइडेंटिफाई माई सेल्फ एज अ ट्रांस मैन एंड माई प्रोनाउंस आर ही हिम हिज। ट्रांसमैन वो होते हैं हु बॉर्न एज अ फीमेल, जिनके जेनेटिक्स जो होते हैं वो फीमेल होते हैं, एंड दे आइडेंटिफाई देमसेल्फ एज अ मैन। दुनिया की नज़रों में और मेरे स्कूल में जो टीचर्स हैं या मेरी जो स्कूल में फ्रेंड्स हैं, उनको मैं ये लगता था कि मैं लड़की हूँ, बट मुझे पता था कि मैं एक लड़का हूँ अंदर से। तो जो वो फर्स्ट पीरियड आया ना, तो उसके बाद जो फिर मैं अपने आप में सेल्फ डाउट करने लगा। मतलब आई वाज लाइक यार मुझे कोई बीमारी तो नहीं है, क्योंकि स्कूल में इतने बच्चे पढ़ते हैं, मैं इकलौता एक ऐसा लड़का हूँ जिसको पीरियड्स आ रहे हैं, जिसके सर्टेन पार्ट्स ग्रो अप कर रहे हैं। उसके बाद जब भी पीरियड्स मुझे आता था, आई यूज्ड टू लॉक माई सेल्फ इन अ रूम फॉर अ वीक, क्योंकि मुझे डर था कि कहीं अगर मेरे दोस्तों को पता लग गया, जो मेरे मेल फ्रेंड्स उनको पता लग गया, कहीं वो मुझसे बात करना बंद कर दें, कोई मुझसे उल्टा ना बोले। सत्यमेव जयते आया था जिसमें LGBT के कम्युनिटी के बारे में बात हुई थी, तो वहाँ पर मैंने एक पर्सन को देखा था, गज़ल ढालेवाल। तो उनको देख के मुझे पता लगा कि यस, मतलब मैं इकलौता नहीं हूँ जो ऐसा है। हो सकता है इनके बाद मैं दूसरा इंसान हूँ जिसको ये सब चीज़ें हैं, बट मुझे वहाँ से सेल्फ डाउट ख़त्म हो गया था। एज लाइक कि ठीक है, दुनिया में सर्जरी होती है, मतलब मैं बीमार नहीं हूँ, मुझे कोई मेंटल इलनेस नहीं है, बट मुझे टर्म नहीं पता था कि ट्रांसमैन बोलते हैं। मुझे पता लगा कि इंडिया के फर्स्ट ट्रांसमैन बॉडी बिल्डर हैं आर्यन पाशा, उनके बारे में मुझे पता लगा। तो मैंने उनकी स्टोरी पढ़ना स्टार्ट कर दिया कि किस तरीके से उन्होंने अपनी लाइफ में चीज़ों को किया है, फैमिली को कैसे बताया है, ताकि मैं मतलब मेरा माइंड ये था कि पापा जो भी क्वेश्चन पूछें मेरे पास उनके हर क्वेश्चन का आंसर होना चाहिए था। मतलब मैं एक इवेंट में गया था, वहाँ पर वो सारे ट्रांस लोग थे, तो आई वाज सो एक्साइटेड क्योंकि वो एक ऐसी जगह थी जहाँ पर सिर्फ मैं था, मुझे ना प्रिटेंड नहीं करना पड़ता था जो मैं बाकी की सोसाइटी के सामने करता था। तो वहाँ पर बाकी के लोग थे, ट्रांसमैन ट्रांस वुमेन थी, वो एक ब्यूटी पेजेंट था। पापा के फ्रेंड ने देख लिया, इन्होंने पापा को जाके दिखा दिया कि आपकी बेटी ये किन्नर के साथ हिजड़ों के साथ घूम रही है, तो कहीं ऐसा ना हो कि आपकी बेटी भी ऐसी हो जाए। मेरे पापा ने कहीं मेरे पे हाथ नहीं उठाया था। फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम ही स्लेप्ट मी। मेरा फ़ोन ले लिया, मुझे घर से बाहर निकलना बंद कर दिया। एंड 1.5 साल बाद, मतलब वो 1.5 साल एक ऐसा था कि पापा और मेरे बीच में कोई बातचीत नहीं होती थी। एक दिन ऐसा आया, मैंने पापा को बोला, मैं पापा एक काम करते हैं, मैं ऐसा ऐसा फील करता हूँ, ये डॉक्टर्स हैं जिनके बारे में मैंने पता किया है, एक काम करते हैं, हम एक बार डॉक्टर के पास चलते हैं, उनसे बात करते हैं। क्योंकि मेरा मोटिव ये था कि पापा को किसी भी तरीके से डॉक्टर के पास लेके जाना है, बिकॉज अगर वो नहीं जाएंगे, डॉक्टर उनको नहीं समझाएगा, तो मैं फिर ट्रांजिशन कभी स्टार्ट नहीं कर पाऊँगा। पापा ने कहा कि नहीं चलना, पापा एक बार चलते हैं, उसके बाद आई प्रॉमिस इस टॉपिक पे आज के बाद इस घर में कभी बात नहीं होगी। तो इट्स लाइक कि ठीक है, ओके फाइन। उस 1.5 साल के मेरे जो मेहनत थी, पापा से बात करना, उनको दिन रात मनाना एंड डॉक्टर के पास जाने के बाद, उसके बाद फिर पापा ने मुझे अलाउ किया कि ठीक है फाइन, अब तुम अपना ट्रांजिशन स्टार्ट कर सकते हो। ट्रांसमेंस की 2-3 सर्जरीज होती हैं। फर्स्ट होती है ब्रेस्ट रिमूवल, जिसे हम मस्टेक्टमी बोलते हैं, जिसमें ब्रेस्ट रिमूव होती है। सेकंड होती है हिस्टेक्टमी, जिसमें फीमेल ऑर्गन्स रिमूव होते हैं, यूट्रस हो गया, फैलोपियन ट्यूब हो गया, आपका ओवरीज हो गया। एंड थर्ड होती है आपकी बॉटम सर्जरी, विच इज़ फैलोप्लास्टी और मेटेडोप्लास्टी। एंड फॉर फेशियल हेयर की बात है और वॉइस की बात है, तो हम 21 डेज़ में, मैं स्पेशली 21 डेज़ में एक हार्मोन्स का इंजेक्शन लेता हूँ जो डॉक्टर ने प्रिस्क्राइब किया है मेरे को। तो हर बॉडी का अलग अलग होता है। कुछ लोग ऐसे हैं जिनकी फेशियल हेयर 6 मंथ में आ जाती है, कुछ लोग ऐसे हैं जो 3 साल तक भी नहीं आते हैं। लाइक मेरी फेशियल हेयर 3 साल बाद आनी स्टार्ट हुई है। तो सिर्फ सर्जरीज आपकी एक ही बार होती हैं, बट हार्मोन्स आपको लाइफ टाइम देने पड़ते हैं। लाइक अगर मैं अब हार्मोन्स ले रहा हूँ तो लास्ट जो डोज होती है वो 21 डेज़ में आपको, एवरी 21 डेज़ आपको इंजेक्शन्स अपने लेने पड़ते हैं फॉर लाइफ लॉन्ग, जिससे कि आपकी बॉडी में जो हार्मोन्स है वो बैलेंस रहे। एंड बिकॉज ऑफ हार्मोन्स ओनली, ये फेशियल हेयर आना, बॉडी का स्ट्रक्चर चेंज हो गया, वॉइस हैवी होना, ये सब बिकॉज ऑफ हार्मोन्स ओनली। इसके लिए कोई सर्जरीज नहीं होती हैं, बिकॉज वो जो सर्जरीज होती हैं फेशियल हेयर के लिए होती हैं, वो ट्रांस वुमेन की होती हैं। ट्रांस मैन के लिए ऐसे कोई सर्जरीज नहीं होती। 3 महीने बाद आई वाज लाइक कि मैं हमेशा अपने आप को मिरर में देखता था। ओ माय गॉड, मेरी मुस्टैच आ रही है, ओ माय गॉड, मेरी वॉइस चेंज हो रही है, ये तो शक्ल ही बदल रही है। तो वो जो इनिशियल टाइम होता है ना, वो मैंने बहुत इन्जॉय किया। लाइक अभी भी अगर मैं अपने आप को देखता हूँ कि यार कुछ भी है तो हैंडसम तो है।
Once you do come out, you need support, especially as children, where there can be bullying, which is prevalent, not just for lesbian and gay people, but particularly for trans children. It can be a very traumatic time. So you need awareness. And that awareness is not just about sex education. I think children will get sex education one way or the other. We don't give it in India just now very comprehensively, yet children know what they need to know, or they find out. What is needed beyond sex education is a kind of education about empathy and understanding about what it means to be queer and how to be good allies, how to be good friends. I think it's time we take the debate beyond sex into acceptance and culture. I think that's what's really needed in India.
मेरा नाम बॉबी है, मैं आम आदमी पार्टी से यहाँ से काउंसलर हूँ, वार्ड 43 से, सुल्तानपुर माजरा विधानसभा। किन्नर है, किन्नरों का क्या काम है? किन्नर का तो नाचना गाना होता है, बधाई वगैरह लेना होता है, यही काम होता है। मैं 15 साल से सोशल वर्क करती हूँ। बहुत सारी 100-150 गरीब लड़कियों की, मैंने जो विधवाओं की लड़कियों की शादी करवा चुकी हूँ, और बहुत सारे यहाँ दिव्यांग आते, ब्लाइंड आते, सबकी मदद करती, राशन से, पानी से, कपड़े लत्ते से, हर चीज़ से मैं जो मेरे से हो सकता है वो उनकी मैं यहाँ से मदद करके भेजती हूँ। और ये जिस क्षेत्र में मैं रहती हूँ सब लोग जानते कि मैं यहाँ क्या काम करती हूँ, और जनता की हमेशा मैं सेवा ही करती हूँ, और ये सेवा करना मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है। मुझे बड़ी खुशी होती है कि मैं किसी गरीब के काम आई। खुश हूँ, कोई बात नहीं। अब देखो, जो भगवान ने ज़िंदगी दी है, जो लाइफ दी है, उसको तो जीना पड़ेगा। और खुश इसलिए हूँ क्योंकि आम आदमी पार्टी से जो हमारे माननीय अरविंद केजरीवाल ने इतना एक घास कूड़े को आज क्या कहते हैं निगम पार्षद बना दिया, तो उनके लिए हमेशा शुक्रगुजार रहूँगी अपने मुख्यमंत्री जी। आज मुझे देख के और जो किन्नर, उनको अंदर भी एक आत्मविश्वास बढ़ रहा है कि हमारी जो पहली दिल्ली की किन्नर पार्षद हुई है, तो उनके मन में भी ये चाव हो रहा है कि हम भी कहीं ना कहीं आम आदमी पार्टी से जुड़े, और भी कहीं किसी और पार्टी से भी जुड़े, ताकि आज जो इसको बॉबी को इतना मान सम्मान मिला है, आज ये निगम पार्षद बनी, तो कहीं ना कहीं हम भी निगम पार्षद बने जनता के हित में और समाज हित में। जो बॉबी अच्छा काम कर रही है, कहीं ना कहीं हम लोग भी अच्छा काम करके दिखाएं, ताकि समाज के प्रति, किन्नरों के प्रति जो समाज में भावना है, वो गलत धारणा है, वो कहीं ना कहीं खत्म हो जाए। रोड पे भी हम लोग निकलते तो समाज, कुछ लड़के और कुछ इस तरह से रिएक्ट करते जैसे कि हम कोई इंसान नहीं है ऊपर से, जैसे कोई हम ऊपर से टपके हो, या हमारे 2-4 हाथ पैर हो, 4-5 आंखें वगैरह, इस चीज़ के लोग रिएक्ट करते हैं। कई बार मजाक भी बनाते हैं हम लोगों का, मगर कहीं ना कहीं बड़ा दुख होता है ये सारी चीज़ें देखते हुए। कौन सुनेगा, किसको सुनाए, कौन सुनेगा, किसको सुनाए, इसीलिए चुप रहते, हमसे अपने रूठ न जाए, हमसे अपने रूठ न जाए, इसीलिए चुप रहते। कौन सुनेगा, किसको सुनाए, कौन सुनेगा, किसको सुनाए, इसीलिए चुप रहते।
शायद से मैं थोड़ा सा लहरा के बात कर रही हूँ, तो शायद से मैं मीठा हूँ, हलवा हूँ, इस तरीके से मुझे आइडेंटिफाई किया जाता था। मैं एक ट्रांसमैन हूँ, मेरे प्रोनाउन शी हर हैं। ट्रांसजेंडर्स होते हैं, बट ये 2 हिस्सों में बांटे जाते हैं, जो हिजरा कल्चर फॉलो करते हैं वो लोग, और एक वो जो हिजरा कल्चर फॉलो नहीं करते। मीन्स जैसे कि जो लोग अपने आप को एक एज अ ट्रांस गर्ल या ट्रांस वुमेन आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं। हिजरा कल्चर में जैसे कि गुरु चेला वाली जो रीत होती हैं, कोई ट्रांस कम्युनिटी की कोई है कि जो अपने आप को आइडेंटिफाई करती है, वो उस इलाके में रह रही है, तो उसको उस इलाके में रहने के लिए उसको वहाँ पे उसी घर के, मीन्स एक घराना जो बोलते थे, एक घराने में चेला होना पड़ेगा, वहाँ रहना है तो, नहीं तो अदरवाइज वो वहाँ नहीं रह सकती। किन्नर समुदाय जो थे वो क्या बोलते थे कि बेटा तू किसके नाम की चेला है, यहाँ नहीं रह सकते, कौन है तेरा गुरु। वो सारी चीज़ रही, वो सारी चीज़ मैंने फेस भी करी, यहाँ तक कि मैंने उनके हाथ का चांटा भी खाया जब मैंने नहीं बताया तो फिर हार के मैंने सोचा कि चलो ठीक है, होना ही है तो मैं हो जाती हूँ, बट उस लाइफ से बेटर मेरी ये लाइफ बहुत अच्छी है। और जो ट्रांस वुमेन्स है वो उस लाइफ को जीना पसंद नहीं करती, क्योंकि शायद से उसमें वो सारी चीज़ें होती हैं जैसे टोली बधाई, पैगिंग करना, बत्ती मांगना, या हम सेक्स वर्क की बात करें तो ये सारी चीज़ें इसमें इन्वॉल्व रहती। तो वो चीज़ करने से अच्छा कि अपनी सिंपल लाइफ जियो। जो रहीम उत्तम प्रकृति का करी सकत कुसन, चंदन में विषयापत नहीं लेपट रहित बुझ। जब मैं 12 साल की थी तो मैंने अपनी मम्मा के साथ ये बातें शेयर करी थी, क्योंकि मैं खुद इन चीज़ों के बारे में नहीं जानती थी। जब मैं अपने आप को औरों से मैच करने की कोशिश करती थी, जब मुझे लगता था कि शायद से मैं उन लोगों से अलग हूँ, कि जैसे मैं अपने आप को समझना चाह रही हूँ वैसे मैं बिल्कुल नहीं हूँ, क्योंकि बायोलॉजिकली मेरी बॉडी एक मेल की है, बट मेरी जो मेरी सोच, मेरे विचार, मेरी भावना, मीन्स कहने का तात्पर्य यह है कि मेरा जो दिमाग है वो मेरे शरीर से मैच नहीं कर रहा। तो ये सारी चीज़ मैंने अपनी मम्मा को बताना स्टार्ट करी, बट मेरी मम्मा का ये था कि अभी तुम बच्चे हो, शायद से ये चीज़ तुम्हारे बचपन ही में चल रहा है, धीरे धीरे आने वाले कलों में तुम सीख जाओगे, ये सारी चीज़ ठीक हो जाएंगी। बट ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं हुआ। मैंने अपने फादर को इस चीज़ों के बारे में बताया नहीं था कि मैं इस टाइप की हूँ, पर मैंने उनको वो सारी चीज़ें सुनाई थी, कि मैंने उनको बोला ये देखो ऐसे भी होता है। गे कपल्स को दिखाया, मैंने लेस्बियन कपल्स को दिखाया, मीन्स मैंने लक्ष्मी नारायण त्रिपाठी जी का एक इंटरव्यू था वो भी दिखाया। मीन्स ये सारी चीज़ें मैंने उनको दिखाई। देन उनको था थोड़ा सा, कहते ना कि एक उनको मैंने हिंट दी, तो वो चीज़ उस समय वो थोड़ा सा मैच करने की कोशिश करते थे उस समय। मैंने लास्ट दिसंबर मैंने अपने फादर को कम आउट किया कि मैं फ्रांस में। मेरे फादर का रिएक्शन बहुत अलग था, क्योंकि शायद से ये चीज़ उनके लिए अलग थी, क्योंकि कोई भी माँ बाप होते हैं वो जानते हैं कि चीज़ें होती हैं, बट इस कदर होती है। आज तक उन्होंने नॉर्मली उन लोगों से मिले थे जैसे कि जो हिजरा कल्चर्स जो फॉलो करते हैं, बट उनके लिए ट्रांस वुमेन को जानना, उनको समझना वो बहुत नया था। वो चीज़ मैंने उनको समझाई, वो चीज़ उनको मैंने ऐसे बहुत से उदाहरण दिए अपनी लाइफ के, जिनके साथ मैं खुद इतना इन्वॉल्व रही हूँ, तो उन चीज़ों के साथ मैंने उनको समझाया। बट चीज़ें बहुत अनकम्फर्टेबल थी उनके लिए, कि वो मानने के लिए राज़ी नहीं थे कि नहीं ऐसा नहीं हो सकता। तो शायद से मुझे अपने घर से 2 दिन के लिए भागना पड़ा। करत करत अभ्यास से जड़मत हो तो सुजान, रसरी आवत जाते ही सिर पे पड़त निशान। चलो ठीक है, तुम्हें जैसा रहना है तुम रहो, बट आपको अपने लिए और हमारे लिए थोड़ा सा टाइम देने की ज़रूरत है। शायद से ये चीज़ हमारे लिए नहीं है और हम सीखेंगे भी ज़रूर, बस आपको थोड़ा सा हमें टाइम देना। और जब से मैंने अपनी लाइफ बदली, जब से मैंने अपना HRT स्टार्ट करी, अपनी सर्जरी के लिए बारे में सोचना स्टार्ट किया, दैन मैंने अपने ड्रेसिंग सेंस बदले, तो उस तरीके की मेरी लाइफ बहुत अच्छी है कि मुझे लगता है कि हाँ ये है लाइफ, अब मैं खुश हूँ। एक कहते हैं कि जेन्युइन लाइफ की, हाँ कि वो पहले वाली लाइफ छोड़ के अब मैं जो लाइफ जी रही हूँ वो बहुत अच्छी है। देन गार्ड मुझे बोलता है गुड मॉर्निंग मैम। उस समय मुझे फील हुआ यस यही तो चाहिए था ज़िंदगी में, और क्या चाहिए। मैंने कहा आज मेरी आइडेंटिटी के साथ किसी ने मुझे गुड मॉर्निंग बोला, मीन्स उस चीज़ को लेके मैं इतनी ज़्यादा खुश थी। मेरा पहला दिन और वो भी इतना अच्छा, मुझे ज़िंदगी में और कोई दिन याद नहीं आता शायद से, कि वो दिन मेरे लिए बहुत बेस्ट था, कि शायद से उस इंसान ने जो मुझे जानता नहीं था उसने मेरी आइडेंटिटी के साथ मुझे एक्सेप्ट किया। एक प्यार का नगमा है, मौजों की रवानी है, जिंदगी और कुछ भी नहीं, तेरी मेरी कहानी है। एक प्यार का नगमा है।
As regards discrimination against the LGBT community is concerned, there are no legal provisions which criminalize it, and maybe criminal law is not the right way in any case to do it. I think what we need is a comprehensive anti-discrimination code which secures the position of LGBTQIA+ people, so that we all develop together, we nurture our differences, celebrate our differences, and yet move together in the march towards the unity and integrity of our country.
The Q in queer is the question. Who are we? The individual in the story does not like to be referred to as he or she, prefers to be referred as them or their, and is still fighting to figure out their identity.
My pronouns are they and them. My gender identity is gender fluid. and I'm a queer person. A queer is generally an umbrella. So everything that you hear, LGBTQ plus and plus identities, in that Q is queer. It's an umbrella term used for everybody. So if you're still questioning who you are, you can just say that you're queer. इनकलाब एक सपना नहीं, हकीकत में तब्दील होना बाकी है. इनकलाब एक सपना नहीं, हकीकत में तब्दील होना बाकी है. इस रफ्तार से मायूस ना होइए जनाब. अब इस खून में जीने की चाह बाकी है. हाँ, अभी इनकलाब बाकी है. So gender identity and sexuality are two very different things. Gender identity is basically who you are on the inside and what you feel on the inside, whereas sexuality is more external, as in who am I attracted to. So if I say I'm a non-binary person, I say that I feel no gender, I am gender non-conforming, but I also say that I am queer or pansexual or bisexual. That would mean that, oh, I feel attraction towards two or more genders. The first time I realized that I'm bi was when my partner had brought it up that he's bi. And I was like, okay, you know what, maybe I could be. And then I shoved it way down. And I was like, ठीक है, अभी जो भी है देखा जाएगा. Then eventually, when you go to college, of course, like you get to know about certain things. And a few of my friends were queer. And they were a lesbian couple and one of them was bisexual. And I was like, okay, you know what, maybe I need to explore this a little bit more. So that's what I did. I went out on a couple of dates and I realized that I am indeed attracted to two or more genders. So of course, I am into women as well. And yeah, that's how it all began. I came back home, sat everybody down. With my mom, it was like very simple. I made her watch एक लड़की को देखा तो ऐसा लगा. Now this is my standard thing for everything. If I wanted to normalize something, I make my mom watch something. And then slowly and gradually, I was like, okay, you know what? I am also like bi. So my mom was like, okay, I don't know what that means. Give me a little time. I'll come back to you. I said, okay, cool. With my immediate family, it was super easy though. I mean, I went and then I was like, sit down. I need to tell you something. And they were like, okay, क्या बताना है? I said, देखो ऐसा है कि I am bisexual. उनको समझा नहीं, of course. तो I was like, देखो मेरे को लड़कियाँ भी अच्छी लगती हैं, लड़के भी अच्छे लगते हैं. तो उन्होंने बोला हाँ तो. मैंने बोला हाँ तो कैसा रिएक्शन होता है? शायद आपको समझना नहीं है ये. ठीक है, शायद आपको समझ में नहीं आ रहा है तो मैं लड़की से भी शादी कर सकती हूँ, लड़के से भी शादी कर सकती हूँ. They were like, हाँ तो अगर तू किसी लड़की से शादी करती है तो वो भी हमारी बेटी जैसी होगी. तो I almost started crying. I was like, ये ऐसा कौन बोलता है? So my family throughout have been very, very supporting. It was easy for me to come out as queer. You know, it was easy for my friends to be like, oh, hey, cool, like we accept you, we accept your identity, amazing. But then it was more difficult for me to come out as Dalit because there is years and years of oppression and years of trauma that we have endured as Dalit people. But in North India, we are taught to lie about our caste. So when you're lying about one identity of yours already, and then you're like also questioning your queer identity, and then also coming out as double minority, it's very difficult. So I always like, whenever my friends ask me, also I tell them that when I have to enter queer spaces, I have to leave my caste identity on the brink. If I have to enter Dalit spaces and do my Dalit activism, I have to leave my queer identity on the brink. So it just becomes extremely difficult to navigate this. If you understand something, if you first understand something, only then you can build empathy towards it. जिसको आप समझोगे नहीं, उसको आप वही लगेगा कि तो alien है. Why do I accept this person? Why do I accept their identity? नहीं करूँगा मैं. वही है कि then, but if you know and you understand their struggles, then you slowly and gradually as a human will start building empathy and being like, okay, ठीक है अभी. You know, this is okay, I accept who you are. प्यार किया कोई चोरी नहीं की, छुप छुप के आहें भरना क्या, जब प्यार किया तो डरना क्या, जब प्यार किया तो डरना क्या.
With that, it's a wrap in this show. Like I said, take pride, let go of the prejudice.
watching India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 31 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 22 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 31 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 22 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Oh, sorry.
नए दौर में दोस्ताना हमारा अब देखेगा जलवा ज़माना हमारा। ये डीलों के दिन, कुछ हिसाबों के दिन, कई दिल जलों को जवाबों के दिन, डिफेंस फील्ड में अच्छे ख्वाबों के दिन है। वेलकम अमेरिका में जी मेहरबान, मेरे जैसा फ्रेंड भी मिलेगा कहाँ, मिलेगा कहाँ। ऑटोग्राफ को दिल दीवाना हमारा, अब देखेगा जलवा ज़माना हमारा।
Watching India Today.
We'll kickstart this edition with some breaking news coming in. Russian President Vladimir Putin is talking tough amid a coup threat. Putin says Wagner chief's actions are betrayal and a stab in the back, noting that this works against the Wagner fighters who bravely fought in Bakhmut and other directions of the front line. Vladimir Putin warns those who betrayed Russia will be defended, while those who are dragged into the situation should abstain from breaking the laws. Putin said the rebels will suffer inevitable punishment. Any internal unrest is a deadly threat to our statehood, and our actions to protect against such a threat is going to be tough. All those who prepare the rebellion will suffer inevitable punishment. The armed forces and other government agencies have received the necessary orders, is what Putin has just said, talking tough on the mutiny that is brewing in Russia, as the Russian military mercenary group Wagner has vowed to go all the way to topple Russia's military leadership. Wagner mercenaries have now captured military installments in the airbase in southern Russian city of Rostov while they prepare against Moscow's military. Wagner Group, remember, is a private army of mercenaries that has been fighting alongside the regular Russian army in Ukraine. The mercenary boss, Yevgeny Prigozhin, has called the Russia-Ukraine war unnecessary, claiming it started as a PR operation for Russian military officers, saying that Russian Defense Ministry had deceived Putin about the war reality, saying Russian soldiers were dying without reinforcements fighting Ukrainians. The Wagner boss has accused the military of launching a deadly missile strike on his troops and vowed to punish them. Putin, however, is talking tough, promising the strictest action possible against those who have, in fact, dared to launch a coup. Akshay Dongre has more details on that story. Akshay, the possibility of an escalation really can't be ruled out at this point in time, isn't it?
Well, not at all, Sneha, not at all. In fact, Wagner Group is the group that was spearheading Putin's attack when the invasion started from the day one. And in fact, they have been the group responsible for many victories of Russia as far as the Ukrainian territory is concerned. There have been several accusations. There have been tensions between the Defense Ministry of Russia and the chief of Wagner Group. That is the group of mercenaries that was used by the Russian forces to spearhead the attack. But now, as we are seeing the Wagner chief turning against Russia, not just threatening the forces on the ground, but he has also made claims that the defense minister will be hanged from Kremlin, that is equivalent to the parliament of our country, and he has also indirectly threatened the entire Russian government, including the president of the Russian Federation. So the situation has in fact escalated to a different level altogether. Nobody was expecting this turnaround of the Wagner Group, because from the very beginning we were seeing that how the militants, or rather the armed youth of Wagner Group spearheading the attack, continuing with their assault on different Ukrainian cities. We saw them in trenches, we saw them fighting along with the Russian troops. In fact, they were at the front lines of these Russian army officials as well as the personnel who were attacking the Ukrainian cities as far as the conflict is concerned. But with Putin now coming up and saying that this has been
just coming back to you in a moment from now, Akshay. In fact, Alexander is also getting us up to speed with the situation on the ground, joining us from Moscow right now. Earlier, Alexander, when I spoke with you this morning, you did say that it appears that all is fairly calm right now. Give us a sense, really, of how the Kremlin is looking at this particular threat, given that the Russian president has spoken out and promised the strictest action possible against those who revolted.
I'm standing here in one of the districts, which is a very quiet one, almost very quiet one, and it's located almost 1 hour drive from the Kremlin, a very sleepy district, and it's a Saturday morning. People are passing by, cars are passing by, and the situation looks very normal. The only reminds of the revelation, I would say quote unquote revelation right now, is the name of the street. The street is named after Giuseppe Garibaldi, the Italian revolutionary who took the Rome in Italy many years ago. That's something that Mr. Prigozhin wants to do now, because he's believing that he's a guy who represents the people, and he will be against the defense chief, Sergei Shoigu. And President Putin, who just spoke live on television, has compared actions of Mr. Prigozhin with the 1917, the actions before the revolution. Then he said there was somebody beat Russia on the back. That of course reminds the actions of the Bolshevist radicals, who at that time, then Russia was fighting the World War I with Germany, started to make propaganda against the war among soldiers that brought the Tsarist government and started the first